Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here with live coverage on Major Hurricane Milton as it nears the Florida coast near Sarasota, near Sister Key, as well as Tampa Bay, Florida. We're going to be live here for the next 12 to 15 hours covering this event up until landfall. We're going to be looking at live cameras, live radar, live satellite data. Well, satellite is not as appealing to the system as it was before yesterday, as the system is gradually weakening, but will still bring some big impacts to the Florida coast. But we do have those live cameras, and we are going to be live on this all day long. Live news coverage here with breaking Hurricane Milton, as it is a major hurricane still, with winds of about 130, 145 miles an hour. So this look at one of those cameras near the near Sister Key right now from Radar Omega. And as we do see this right now, conditions are definitely a lot more deteriorating than they were yesterday. We got some high surf out there, some breaking waves. This is going to get a lot worse as a storm surge is projected to reach 10 plus feet in this area. And the wind is really gusty as well. Man, it's kind of nasty out there. Probably not a day to do even one single step out there. Thank you, The Guardian, for the $20 donation. I do appreciate it. By the way, any of the donations, at least 20% of the donations will go to Samaritan's Purse in recovery efforts of Hurricane Milton. All right, so any donations that I do get in this live stream will go to Samaritan's Purse in the recovery efforts of Milton. So we're going to be looking at some other cameras here. This is Port Charlotte, and you can see here the surf not all that bad right now. The storm surge not looking all that significant, but again, that will be changing in a hurry as, again, the onshore flow pushes in and the surf really comes up. That's why we are going to be providing a lot of these live cameras. I'm doing it a little different today. We don't have a panel view of this, and that's just because if the cameras do go out, it could cause some issues to the stream. So I don't want that to happen. So we're going to just have to do it this way. But it's nearly the same where we are viewing the storm surge live. We also have live pressure data as well, where we will bring that to you too. So here's also another look at this too, showing us some gusty winds, some inclement weather conditions. Looks like it's raining pretty hard there. And I don't see anybody out there, so that's good. And maybe the people that were out there yesterday were the last people to evacuate because of this hurricane. And then as we go further south near Venice area, right now we're getting gusts up to about 30 miles an hour. And two, we will be watching this as the storm surge gets higher, okay? As the storm surge comes in, it is going to definitely cause a lot of flooding. Okay, so there'll be a lot of flooding here later on in the period, especially further south you go. And then, of course, Grove City. Let's take a look at Grove City here, Eagle Beach, where we do have some high surf. And wow, that rain is coming down pretty good. That tropical rain again. Earlier, there was no rain at all coming down. You would barely know that there was even a tropical system. So now the rain is back in order. And boy, those waves are definitely getting bigger out there. And definitely we could expect this to change in a hurry, especially by the evening hours as that storm surge comes in, as the hurricane gets closer and closer. We could expect the storm surge to get worse. And so right now, as we are tracking this live right now, we are seeing mini tornado warnings. This is going to be a very big tornado day by all means. This is the worst you can get. By the way, thank you, Reality Wins, for becoming a member of the channel. I do appreciate that. So let's go and take a look here at the severe weather side of things, because we are expecting a tornado risk, actually a 10% significant of tornadoes. So it's not just about hurricane force winds. There will be strong tornadoes today. Some perhaps briefly violent tornadoes today in a narrow corridor. So that's not surprising because of the wind shear that we're going to see. That's impacting the system, but also that's going to be moving across this sector where we have any supercells capable of producing tornadoes. So this is basically a hurricane / tornado day, significant tornado day by all means. And there's your significant severe for tornadoes. Actually, let me turn off radar so we can better see this. Let me do that. So there's your tornado risk, and look at what we got. All these tornado warnings moving into this high risk, or not high risk, but significant risk for tornadoes. There is an enhanced risk for tornadoes today across this portion. And as we go look at the categorical outlook, there's your enhanced risk. No risk, or a 5% for wind, and a non-risk, no risk for hail. So it's, again, a tornado-driven enhanced risk for tornadoes today. And so I'm going to get easy on the stream, actually. Let's get the crew on board here. Justin is probably busy, so we won't ring him. So let's see if Easy Peasy is here. They will be joining hopefully soon. Thank you, Apoc, for becoming a category, or upgrading to a category 2 hurricane. So honor. And that's why I have these categories here on this part of the stream, or part of my membership, because I am more of a tropical-like person. So we do have a tornado warning in Lake Placid right now. These are all radar oh, we got one observed tornado, actually. So that's probably from earlier. By the way, these tornadoes do spin up very quickly. So don't be surprised if one scan there's no tornado at all, and then the next scan there actually is. And yeah, some of these are pretty vigorous with rotation. So if you're downstream, Prairie Ridge, if you're in Cornwall, if you're in Fort Bassinger, downstream of this, also if you're in Wild Island Plains, you need to take shelter. We are talking about mini hurricanes here moving across the area, and mini hurricanes as in like tornadoes. Tornadoes and hurricanes are different, but they're vortexes. They're spin in the atmosphere. And tornadoes are the most dangerous because, well, you don't know up to the hour where they're going to be moving unless they're historically strong and long track. Then you can kind of pin it down on where it might go. But really, you can't predict tornadoes on exactly where they're going to head, unlike a hurricane. But anyways, we do have some strong rotation going on up here. So if we go and look at our velocity here, hence his name, max velocity, right? So looking at the max velocity here, we have strong winds going outbound, and inbound we have winds. So we do have a tight couplet here of rotation. This is showing us that, oh, if these two colors intersect with each other, so you got green meeting red, if the red is brighter and the green is more blue and whatever, not purple, you're going to get a lot of strong rotation. Usually a tornado is usually found there when those two colors meet. Let's actually go southward, where we do have another area. See this one right here? This is a little stronger, but fortunately we don't have a whole lot of red pixels on the other side of this. So you can see winds going toward the radar. And by the way, these are 100-mile-an-hour winds, not at the surface, but in the lower levels of the atmosphere. And then you got some wind going outbound, but not really strong. So this is definitely almost a closed vortex of spin near Venus, Florida. So if you're near Venus, Florida, you're probably seeing this from a distance. And if you're downstream of these tornado warnings, please take shelter. We do got one observed tornado warning right now in this given area. We do got more tornado warnings off to the west. So Fort Myers, we do have tornado warnings in progress. And these are some strong winds, by the way, not just with the tornado, but outside of it. We're already getting winds in the lower levels of the atmosphere up to around 100 miles an hour. And the tropical storm force winds are still pretty far offshore. So Fort Myers, if you're in Arborwood, if you're in Cella Vista, if you're in Suncoast Estates, Slater, please take shelter. Again, tornado warning there. Thing keeps on vibrating. I wonder who that is. Probably from Fox Weather. Port Charlotte, where that camera is, we have some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds too. And again, a tornado warning in that area. And of course, there's a tornado. We'll see if we can get it on camera here. I'll be bringing up some cameras during the stream too today. So heavy rainfall is moving through right now, this heavy rain band. And then, of course, here is a hurricane. The inner core structure trying to hold on for dear life. It is weakening. Even from this morning when I woke up, we had a closed inner core ring of thunderstorms. I woke up at about 7 o'clock this morning, and this thing was a lot stronger than it is now. So it is weakening gradually, but don't let that fool you because right now, this is pretty strong. This is exceptionally strong, as strong as near Hurricane Helene's intensity. We'll see what the plane finds. Oh, well, we missed some of the data there, but I'm guessing they found winds of Category 4 intensity and very strong wind maximum, okay? So we are getting wind gusts, by the way, of tropical storm force already in St. Petersburg in Florida right now. Pinellas Park in the Tampa Bay area getting some tropical storm force winds. Palm Harbor way up here. The conditions here not quite as bad as, say, further south where the winds are a little stronger. And you can see Eagle Beach here. Conditions are really bad right now. We got some high surf. We got some strong winds that are in place right now. And again, we will be watching these cameras for any increase in storm surge throughout the stream. And again, we will be live here up until landfall, which is expected at around 1 or 2 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. All right, we got a new tornado warning right now. Man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now we're down a few. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 7 or 8 tornado warnings. And this one right here is quite strong. So big tornado day with this storm, unfortunately. And we might have another tornado getting ready to do something here to the southwest of that other tornado. So Placid Lakes, Lake Placid, you're going to need to take shelter. This is a tornado warning in progress, and I would not be surprised if that actually gets ready to touch the surface really soon. That rotation is getting stronger. We got rotation getting a little stronger here near Maryland, Wild Island, Plains in Florida. So if you're in Cornwall, Fort Bassinger, please take shelter because, again, there's another tornado warning to your south. Just a group of tornado warnings. And also over here, wow, this is actually observed. I can't believe I missed that. This could be a strong tornado actually on the ground. Oh, wow. Yeah, the rotation on this is off the charts. So let me actually go to Radar Omega. So that storm is near Zana, Marcy, and Bluefield in Florida. Yeah, so I'm tornado tracking and hurricane tracking at the same time. That's what this is all about, pretty much. So let's see if we're able to bring our velocity up here on the velocity thing. Oh, wow. Yeah. This is really strong rotation right here. This is 107 mile an hour couplet on this, touching negative 40. So this, or 40 touching negative 107. So very tight couplet here, headed towards the Marcy area of Florida. Intense rotation on that. And that is on the ground. That is on the ground right now, doing some damage. doing some damage at the moment. So if you're in Bluefield, please take shelter. Oh, that scan is a little late, so we'll have to wait for the next one. So if you're in Zana, Marcy, Bluefield right now, please take shelter. This is a tornado, possibly a strong tornado in progress right now. And this is moving. Let's see how fast this is moving at 25 miles an hour. So it's not moving very fast. This is for southwestern St. Lucie County in east central Florida, southeastern Okeechobee County in east central Florida, northwestern Martin County in east central Florida. Again, public did confirm a tornado, possibly some debris on this. I will be having Twitter up and ready just in case if we do get some damage reports and some footage of tornadoes and things like that. And I'll be able to show you that to you live here on the channel. All right. So this is quite concerning. If you're in Zana, if you're in Marcy, Bluefield, please take shelter. This is a tornado on the ground right now doing possibly significant damage right now. This is in the 10% risk for tornadoes, possibly on the borderline of the significant tornado parameter that we are seeing. So Ethan B should be here momentarily, our severe weather hurricane expert as well, to provide us some of the live coverage, because this is serious. We're talking strong tornadoes today, folks. This has another weapon with it. The weapon is tornadoes. All right, Ethan's gonna need to restart his computer, so he will be on shortly. So right now, this hurricane is expected to produce strong tornadoes, possibly a brief window of significant tornadoes today, a significant tornado outbreak in the 10 sig area. So yeah, you may, and the bad news about this is especially if you're in Cape Canaveral, you could be seeing some hurricane force wind gusts. So not just with tornadoes today, but also with sustained or with wind gusts of hurricane force perhaps as this moves across Florida. All right, Lake Okeechobee, right now, seeing that tornado warning, and we're getting a new scan in right now. It's coming in. Let's see what it shows. Oh, no new scan yet. But yeah, Zana, please take shelter. This is an observed tornado warning. Let's see our correlation coefficient, which measures debris in the air. See if we have any debris on radar, and we do have debris, maybe some debris. Probably not reaching that high, but there is definitely some strong rotation. Let's go back over to Lake Placid. Oh gosh, this rotation on this system definitely has that signature. Oh yeah, maybe another two, maybe three strong tornadoes in about to be in progress here. Oh, come on. Looks like my radar went out. We lost radar in Palm Bay. No, we didn't. Never mind. So we have three areas of rotation that are pretty significant right now. This green and blue area is winds moving toward the radar. So you can see these blue colors right here on your screen. This is velocities moving toward the radar. Toward the radar right now. Oh, and my picture needs to be back. So we are seeing three areas of spin. Lots of outbound. This one especially right up in here. That's pretty strong right now. And then this one over here to the southwest of it near Placid Lakes, that has outbound velocities. This is beginning to weaken a little bit with less outbound velocities, but the inbound velocities over here are quite strong. And that's on the Marcy storm that we've been watching very closely, the Bluefield Zana storm. So these trio of tornado warnings, these could get, one is observed, but these two right here, one of these could get observed at any point right now. Lots of lightning on this too, indicating that the updraft is strong. And with the wind shear sculpting these storms, actually this is in the severe, or they extended the significant. I kind of thought they would. So now it looks like the significant tornado risk has been nudged southward now, actually extended southward. So Moorhaven now, Port St. Lucie to the north, all the way up into Cape Canaveral, Harmony, under a significant risk for tornadoes. This whole area, I know it's hard to see because my radar is on. Let me actually see if I could change the polygon significant color here. So this is where we do have, oh, I'll have to keep it like that. Yeah, this whole purple area or magenta is the significant tornado area. And this is where our tornado warnings are currently in line with. So because of that, they did have to extend this. And we did get one tornado report. Multiple reports of a tornado along the eastern shore of Lake Okeechobee near Port Micah area. So this is not good. This is not good. This hurricane is going to be producing a prolific tornado outbreak potentially today, with multiple instances of significant tornadoes in this area. And we're about to get a couple here, or 3 of them. Well, maybe one that is still on the ground right now, more than likely. Oh gosh, yeah, this is definitely on the ground. It might be coming back down in Marcy, over in the northeastern shore of Lake Okeechobee in Florida, Bluefield, Florida. This is a strong, probably a intense tornado getting ready. We have another area, maybe a tornado, maybe on the ground in Wild Island. So if we actually go over to that, got a new tornado warning. So Golf and Country Club in Florida near Fort Myers, Florida. Rotation here is strengthening, and wow, look at this wind max right here. This is crazy. This wind max still somewhat high in elevation, but look at this. 100-mile-an-hour winds on this. So you could get locally intense wind gusts within this rain band, with those gusts that could be near 100 miles an hour, actually near 70 to 80 at least. But yeah, we do have a little bit of a donut on this storm in Marcy. So a little mini hurricane, little bit of an eye-like future there on the Bluefield storm. So we'll see what happens with this, but yeah, definitely some strong rotation on 4 of the on 3 of these right now at the moment. So Lake Placid, Placid Lakes, if you're in Okeechobee area downstream of this, please take shelter. Again, we are looking at 3 tornado warnings in progress. 3 tornado warnings in progress with powerful Hurricane Milton as it gets closer. Powerful Hurricane Milton with 3 tornado warnings right now. And we will be watching these as those move northward. Once we get Ethan on, we will keep you more updated on this. But as we go and look at our closest radar site to this hurricane, you can see definitely an inner core structure trying to hold together. Definitely eroded on the southwestern side, so we don't have a closed eye wall anymore because of the wind shear that is encroaching onto this. But this is still a very intense hurricane. You can see still velocities on this, still at around 115, 140 mile an hour winds on this hurricane right now at the moment. So this is still a very, very, very powerful hurricane. Even so, it is just beginning to weaken somewhat. It is not weakening very much before landfall, since landfall here is about 12-ish hours away. And we have the live cameras for you here on the stream, as you can see right now. Some heavy rainfall, or not heavy rainfall, right here on this camera. This is in the Eaglewood Beach area. And we're waiting for that storm surge to really pick up. Right now, the flow is more offshore, but we could expect the storm surge to really get going as the hurricane inches closer. And look at the winds here, definitely picking up, definitely stronger. But how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Let's get this out to a lot of people, folks. We only have 815 people watching. We will be live here all day. Also, any donations, some of the donations will go to Samaritan's Purse for the recovery efforts in the wake of Hurricane Milton, just like we did with Helene. And looks like, wow, our wave, our surf is getting a little higher up here. Just recently, we got that surf a little higher. So we're going to see if we do get any storm surge, if this starts to spill over. And as it does, we will be watching this very carefully. We will be watching this quite carefully. Because this has the ability of being a pretty serious issue. Being a really serious concern. On that camera, we will be watching that. And then Vince will be watching that camera right here too. Not looking too bad at the moment. As far as the rain goes, we are getting some strong winds, and these birds can't even fly today because the winds are so strong there. Are so strong. So yes, we have to worry about wildlife as well. Wildlife could definitely get impacted, or will get impacted by this. But yeah, this is the hurricane inching closer. Mitchell Beach. Oh yeah, and here is some of the surf on this one. And here is kind of the harbor-ish area. And you can see that the waves coming in. That the surf is picking up there. And this will probably come way up. You watch. It's going to get really, really high as this gets closer. Pretty crazy, though. And the pressure is falling with this right now as we speak. So as the pressure falls, the winds will be picking up, especially as this core gets closer. Yeah, we still have one observed tornado, and 4 tornado warnings in progress down here. This is where the highest tornado threat will be as the storm inches closer. That wind shear picks up. And right now, oh gosh, yeah, that rotation on this storm. So if you're in the Okeechobee area, yeah, we got this storm definitely has strong velocities with it. Strong velocities. Placid Lakes, Lake Placid, getting some strong velocities as well. Wow, this one right here near Lorida in Florida, Wilds Island, that's showing some signs of intensification. We will see if that actually ends up being on the ground and we start getting any debris. Oh wow, we might have a CC drop on that. That might be on the ground. That tornado up there near Wilds Island near Lorida in Florida. Definitely a hook on that. So we will be watching this. We got 1 observed tornado warning, but we have 3 or 2. Wow. Actually, this one has considerable on it. Doesn't have much rotation on it, but it probably has a wind speed max because of that rain band. That's probably why it's warranted for considerable. So yes, if you're in Heron's Glen Golf and Country Club, considerable wind damage is expected because, again, tropical storm force winds, probably near hurricane force wind gusts, are occurring with that tornado. As we can see here on the high-res velocity, we are seeing up to 100 mile an hour velocities just above the surface. So definitely considerable damage there. And it is being observed. No tornado report at the moment, but probably just tornado-like wind damage within that rain band is why they are putting it considerable. So please take shelter. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS on tornado warning here, by the way. Even so, it doesn't look like much. There could be embedded circulations within that. So Heron's Glen Golf and Country Club in Florida needs to be taking shelter right now. This is a tornado. This is a tornado right now on the ground, since it is a PDS. And actually, it is getting tighter. So yes, it is on the ground right now doing some damage, doing quite a bit of damage perhaps. Anyone that is left behind here that did not heed the evacuation orders, that's why we have to still let you all know that if you're in the path of this, please take shelter, because that is a PDS tornado warning. And again, this is out ahead of Hurricane Milton. The main portion of this storm has not even made landfall yet. This is just the beginning of what will be the worst case scenario, potentially a historic system. But this one right here, this is really starting to curl up. And that could be a strong tornado on the ground. I am not surprised if it is strong, because we do have velocities. By the way, velocities on this storm, oh gosh, yes. Strong tornado may be on the ground near Florida. Very intense velocities actually on this one. We're seeing 70, probably touching 40 right now, or even 50. So yeah, maybe a strong tornado on both of these right now in progress. And yes, maybe a third strong tornado on the ground. Again, look at this. This is serious. This is life-threatening right now. Life-threatening. Did I close my radar scope? Oh, no, I didn't. Good. Thought I closed my radar scope. Yeah, look at the velocities on this. This is just, this is so bad. This is very strong rotation right here. Yeah, negative 84 touching 40 right now on this. So that is a strong tornado vortex signature. And here we have 70. So a couple of areas of intense rotation. We got another area here up to about 100. So if you're downstream of these locations, again, Bluefield right now, you need to be taking shelter just west of Bluefield, and then downstream, of course. And then Placid Lakes, Lake Placid, downstream to Prairie Ridge, strong, maybe even violent tornadoes, maybe in progress. Yeah, on Juggernaut, we have 3 intense, maybe violent tornadoes on the ground in Lake Okeechobee area. They're calling for this to be a tornado outbreak on top of Hurricane Helene. So this is the worst thing you could probably have happen with a hurricane, is having a tornado outbreak happening with Hurricane Milton. Which, by the way, Mom, Hurricane Milton is still a Category 4 hurricane, and could be a Category 4 hurricane at landfall. All right, new tornado warning Where is this at? Probably just the updated version. Probably, oh. Interesting. Oh, down here to the south. That's where the tornado warning is. So, man, this is really bad. Pelican Marsh, just to the Pelican Marsh, just to the east of that, there is some rotation. River Hall, Lake Bell, downstream, there is a tornado warning down there. They're already getting gusts up to 70 miles an hour, so near hurricane force wind gusts down there already in progress. And the hurricane is over here, actually over here, and actually looks like the inner core may be trying to regroup a little bit more. Man, that is a very intense system, though. Very intense. And you can see here's another view. Man, another tornado warning. Where did that come from now? So it came from somewhere. We'll have to figure that out. But yeah, there is. Oh, here it is. Okay, this is the continuation of the observed tornado. So this is still on the ground right now. Wow, look at that supercell. So if you are downstream, if you're in Eagle Island right now, Fort Drum. If you're in Fort Drum, please take shelter. All right. And another tornado warning. Man, this is really getting bad. So this is the extension of a considerable tornado warning. Oh gosh, yes, this could be a violent tornado. Near Tucker's Corner right now, velocities are really intensifying on that. Up to 110 mile an hour velocities on this storm near Babcock Ranch. Oh yes, velocities are getting stronger on this. 112 mile an hour velocities. Not far above the ground, probably a couple of thousand feet. So if you are downstream of this, you could get hurricane force wind damage gusts moving into your area. Tucker's Corner, Vermont, please take shelter. This is a life-threatening storm, deadly storm perhaps. Sparkman, please take shelter. This is a particularly dangerous situation unfolding right now. This is as serious as it gets. Multiple tornado warnings, 2, 4, 6, 8 tornado warnings, 9 tornado warnings in progress. 9 tornado warnings in progress right now. Actually, 7. Sorry, 2, 4, 6, 7. Sorry, I miscounted. 7, 8 now. 8 tornado warnings.
Hey, I am here now.
Ethan, we are seeing a tornado outbreak in progress. Multiple strong tornadoes in progress.
This is really interesting. We don't normally see a tornado threat this pronounced with a major hurricane. But we're seeing this with Milton, and we're seeing several tornado warnings, as you've been mentioning. Several of them confirmed at this point. Even north of Cape Coral, we've got confirmed tornadoes. And then to the north of Lake Okeechobee, there's a tornado as well. And there's 2 primary areas that we're seeing at this point. One of these areas is north of Lake Okeechobee. So that's from Sebring down toward the just west of Port St. Lucie area, Fort Pierce. And to the southwest of there, Punta Gorda, north of Cape Coral, all the way down to Naples, we're seeing a banding feature with some embedded areas of rotation. One of those significant areas of rotation being southeast of Punta Gorda now, and that is a very strong couplet. PDS tornado warning continues near Babcock Webb, north of Fort Myers, about 12 miles, moving north at 25 miles an hour. That's a strong circulation right there. And the other confirmed tornado is just to the east of Okeechobee, Florida. That's moving up generally toward the Fort Drum area at about 30 miles an hour. So we've got several tornadic storms going on simultaneously across the Florida peninsula.
And I don't think the SPC said this, but given the fact that we're seeing this many with a 10 sig, this is a tornado outbreak. Another tornado warning, Ethan. Man, up to 9 tornado warnings.
Yeah, it is incredible. We don't normally see a tornado threat this pronounced with a hurricane, as I said before, but the low-level instability is significant, and the wind shear environment obviously has been enhanced by the hurricane, so conditions seem to be favorable for this to continue.
What's the low level instability?
Yeah, so when we're talking about low-level instability, we're talking about CAPE, the convective available potential energy. That's energy available to thunderstorm updrafts. And specifically, the CAPE in the lowest 3 kilometers of the atmosphere. And that's very important because that's where the updrafts stretch vorticity most. That's where you get a lot of the thunderstorm inflow. And typically, values of this above 100 joules per kilogram are considered significant. Across southern Florida right now, we've got 175 to 200 joules per kilogram.
Holy moly. But not, I mean, like in cape numbers, like what's like the ML mixed layer cape? What's the SB cape? Like in numbers. That's the 3 cape, but like what's the actual like raw netted instability?
Yeah, absolutely. The ML cape right now is running between 1,000 and 2,000 joules per
Oh gosh.
kilogram. Sorry, which is very high. Surface-based cape in central Florida peninsula is about 1,500. Down to the southern part of the peninsula, it's up to 4,000 joules per kilogram.
Oh my gosh. We're up to 10.
Yes, that is it.
We're up to now 10 tornado warnings, Ethan. This is getting really bad. Quite overwhelming, actually.
Yes, it is. So we've seen that tornado warning, one of them extended into Sebring, Florida. That's with one of the circulations we've got going that has persisted for quite a while. Sebring, DeSoto City, Lake Placid, Avon Park, that is now under a tornado warning. And that is, I think, the latest one. That goes for uh, about another 33 minutes. Yeah, about another 33 minutes based on this. Just to the east of there, another tornado warning, which was recently extended for north central Highlands and southeastern Polk counties. That's located near the Sebring Regional Airport, about 11 miles east of Sebring itself, moving north at 25 miles an hour. So those two areas of circulation, one near the Lake Placid, Florida area, and the other one is just to the east of DeSoto City. Those are continuing. Those warnings have been extended.
Jeez, dude. Tornado outbreak in progress, at least warning wise. So please take this extremely serious. And Ethan, since we haven't talked in a while, I wanted to let you know this hurricane, not yesterday. Oh, wait. Not yesterday, but the day before, got close to as strong as Wilma and Rita. 897 millibars.
Saw that. That was absolutely incredible. And to have that pressure gradient over such a small horizontal space, that really ramped up the wind speeds.
In fact, I don't think you heard yesterday what the recon found. I think this is suspected data, but they found winds at around 2,000, 1,000 feet above the surface, as high as almost 180 knots yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely incredible with the wind speeds, that pressure response, especially given the compact nature of this hurricane. I mean, this is not, the wind field is getting larger, but it's not as big as what we saw with Hurricane Helene necessarily. So concentrating that pressure gradient over that small space, it just creates enormous wind, enormous momentum, and we saw that with the wind speeds there.
Um, Ethan,
Yes.
you need to go to the Melbourne radar. We might have a violent tornado on the ground in Bluefield. Holy cow, that couplet. That couplet on that storm just north of Lake Okeechobee, northeast of Lake Okeechobee.
What's up, David?
What's up,
Yeah,
Easy?
What's going
Yeah,
on,
hello,
Ethan?
Easy.
What's up, Em? What is it, and what's your question? Yeah, we'll give you the hurricane update, but right now we are getting overwhelmed with with 7 tornado warnings right now. This is literally the worst I have seen it in with a hurricane in quite some time. Ever since probably Beryl, I think. Beryl and now Milton really showing similar DNA with tornado coverage. And you know what, Easy? I got to give you a shout out because you called this, you literally called it that people in Central Florida need to really be watching this because the severe weather tomorrow is going to get absolutely horrendous. And guess what? Look what we're seeing. Look what we're seeing. I mean, you literally did a good job. You literally did one of the best jobs at actually forecasting that severe weather side of it. I'm sure Ethan did too. But yeah, it's good job.
It's absolutely very good to get the word out easy and to give that prediction because, you know, this is a hazard that a lot of people don't really, I think, expect with hurricanes. I mean, they expect some tornado risk, but to have this level of risk, this concentration of warnings, it is something that is pretty uncommon. So, getting the word out there as much as possible, great thing to do.
All right, so I got some bad news. The hurricane has stopped weakening and the winds are still at 145 miles an hour, which means the system is fighting off the shear perhaps. Winds are at 145 miles an hour and pressure has not risen very much. 935 millibars, Ethan. 935 still.
Have very low pressure in here. Also, I wanted to kind of build on something that David mentioned earlier, is that we encourage you to ask questions, and we will get to those questions as we can. The pressing matter at this time is the short-term threat for tornadoes, and then we cover the hurricane risks in tandem with that, and to a broader extent, we're going to be covering that more extensively later on as those conditions really ramp up. But the main threat at this point, the most immediate threat that is, comes with the tornadoes.
Yeah, this tornado threat, you guys got to understand. I know you all are here for the hurricanes and the live cameras, but tornadoes are just as dangerous, if not more dangerous. Actually, they are more dangerous because these are popping up pretty much out of nowhere almost. And think about it, folks. A tornado is like a hurricane, isn't it, Ethan? Similar to a hurricane, but on a much finer scale.
Yeah, it's a destructive vortex of wind, and the thing about tornadoes is that they can be very hard to see in this kind of environment. They can move in a direction that's a little bit unusual, and they can be very strong. They can hit in moments even and produce significant damage. I mean, in this situation, we're seeing the potential for a couple of strong tornadoes, and by that we mean EF2 to maybe EF3 on the enhanced Fujita scale, so capable of producing significant damage.
Yeah, this is not good. And remember, our hurricane is here, which by the way, Ethan, that inner core structure looks like it is strengthening a little bit. So we're gonna need to see if this is able to fight off any of the wind shear. Very, very intense inner core structure, still continuing with reflectivity as high as almost 60 decibels. So yeah, not a good situation. Not a good situation at all.
Yeah, I will say this thing has been really resilient over the last several days. The fact that it has wobbled so much in intensity when it should have been weakening already is just incredible to begin with, and I believe adds a layer of uncertainty to what we're going to be dealing with at landfall. It could still be a category 4, yes, but regardless of category, it's still going to be posing these major threats, including tornadoes, but also later on, severe damaging winds, storm surge, and very heavy rain.
And yeah, like what Ethan said, category doesn't matter here. We know where the impacts are going to be the worst, and it seems like right now the worst, and I mean the very worst as far as storm surge, will be in the Sarasota area. That's what we think is going to happen. And Ethan, 15 feet of storm surge. I want to repeat myself. 15 feet of storm surge in a very populated area that has not seen storm surge this high in nearly 100 years.
Yes, that's incredible, and that's truly the threat that we're concerned about most in this, especially for the coastal areas. Considering it's 15 feet above ground level at maximum, plus the destructive wave action that we're going to be seeing on top of that, that is capable of washing pressures along the coast, causing widespread and potentially catastrophic damage in some areas. So we are very concerned about that storm surge, especially where it's most focused.
All right, so we're going to take a brief break with the tornado, tracking tornadoes, and we're going to read the advisory. Got to do my quick update here on the channel, and then we will get back to live tracking as it always is. So let's see. Okay, here we go. So, of course, right now on the latest satellite imagery, let's bring that up right now. You can see this hurricane is quite resilient. We don't have an eye-like future anymore, but don't let that fool you on the visual or on the infrared satellite imagery. There is no more eye-like future. And the system is almost looks like a supercell thunderstorm with a blob of deep convection, but that's because of the wind shear that the hurricane is dealing with right now. And as we go forward here, you can see that eye-like future disappearing, but don't let that fool you. This is a violent, very intense hurricane right now. Still a Category 4 with 145 mile an hour winds. And because of baroclinic dynamics, this might not weaken a whole lot before landfall. Probably going to be 125, 130 mile an hour winds. It's not going to matter a whole lot because this is very intense. I mean, look at the circulation. Look at how fast that circulation is just to the southwest of the deep convection, Ethan. Look how fast it wraps all the way around. Man.
It is incredible from a meteorological perspective, from a satellite perspective. It's really interesting to see this level of organization.
Yeah. So, the eye, by the way, is in the water vapor imagery, there is still a little bit of a hint of an eye-like future, but on the infrared and also on the visible, it's not really apparent, but there is still a small eye-like future on that imagery. And that's why the hurricane is more likely still a Category 4 hurricane. And because you don't see an eye, we saw this with Delta. Delta had an eye-like future, but it was so small that it wasn't able to clear out. So given that fact, and that thing was a Category 4 hurricane, actually almost a Cat 5, I believe. So just because you don't see an eye does not mean it's no longer a Cat 5 or a Cat 4. It's still a very intense hurricane. This is moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. Winds are at 145 miles an hour from the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That's what we have right now. And this is it. Right now, you have literally less than 30 minutes to get prepared for tropical storm force winds. In fact, tropical storm force winds are already inundating the coast of Siskiyou, Sarasota, going to be moving into Tampa Bay here within the next hour with tropical storm force winds. And we're already seeing tropical storm force wind gusts in our outer banding, especially the one that has that intense tornado on it. So we just talked about the storm surge, destructive storm surge with height inundations up to 10 feet or greater is expected along the portion there of the Florida Peninsula. If you're in a storm surge warning area, this is an extremely life-threatening situation. This is the time to evacuate if told to do so by local officials. Is quickly coming to a close. So this is it. This is it. You have the last 3 days, 4 days to get prepared for this. Actually, the last 5 days to get ready. And this is it. Time's running out. Okay? Just devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida where a hurricane warning is in effect. Milton is expected to remain a hurricane while it crosses the Florida Peninsula, and life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts, are expected. All right. There's also a high risk for river flooding, small stream flooding, and aerial flooding. All right. Major river flooding. So on your main rivers, there is certainly a risk for major flooding. Possibly some of these rivers could get close to record levels of flooding. So that's not good at all. That little purple area, by the way, Ethan, near Punta Gorda, could see up to 12 to 15 feet of storm surge with isolated, Ethan, isolated areas, also easy peasy. You need to know this. Isolated estuaries could see storm surge topping as high as 18 feet potentially. That's up to a 2-story building or even higher than that. Rainfall totals with this are very concerning. Check this out, easy peasy and Ethan. Rainfall totals up to perhaps close to 16 inches additional rainfall to come through the Tampa Bay area, metro area, Orlando, Florida, Sister Key, Sarasota, Florida, could get up to 12 to 16 inches of rainfall with this. My freaking gosh. And you're already seeing at least a couple of inches or 2 to 3 inches of rain that has already fallen. More additional rain is expected. So therefore, there is a high risk for considerable flooding, life-threatening, perhaps unsurvivable flooding, especially along the coast of Tampa Bay and Sister Key. Because again, storm surge combined with freshwater river flooding is going to make the water locally higher in some areas. Keep in mind, maybe up to 18 feet in isolated areas. Orlando, Florida, high risk also for flooding. This area, Ethan, is under a enhanced risk of tornadoes and a high risk for flooding. Worst case scenario you could ever get with a hurricane. Man, talk about a historic hurricane. This certainly is on the table of being the deadliest hurricane, or the most destructive, not the deadliest, but the most destructive hurricane ever on record. Man, I just can't believe it.
Yes, and that just goes to show the multifaceted nature of this, the multiple different hazards that residents in Florida are unfortunately facing with this system. The immediate concern of tornadoes, but later on, as you mentioned, very heavy rain, a high risk of excessive rainfall going up through the central part of the peninsula, and this does include places like Orlando, places north of there, south back to Tampa. So a lot of flooding concerns, freshwater and seawater with the surge taking place in Florida with this, and we don't want to underestimate the flooding threat. We saw what happened with Helene, and so we certainly want to take that flooding risk seriously. Places that don't normally flood are probably going to flood with this, especially if we do get upwards of 1.5 feet of rainfall. This rainfall is also going to act against some of that storm surge coming in, because the surge is coming in and the rain is trying to drain out. It's not going to be able to drain out toward the ocean, so you're going to get water piling up and places flooding. Again, places that don't normally flood could see some pretty significant flooding in this case, in addition to, as you mentioned, the potentially devastating storm surge along portions of the coast.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we are, okay, siesta. All right, it is siesta. Sorry. See, I thought it was, siesta. I was close. Hey, I was close. But siesta key. All right, so if we did want to look at our hurricane models, hey, I'll waste my time at looking at models here. The system is still expected here to be probably about a 958 millibar system on the H-Wharf model. Still will bring hurricane force winds even on the backside. So this is going to get worse before it gets better. And the models are just coming in right now on this at the moment. The HMON, let's see what the 18 or the 12Z HMON is showing right now. And yeah, see, this is not going to weaken a whole lot up until landfall. Possibly estimated landfall pressure of 945 millibars, Ethan. And look at, even with the system by this afternoon, Ethan, 130 knot winds. 130 knot winds on the backside, that north wind coming out of the north around the circulation. 130 30 plus miles an hour.
Yeah, it is very strong. We're expecting widespread power outages associated with that. And so that's a very concentrated area of significant wind damage potential. Sarasota, Tampa, and then further inland, even places like Orlando, you're probably going to be seeing some serious wind gusts, some gusts which could exceed 100 miles per hour even.
So now let's see what the halves A shows. Yeah, look at the halves A. Very similar here. And you know what? The scary thing is that the halves A does show this deepening a little bit briefly before landfall because of that baroclinic energy. And the hurricane force wind field is rapidly expanding as we speak. So this is not going to weaken much more before landfall, unfortunately. And it does make landfall with an estimated pressure of around 940, 945 millibars. And wow, those backside of the winds are going to be very, very strong. That's where we do have live cameras along the coast here to bring you that information. Going to be pretty devastating. Even hurricane force winds onshore, Ethan, sustained winds well onshore, sustained right around about 75 to 85 miles an hour with gusts over 120, maybe 130 miles an hour.
Yes, absolutely. And we're going to be seeing at this point too, even if whatever the winds are, we got to take a lot of things into consideration. Number one, this is still going to be a major hurricane. There's still going to be significant and widespread wind damage. We are going to probably be seeing some extreme wind warnings tonight along the coast, Tampa, Sarasota. It's very probable that those areas will need an extreme wind warning for that damage. Secondly, as David mentioned, the wind field is expanding, so this is going to broaden the area of impact and also bring up storm surge concerns further away. That's part of why we're seeing on the east coast of Florida and up toward the coastal counties of Georgia, we're seeing storm surge alerts coming in there and some evacuations, because we could have up to 5 feet of storm surge on the east coast even, because we get that cyclonic flow. It's coming around from the east on the north side, it's coming around to the west on the south side of this system.
I can't believe. Do you think, Ethan, this could be worse? Well, I just said that I didn't really say this in my live stream, but do you think this could be worse in Helene as far as damage, power outages, fatalities? Could this be worse in Helene?
It'd be a really hard metric to judge. I would say on the just on the level of damage, all things considered, it'd be very hard for it to beat Helene, because Helene was just an absolute catastrophe in every sense of the word. This one is going to be possibly packing some, maybe some equivalent winds, but not over as big of an area, and it is going to go offshore pretty quickly once it, goes past Florida. We're not going to be seeing any more of this. We're not going to have that orographic rainfall concern in the southern Appalachians.
True.
Appalachians are totally free of this system. That's a great
Okay.
thing. Um, but we'll probably be seeing a million plus power outages, yes, and widespread severe damage, widespread flooding across the central and northern part of the Florida Peninsula. Absolutely.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if it's on the GFS anymore. Let's kind of look at the GFS really quickly. 12Z run. Let's go. 12Z run. You're in. So there was maybe a concern. It doesn't look like it's on the 12Z run of a third system to develop in the Gulf of Mexico. And actually, that might be possible still. And guess what? It could head towards Florida with more excessive heavy rainfall.
That would not be good. That would just exacerbate the flooding, because this flooding is going to be something that lasts for a little while. It's going to take a long time for this water to drain, especially in areas in northern Florida where we already saw significant impacts hydrologically from Hurricane Helene.
Oh, yeah. If you're watching this still, Juggernaut, which I think you are, wow, it is sure raining over Ocala right now. And there are some embedded areas of heavy rainfall as well. No rotation at all. Two new tornado warnings. 7 tornado warnings in progress. So, with that being said, oh, Ethan, looks like this eye is trying to close up a little bit more on the western side.
Yeah, I'm just looking from the KTBW radar site in Tampa, and I'm already seeing that intense eye wall convection, even not far offshore.
Oh, gosh. If this intensifies even a little bit more, it just means it's not weakening, and that's just going to be a bear of bad news. Bear of bad news. All right, so right now in Everglades City, tornado warning has now been issued. This is just nonstop tornado after tornado warning. And there is a bounded weak echo region on that, Ethan, in the Everglades City tornado warning. Look at that small donut, that little eye-like feature.
Yeah, and what David means by bounded weak ecoregion, that's a small area co-located with the updraft of a supercell where it's surrounded by rain, but the updraft of the storm is so strong that the rain can't fall in that particular spot. So what we get is where the storm updraft is, we get a little hole where there's not very much reflectivity, there's not very much rain. And so that's an indicator that we've got a strong updraft with a supercell, as we're seeing here just to the east of Everglades cities. And that is a new tornado warning, as David just mentioned a little bit ago, that is in effect for central Collier and south central Hendry counties, about for another 25 minutes or so. And that's near Everglades City, moving north at 55 miles per hour. So very fast motion on that one. To the north, the other new tornado warning is near Sebring, moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. That's northwestern Highlands, northeastern Hardy, and south central Polk counties. This is also in effect until about 1:45 p.m.
All right, I want to give a storm report from Christopher that just donated $20. Again, all the donations, some of them, at least 20% of those donations will go to Samaritan's Purse. So if we can get this stream up to $1,000 today, that would be at least $300 or $400, something like that. That would go to Samaritan's Purse. So, yeah, anything that is earned on this stream does go to Samaritan's Purse. Well, not anything, because some of it will come to me, but some of it will go to Samaritan's Purse as well. But on the side note of that, Christopher Edwards does say winds are sustained already up to 20 miles an hour with light rain for now in mellow. It's mellow there, but calm before the storm. So Jacksonville Beach right now, which is up there, even getting winds, Ethan, up to 20 miles an hour that far from the storm.
Yes, and that just goes to show the massive wind field that is expanding on this.
So, Ave Maria, if you're in the Imbolocki, oh my gosh, these names, Floridian names. Getting tornado warning there. We have multiple tornado warnings in effect right now. All of these, thank goodness, are radar indicated except for one. And we just got a tornado report, social media pictures and videos of tornado near Wild Island. So that was probably from earlier. So yeah, Peter Moss, thank you for the $5 donation. Look at velocity from Key West radar showing. Wow, Ethan. 160 mile an hour winds in the eye wall right now from Key West radar.
Yeah, it's just an expansive area that you can see. And reaching far from the center of the storm, an important point that we try to make is that the hazards don't just concentrate where the core is or where the cone of uncertainty is, they extend far beyond that.
This is probably a little overrated, but yeah, it's picking up, Ethan, 180 mile an hour winds. That's pretty high up though, but 180 mile an hour winds are being detected on that radar.
Right, we're already being able to see some of that structure, even this far offshore, even several hours from landfall. We're starting to be able to pick that up.
And actually, portions of that eye wall may be closed, maybe beginning to close up. It's hard to say, but wow, it doesn't matter at this point. That is a very intense hurricane. And the plane is going to be making another center in there. All right, we got 2 new tornado warnings, Ethan. One is observed, and the other one is radar indicated. But, geez, the magnitude of these tornado warnings. 9 of them.
Yeah, that is incredible. We don't see this very often. And as you said, near Fort Drum, confirmed tornado from emergency management now. This has been the most persistent supercell we've seen coming off of the northern Lake Okeechobee area. This has persisted for quite a while. Um, and this is going until 2 p.m. with this new tornado warning. And it is moving northward at about 30 miles per hour. Blue Cypress Lake, it's going to be there at about 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time. Fort Drum, it's basically already there. The other tornado warning is in southeastern Polk County, Florida, and that's about 10 miles northeast of Avon Park, moving north at 25 miles per hour. So these are some of the latest, as David said, tornado warnings going on. That confirmed tornado going on in the eastern part of the Florida Peninsula. Now it is to the southeast of Fort Drum, but it is moving northward. Again, emergency management confirmed tornado, and that's going to be moving in the general direction of Blue Cypress Lake within about the next 25 minutes.
Correct. Also near south of Indian Lakes Estates, we have a very tight couplet on that. Lake Arbuckle there in that other tornado warning in the lakeshore, that is a very tight couplet. That could get confirmed if that gets closer to the ground. Yeah, look at the velocities on this, Ethan. We have 88 touching negative 33 on that. I don't know if you're seeing that. That one near Hillcrest Heights. Thank you, Some Ways, for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it.
Which one are you looking at, David?
The Frostproof one, Indian Lake Estates, the northernmost tornado warning in Florida. There's a really tight couplet on that.
That is quite pronounced off to the. I'm sorry.
This is on the ground. There's a debris ball. Yep.
What radar are you looking from?
I am looking at from Milbourne radar site.
I'm not seeing a debris ball.
Are you sure? Because I'm seeing one. I'm seeing a CC drop. There's like a little bit. There's a little bit. And if I go to the reflectivity, it correlates with some of the heavier rain. It could be. See what the National Weather Service does with that, but that is definitely, it's correlated with the strongest rotation right there.
I'm looking at it right now through GR2, and it's a little bit to the east of the rotation by like a little bit.
Ethan, can you look at that? If that's a debris ball, that's the beginnings of something.
It might be. It just might be the radar. I'm looking.
I've been looking at it. I can't positively confirm that it's debris at this point. It does seem to be a little bit mismatched from the area of rotation, but it is certainly something to watch.
I'm going to see if it is on the other radar site, if it's coming up across. Okay, yeah, it's only on the Milbourne radar site. Okay, looks like it disappeared, so maybe that wasn't. Man, that is some tight rotation, though. That is some tight rotation. Probably picking up, pulling out a few trees. Oh. We got a new tornado warning. This is... Wow, that's some strong rotation on that storm. wish we had another radar site near this system. This is right in the middle of the two radar sites, so it's gonna be judging which one is more better at seeing this. I would say this one in Milburn is. Yeah, that rotation is very intense. It's actually messing with the radar. So downstream of this, Indiantown, Arundel, into River Park, way downstream. We're gonna need to watch this one. JW Corbett Wildlife Management Area, getting quite a bit of rotation on that. Strong rotation, actually. In fact, we do have a pretty, somewhat of a solid area of 115 mile an hour velocities on that.
And that's the latest one, right?
Yeah, that's the latest tornado warning.
Northern Palm Beach County, that's a new one. It's a smaller one compared to the others, but certainly a strong area of rotation has showed up, made an appearance there, and it's going to be moving off just to the east of Indiantown, and generally up toward the direction of Ocean Breeze Park, Stewart, Fort Pierce, if it were to maintain intensity.
Yeah. Water temperature off the Florida coast is running almost in the upper 80s, someone said. That is really warm. Yeah, Arcadia, that's the storm that we're going to be watching. Oh, extension tornado warning. Wow, they're really on top of this one. That rotation really has intensified then. Indiantown now under tornado warning, North River Shores. We're seeing that in effect right now. Radar has indicated rotation. That's that's from this tornado warning right here. This area of rotation. So it's right in here, and this is moving that way towards North River Shores. So if you're downstream of this, please take shelter. We also have some rotation intense. Man, almost all these are rotating. They could issue literally tornado warning here, a tornado warning here, and literally we would already have 11 tornado warnings. There is one over Lake Okeechobee. There's another one northwest of Moore Haven that is showing signs of stronger rotation.
Yeah, and I did want to say here too, the southernmost tornado warning has a confirmed tornado now based on Doppler radar. This is located near Copeland, or about 13 miles northeast of Everglades City. Again, moving 55 miles an hour. That is a confirmed tornado now.
Wow. Jeez. Man, all these storms down to the south have hooks on them. Oh my goodness.
That's indicative of the wind shear environment that we're dealing with. We could see some additional tornadoes moving up toward the Okeechobee area if these storms organize a little bit more, because we're seeing some circulation trying to develop there as well. It's incredible just the prevalence of hook echoes we're seeing, that radar indication that these thunderstorms are rotating.
And it's interesting, Ethan, the wind shear is bad for hurricanes, but for tornadoes, it's like food for the storms. It's like food for the severe thunderstorms. It's like,
Yeah. It is interesting to see, because normally when we're talking about tornado outbreaks and everything, we're talking about the threat being higher with better wind shear, with stronger shear. But for hurricanes, they form in a different manner. They're structured differently. They are basically heat engines, and they require that vertical stacking of the low to really get that deep low pressure. And wind shear tilts that and messes it up. So wind shear is a bad thing for hurricanes, but hurricanes themselves can produce enhanced low and mid-level wind shear.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. By the way, Ethan, Recon just found winds up to 120 knots. Hello?
I'm here.
Sweet. So yeah, the plane is in there right now, and they're about to penetrate the eye very soon, and we'll see what the pressure is like. We'll see how much this has actually weakened. You know what? Is this doing a little eye wall replacement cycle? I wonder if it actually might be. Maybe not. Oh, I guess not. It looked like at first it was trying to develop an outer eye. Oh, they got the center. Let's see with what they found. Let's see with... Okay, pressure has gone up. Pressure's going up. Oh, wait, nope. Hold on. So the lowest pressure that they could find is 937 millibars. So it has not weakened very much. It has not weakened. Just maybe a millibar or two.
Also want to say, Peter Moss, thank you for the donation. He says there's a new mesoscale discussion out.
Oh, let's see what they have to say. Hold on a second.
And I do want to say here, while David's pulling that up, I do want to say thank you to each and every one of you with your support in the stream, be it by donations or whatever it may be. David, in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, donated over $500 to the relief efforts of Hurricane Helene, and that was something that you all helped make possible. You all helped in that aftermath of Helene in multiple ways, so we definitely appreciate anything that you have done, anything that you're doing. It is amazing. The streams we did during Hurricane Helene, the support that you guys gave was absolutely phenomenal. We definitely appreciate that. And any way that you can support the stream, even if it's just by giving the stream a like or subscribing to the channel, we definitely appreciate that. We're going to help to get the word out further and hopefully be able to help in the aftermath of this as well.
All right, new meso discussion is out. Let's see. Wow, we should not be talking about tornadoes in a hurricane like this, but we are today. So the tornado threat north of Lake Okeechobee is increasing as a cluster of discrete supercells move generally northward. A strong tornado or two will be possible this afternoon. A cluster of discrete supercells continues to move north-northwest near Lake Okeechobee. Surface temperatures have risen into the low 80s, with the most heating occurring in the east central Florida. The area where temperatures are in the 80s and dew points in the upper 70s will be where the tornado threat will be maximized this afternoon. The storm just west of Lake Okeechobee, Glades County, is currently producing a tornado per TDS evident on the KMLB radar dual pool data. Given the easterly flow and the expected strengthening of the low-level wind field with time, that data has shown slow improvement in low-level shear. The tornado threat north of Lake Okeechobee will continue to increase this afternoon. The environment will support a strong tornado or two with these storms. So that's with one of those meso discussions. This is probably the most recent one. Yeah, it looks like the most recent one. So tornado threat to continue over the next few hours. A strong tornado or two is possible even over here. A convective band associated with Hurricane Milton continues to track inland across the southwestern Florida peninsula. Ongoing supercells have produced confirmed tornado near Fort Myers. Further cell development continues on the southern flank of this band, tracking northward into a more favorable SRH environment, which is storm relative helicity, which Ethan will explain after this discussion. Sampled from the VAD profile at TBW Tampa, Florida, a strong thermal gradient remains in place across the southern Florida peninsula with ML Cape around 2,000 joules per kilogram, aided at temperatures in the upper 70s to lower 80s. Expect continued potential for tornadoes, a few of which may be strong, to continue through the afternoon. Wow. So that's what that is showing. And then the southernmost tornado warning, we want to read this. The severe threat for tornado watch 690 continues. Tornadoes remain possible south of Lake Okeechobee with the developing deepening updrafts. Temperatures in the South Florida have risen into the upper 80s to near 90. Several updrafts have begun to develop and deepen south of Lake Okeechobee per local radar ZDR data. These updrafts sufficiently deepen, they will be capable of producing tornadoes as the low-level flow is only expected to intensify through the day as Hurricane Milton continues east of its wind field expands. The greatest potential will be with storms closer to the eastern coast as cloud cover has been less abundant. Further low-level winds are more backed with northward extent, which will increase tornado potential there as well. So there is a potential here for a tornado or two, but strong tornadoes over Lake Okeechobee and northward are going to be the concern here. And still an enhanced risk is issued. Oh, and new tornado warning has been issued. Let's see what we got. So hopefully that covered it really well with the meso discussion. So the radar has indicated rotation with this Charlie Creek, Fort Meade. Wow, that couplet, Ethan, on that radar is pretty insanely strong. Fort Meade tornado warning, the one that just got issued. And now we're up to 11 tornado warnings, by the way. 11 tornado warnings with Ethan, by the way, and easy peasy, with radar still picking up on 170 plus mile an hour winds way offshore with Hurricane Milton.
Yes, absolutely. Those latest tornado warnings include one near Avon Park, Florida. This is in northeastern Hardee and south central Polk counties. 45 more minutes, so this is a pretty long one here. Moving off to the northwest at 25 miles an hour, just to the west of Lake Okeechobee, another tornado warning for central Glades County. This one was issued, this is near Lakeport, moving north at 40 miles per hour, and that's going to be impacting mainly the Lakeport area, and then moving up northward toward where that supercell cluster had already been. Areas to the west of Venus, or to the east of Venus, Florida, and potentially up near Lake Placid, maybe east of there. And we've got another storm that's coming off of Lake Okeechobee, near Okeechobee itself. We're going to see if this does anything. It does have a little bit of a supercellular shape to it, a slightly stronger updraft, so we'll see. That one might eventually need tornado warned as well.
Also, the Lakeport one, Ethan, you might want to check the velocity data. Oh my goodness. It's actually going off the charts on that Lakeport tornado. That could be on the ground really soon if that keeps up.
Yes, it could, and that is a really strong area of rotation, as you noted. Inbounds are over 50 knots based on the Melbourne site. I haven't switched over to the other one, but very strong rotation on that one, and it's going to be moving northward again. Areas to the southeast of Lake Placid, areas near and to the west of Brighton, Florida, need to be on the lookout for this one. As David said, it could produce a tornado at any moment if it's not doing that already.
Yeah, the velocity on this is pretty strong.
I do want to say one thing. I do have a traffic camera up, and it's covering the northernmost confirmed tornado warning. The storm has just passed over, and I do not see any lowerings.
We got,
Interesting.
golly, where we have 2 new tornado warnings. Man, this is increasing. So yeah, that Lakeport one. Ethan, go to Tampa Bay radar right now. That velocity is insanity. Insanity.
Okay, let me switch over.
And
Oh my.
yeah, that might be on the ground. That might be on the ground.
Yeah, that's a pronounced TVS, tornado vortex signature. That area of rotation just to the east of Venus, Florida. And generally, the storm is moving off to the north, maybe a little bit to the northwest. Lake Placid, if this moves any more northwest, you need to be on alert for this. And if you're in areas that are downstream toward the Lake Placid area, probably need a warning extension pretty soon. You won't be able to see it coming because there's a bunch of rain between the potential tornado and that location.
Alright, we got tornado on the ground for the northernmost tornado. I'm looking at it through a traffic camera right now. There is
Oh shoot!
rotation
Can you
that
send
is
me the
touching
Can
the
you
ground.
send me the link to that, please? Send me the link to that.
I'm just on the Florida 511 website.
Just can you? Oh my gosh! Can you just?
There. I just sent it in the group chat.
Okay.
It's
Which
off
camera?
it's off the screen now. There's like hundreds of them. There's nothing.
Crap.
Just
Oh shoot.
it's off the camera now, but there was rotation hitting the ground. There is multiple cameras leading up to it though, so hold on. Let me see if I can find a different camera.
I'm looking at all the cameras
Yeah,
right.
while you guys do that, I want to say too, they did get that tornado warning extension toward the Lake Placid area, like we were just talking about, southwestern Highlands County. That tornado is moving up in that general direction. We also have a tornado warning for Okeechobee now. That storm did get tornado warned, and this is near Taylor Creek or Treasure Island, moving north at 35 miles per hour. It's going to be there in moments, if not there already, around the Okeechobee area.
And also velocity data, Ethan, 100-mile-an-hour velocity couplet on this.
Yes, it is quite strong and could produce a tornado at any moment, if not already.
We really need to watch this. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely, and as we just got mentioned a little bit ago from EZ, who was also here in the chat with us today, visual confirmation of a confirmed tornado to the east of Fort Drum, Florida. So that's going to be just to the southeast of Yeehaw Junction, and that's going to be moving northward too. That tornado warning has not been extended yet, but at some point it might need to be because we do have a confirmed tornado with that one. And then behind that, again, Okeechobee in another tornado warning.
My gosh. Wow, the waves on the Tampa Bay are really picking up. Look at this. This is another camera showing those big those waves that are pretty choppy. And there is even some spray, by the way. Look at the spray. This is the Skyway Bridge. Skyway Bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing that water getting really agitated and the winds picking up significantly. Don't want to be traveling if you're in any of these affected areas. Hopefully you've evacuated if you were told so. But in any case, you don't want to be traveling right now because the wind is already picking up. Conditions are deteriorating fast.
Looks like fog, But it's actually rain and spray. That's what it looks like. It's like rain and spray. And this is only tropical storm force winds. Imagine when the hurricane force winds come later on, what this is all going to look like. Let me see if we got any cameras along the ocean. No, we don't. Darn it.
We might possibly have some debris on that tornado warned storm
In Glades,
just to the east of
I'm looking at a
Venus,
CC
Florida,
drop
the
it
one-
right to the west of the Okeechobee River. There's a debris ball with that.
Wait, which tornado warning?
The one in Glades.
The
Central
Glades.
Glades County.
Yeah,
Is
Glades
that
County.
is that the southernmost tornado warning?
No, that is the one right next to the Okeechobee River, to the west of it.
Yeah, that
Oh,
appears to be debris.
is that
Yep, that.
Lake Placid, like the extension?
Yep.
Oh, yep. I kind of thought that would do something. That couplet is quite strong.
That is 7,500 feet in the air, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
That's
that.
debris being lofted over a mile into the sky.
And velocity on this is up to 102 miles an hour.
Yeah, so we've got a confirmed tornado on that. We are yes, yeah, definitely debris being detected on that now. Confirmed tornado that we're seeing here just to the east of Venus, Florida, moving up toward the Lake Placid area at this point.
That debris ball just got a lot deeper.
Yes, it did.
Wow.
Also want to say too, we have a tornado warning that is just to the east of Arcadia, Florida. This is for Central Hardee and northeastern DeSoto counties. That's another new tornado warning, moving northwest, I should say, at 35 miles per hour.
Golly. 12 tornado warnings. 12 tornado warnings. Oh my gosh.
And another tornado warning, another new tornado warning. Northeastern Hardee, South Central Glades County. This is 9 miles southeast of Devil's Garden, moving north at 45 miles an hour. Moore Clewiston, looks like
God.
those areas are going to be impacted by this as well. The debris signature has gotten even deeper to the southeast of Lake Placid. This is not listed as a confirmed tornado warning in this warning yet, but you need to be seeking shelter because we are seeing indications that there is one on the ground at this point. Currently, that's going to be a couple miles to the east of Venus, Florida, moving up generally in the direction of Lake Placid.
We might have a intense tornado on the ground. Look at the debris on that. Lake Placid.
Yes, it is very pronounced at this point. We're seeing that definite signs of debris being lofted. And as Easy said, it's over a mile. At this point, it's being lofted over a mile into the air.
Let me go to my different radar where I could actually do different scans. This is the most tornado warnings that we have had probably since Beryl.
This is absolutely insane. Look, Lake Okeechobee is almost entirely surrounded by tornado warnings.
Oh my gosh.
That's incredible.
This is really bad. This is really, really bad.
just for reference here, David in the chat, not you, David Schlauhauer, David in the chat here, it's common for strong hurricanes to produce tornadoes. Yes, it is common for hurricanes to have some tornadoes, but not at this magnitude. This is something unusual that we're seeing with Hurricane Milton here.
Okay, that debris, let's see. Why is the debris not even being... Oh, it's got to download the latest radar data. Hold on. Another tornado warning! 14 tornado warnings! Oh.
At this point, it's hard to keep up with, even.
I can't even keep up with it. I just cannot. 14 tornado warnings. Could we approach a record most tornado warnings? Oh.
Definitely still seeing debris signature to the east of Venus, Florida, several miles off to the southwest of Brighton, and it is moving to the northwest at this time. The circulation is still present. It seems a little bit broader than before, but it is still present. It is still pronounced, and the debris signature is definitely still there. Lake Placid and Placid Lakes, please be in shelter. This is still not listed as a confirmed tornado in the warning, but don't let that fool you. There is a tornado on the ground. We are seeing definite indications of that.
Also, up to almost 70 decibels on that storm in Indian River County, Florida. And there's a bounded weak echo region. So that is a pretty strong supercell right there.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, echo
Several
tops on that.
supercells going
In
on.
fact, echo tops on that storm are up to 51,000 feet.
That is a deep storm. A deep layer of instability I noted in the rapid refresh soundings from last night. It is really deep, and it is really significant instability in the lowest 3 kilometers of the atmosphere. That's a very important area, I believe, for assessing this tropical cyclone tornado risk, and that's why we're seeing this in this here. And okay, whoops. Well, Venice, Florida. Okay. I do apologize for that. I am from Indiana, and I am not familiar with these names.
Oh, what happened?
It's Venice, Florida, not Venus, Florida.
Oh, see, I messed up on that too. It's Venice. It's Venice, something like that. Okay, we just got, I think from earlier, 3 tornado reports in near the Fort Myers area of Florida. Tornado damage, wow. We have damage to homes from social media, and we have more damage to homes and buildings. Oh my gosh. We're already getting damage, and the hurricane has not approached, well, at least the eye of it has not approached yet. Oh man, this is definitely going to be probably worse. The worst hurricane in nearly a century. Probably in a century. Going to be the worst hurricane. Yeah, big time. At this point, I'm calling it a tornado outbreak. We're seeing a tornado outbreak in progress.
Yeah, and what I have some immediate concerns of too is north of Venice, Florida, this debris signature is going to be crossing Highway 27 here pretty soon. Anyone who's on Highway 27 is going to need to be in shelter and be off the road because this might be difficult to see as it's coming in. Also, at the intersection with Highway 70 coming in south of Lake Placid, that area too, please be off the road. This is a very dangerous storm, and it is producing. We still don't have a confirmed tornado warning on it at this point, but we are. Oh, wow.
What is it?
We are. The debris signature has. It has gotten deeper. Definitely a significant debris signature on that just to the northeast of Venice, Florida.
Holy cow. Yeah, that is very defined. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know what, Ethan? We might have two debris signatures. Maybe, maybe not. Two separate debris signatures. One over Parker Island. I don't know what that's all about, if that's a glitch.
I am not sure.
We need to get cameras. Let's see if there's cameras, if we can capture anything. Oh, no cameras in this area. No cameras.
Importantly here, debris signature is coming northward, and it is going to cross at about the intersection of Highway 27 and 70, just a little bit south of there, perhaps even. So Lake Placid and Placid Lakes surrounding areas, please be in shelter. This tornado is still on the ground and still presents a pretty well-defined debris signature.
Wow, Ethan, the debris on this goes all the way up to 10,000 feet.
It's definitely being lofted to a pretty impressive height.
Oh my gosh. This is really bad. Probably as bad as Beryl with with the number of tornado warnings. Oh my gosh, Ethan. Think this frame just updated at a different level. We're getting debris. Wow, we might be getting debris lofted to 18,000 feet on this tornado warning in Placid Lakes.
That is definitely seems like we've been dealing with a strong tornado in this situation. The good news is that the TVS doesn't seem to be quite as strong. It seems to be kind of broadening out a little bit, so this might weaken as it approaches Lake Placid, but we don't want you to get out of your shelter yet, because this is still a debris ball. It's about to cross south of the intersection Highway 70 and 27. It is about to go right over that road, but the rotation doesn't seem quite as defined as before, so we might be seeing some good news on that front. But again, do not get out of your shelter until the all clear has been given. This is a dangerous thunderstorm we're dealing with.
Oh, we got a hail marker on the Indian River County storm. Wait, I thought there was not really a hail risk today. There is not a hail risk, but yet I guess there is.
It would be interesting to get hail. I think it'd be very unlikely, given the tropical air mass, but this is based on a radar produced algorithm, and so sometimes it doesn't give a totally accurate representation of the hail that is occurring with the storm.
New tornado warning. Where in the heck is this?
I'm trying to find it.
Should pop up here soon. Yep. There it is. Northernmost warning. So now this is Davenport. If you're in Greenleaf, if you're in Lake Alfred, Polk City, Winter Haven in Florida, you need to be taking shelter right now. Tornado warning has been issued. Waverly. Geez, look at that supercell, Ethan. Look at how it's hooked. And there are two storm chasers on it. Two storm chasers are on that storm.
Yeah, we're looking at the velocity imagery too. The inbound velocities, that's the air that's coming into the storm. It is quite pronounced. Storm relative velocity in that area is over 60 knots feeding into that storm. So it is a strong supercell, very pronounced with this latest tornado warning for central Polk County. And as David just said, moving up toward the areas of Polk City, Haines City as well. Davenport, Winter Haven, Dundee, Waverly. Currently, this is near the Alcoma area, just to the east of Lake Wales. But those areas I just mentioned before, it is moving up in that direction, and it is a well-defined supercell.
Man, this is. I'm really hoping this does not continue for the. It's going to continue all day, but wow. I was not expecting this many of tornado warnings. Not at all. I was expecting to track more of the hurricane side of things than the severe weather side of things. This
All right,
hurricane.
we might have a CC drop in Okeechobee. It's very scattered, but there is a potential drop.
Let's see. Let's see. Lake Okeechobee or Okeechobee City. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there might be. Maybe a slight. Yeah, there might be a slight CC drop. It is correlated with strongest rotation there. Fourteen tornado warnings again.
I also got a camera on that.
All right. Oh man, Ethan. Hold on. This could be a violent tornado on the ground in Lake Placid. Violent tornado on the ground. This is
okay, I am looking at that.
This is a particularly dangerous situation. Please take cover now. Damage threat is considerable. This is a PDS tornado warning right now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. For Lake Placid area, Lake Placid, Florida, okay? Moving north at 20 miles an hour. It's not moving very fast.
The rotation on it does look to be a little bit less severe than it was a few frames back. But yeah, definitely still there.
It is, yeah, they issued the PDS. 15 tornado warnings, Ethan. 15 tornado warnings. Oh.
It is incredible here. As David just said, that latest PDS tornado warning, Lake Placid, DeSoto City. It looks like this is for Central Highlands County, and this goes until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And new tornado warnings still being issued on this. Incredible surge of tornado warnings, which again, we do want to focus our attention to at this point. That's why we're paying so much attention to this. For the people in the chat wondering, this tornado threat is an immediate and serious concern to the residents in this area.
Urgent update, we might have another tornado on the ground to the southwest of Lake Placid. If you go to correlation coefficient and velocity, strong couplet showing up just to the northeast of Sparkman, actually east of Sparkman, Florida. Strong rotation on that, and possibly a CC drop.
Where's this at?
East of Sparkman, Florida. Okay, so it's the... Oh my gosh, it's hard to say. It's the closest tornado warning to Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Florida.
Yeah, I see that.
16 tornado warnings.
It's hard to say if there's a debris ball on that. I don't, because the radar on CC is just so messed up right now. So I really don't know.
I thought we got a new tornado. Oh, we did get another new tornado warning. Yeah, maybe not. Wait.
Did y'all read the tornado report near Lake Placid?
Oh, there's a new one? I did not see that.
Video and images of a large wedge tornado on the ground moving north-northeast near
Yup.
Placid Lakes near State Road 70 and US 27.
Yup, I see that. The wedge tornado on the ground. Oh my gosh. And this is going right into Sylvan Shores. Sylvan Shores in Highlands County, Florida. Wedge tornado, Ethan. Talk about a tornado outbreak. This is probably the worst tornado outbreak I have witnessed.
All right, confirmed debris ball in Okeechobee. Huge debris ball in Okeechobee.
I kind of thought so. I knew that something was going to fall on that. I knew something was going to fall.
It's deep. It's very deep.
Oh my gosh, yes. Another strong tornado in progress, maybe.
Hold on, let me see if I have any cameras down there.
Oh my gosh, that debris ball. That is very deep. Possibly another wedge tornado. I need to take... I need to post this on Twitter. Strong tornado in in Okeechobee, Florida. Strong tornado on the ground. Massive tornado outbreak in progress in central southern Florida. Two strong tornadoes within the 16 tornado warnings that we are witnessing. So if you're in Okeechobee, wow, that debris signature. Strong tornado now moving into Dixie Ranch Acres right now. Strong tornado in progress. Strong tornado right now. Dixie Ranch Acres in Florida. Ethan. Ethan.
All right, we got a new tornado report. Emergency manager confirms tornado on the ground near Dixie Ranch Acres, which is in Okeechobee.
Yep. And a PDS. Okay, this is now a particularly dangerous situation.
Yes.
Ethan, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Strong tornado on the ground in Okeechobee, northwest of Okeechobee, Dixie Ranch Acres. Emergency management reporting a tornado on the ground. Large tornado on the ground.
Yeah, that is a debris signature that has become a lot more pronounced here in the last couple scans. Looks like it's going to be in the southeastern or southwestern part of Okeechobee County. Just to the northwest of Okeechobee itself, that debris signature has gotten a lot more pronounced here in the last couple scans.
Oh my gosh.
Also, that TVS is moving over Lake Placid now.
Oh my gosh. Take a look now at that debris signature now. This debris signature is almost 2 miles wide. 2 miles wide. Ethan?
I think he's losing connection.
Do you see that? Easy. 2 mile wide debris ball.
It's hard to say if it's exactly 2 miles wide because it is 4,500 feet in the air, and it might
Yeah,
just be spread out.
it might be. Yeah.
So we can't really confirm that it's a 2 mile wide tornado, but this is a good sized tornado to say the least.
I'm waiting for scans to come in. Uh, on the CC. Oh, right over here. Oops, I'm using the wrong radar site. I want to see how high this debris is going up to.
We have no cameras near the Okeechobee.
No, we don't. I know it's. I heard. Hey, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Debris is being lofted on this storm up to 10,000 feet almost.
Yeah, that has shown up here recently as a dangerous storm that we're dealing with here, and that is a particularly dangerous situation 9 miles north of Okeechobee, moving north at 35 miles an hour. Radar confirms significant debris ball as we are seeing southeastern parts of Okeechobee County, including Whispering Pines, listed in that warning. Really well-defined debris signature at this point.
We got another debris signature just to the east, near Stewart and St. Lucie, Port St. Lucie, near that area.
Is it in the same warning near Eagle Island?
It's the warning like directly to the east of the Okeechobee warning, near St. Lucie.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
that
toward
one.
the coast.
Okay,
It's a tight couplet. I might have jumped the gun on the CC, but it did look like there was a good CC drop on the last frame.
great. It's tornado. I can't describe how bad this is.
Hold on, I think we have cameras.
Oh, yeah. Let me go over to the camera side. Let's get the cameras out.
This is right on the I-95, I think. Where did it say Lucy? Yeah, this is right on the I-95.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking for a camera in that area right now. I'm trying to.
I should have a good camera.
Can you the link to that camera because I'm looking through all. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe go further south.
Hold on. It's so hard to tell where this thing is. Oh, let's see.
Oh, I got a wall cloud. Oh wait, no. Yep. Right here. This might be it. Oh, I'm looking at it right now. I think I'm looking at it. Lowering. There's a lowering on this camera that I'm looking at. Something like that. It could be. I'm not sure. Thank you, AQS, for the donation. I don't know if that is it. There's definitely some rotation going on right there, though, on the camera.
Definitely a low base.
Can't see anything.
I want to get closer. I'm going south on this. Gosh, I lost the camera. Shoot.
I got a good camera.
Okay, that's
the I-95 at Martin Highway camera.
What? Okay, where is that exactly? What number? Okay, PGA Boulevard. Do you see the link?
Yeah, while you're looking for that, I just want to say to the people who are here in the chat, you did mention there's not a lot of basements in Florida, so what you want to do in this situation is to seek shelter on whatever the lowest floor of your building is, with the most walls between you and the outside as possible. If you can take shelter in a place that's, not like a mobile home or a manufactured home, some place that's more sturdy, that would be preferable.
Okay.
Gotta get away from the windows, gotta put as much distance between you and that debris that's outside as possible.
Okay, where is this? I mean, okay, so is it 45th?
It's I-95 mile marker 110 northbound.
I-95 northbound. It's Dar. Oh, no, wait. See, I don't have. Okay, mile marker. No, I don't have mile markers on here. Oh.
Yeah, you're in the wrong
Wanna,
area.
Okay, where do I
I
go?
want to say,
Hold on. Ethan, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to say, Easy, you were right. Confirmed tornado is now on the ground near Tradition, Florida, or near Port St. Lucie, moving north at 25 miles per hour. So that is a third confirmed tornado on the ground right now.
Okay, let me go to this. I can
Just compare it to your radar. That's what I did. I just compared it to my radar. And
You know what? Let me see if I can get it on the weather warnings overlay that they have. Because there is a radar. Weather radar. There we go. That they provide.
All right, the camera's out.
Cameras out?
Yeah, camera's out.
I wonder if it went right over the camera.
Never mind. It's back up. It's rain wrapped, if there is something.
Sorry, you guys. I don't know where to look, so we are going to just have to use Doppler radar. We'll bring up the camera later on. Actually, I can just look for it off stream. So
I wish I could send you the link to it, but like it doesn't take you to a different website. That's the problem.
16 tornado warnings in progress. This is getting ridiculous now. This is just getting beyond ridiculous with all these tornado warnings.
Yes, indeed. And that tornado north of Okeechobee is still going. The debris signature moving along and just to the north of US Highway 98. And that is still a large tornado on the ground. This is a PDS tornado warning that continues for Okeechobee, southeastern Osceola, and southwestern Indian River counties. Particularly dangerous situation. That is moving. Let's see. Country Hills Estates, that's one of the areas that's in the path of this. 5 of the tornado warnings right now are confirmed, and 10 are reported with rotation. We've got another tornado warning actually now for Sebring, Florida, covering parts of Highland, Hardy, Polk, and DeSoto counties. Moving north at about 30 miles an hour. This is located near Lake Placid at this point.
Oh my gosh, I think I got it. Super strong wind hitting the camera on this one. This is in the Port St. Lucie area. This is
It's rain wrapped if it is on the ground.
Yeah, it's rain wrapped. This is as close as I can get. Let's see. North
I'm looking
Kings.
at the 122 southbound one. I don't know if that's the one that you're.
I am really close then.
Oh, we're looking at the same one.
Yep, that's the one. Yep, right here. Okay. Ethan, we're almost up to 20 tornado warnings.
Yeah, it's incredible.
18
And
tornado
we had
warnings.
questions, are we dealing with a tornado outbreak? And the answer is yes. We are in the midst of one right now.
Oh, this
Wait,
is a
did you
super...
mention that there's another tornado on the ground? It's like a circulation handoff to the east of the Okeechobee original couplet.
Oh, I see.
It's on the ground too. That's a debris
Wow.
ball.
Where?
Okeechobee storm, but there was a handoff. Either a handoff or we might have twins on the ground.
Oh, shoot. Twin tornadoes. Yeah, we might have twins. You know what? We might have... You know what? We may have 3 tornadoes on the ground. 3 debris ball signatures. 1, 2,
That one
3.
to the north. That one to the north, I think, is a radar mishap.
Really?
There's no rotation there.
It could be... Okay, you're right. Never mind then.
Yep.
Okay, it updated. Maybe it hadn't updated yet on my end. That's probably why.
All right, yeah, that debris ball to the western couplet is now 20% contaminated with. There's a pixel of 20% contamination with larger objects in the air. So things are being lofted in a lot of things.
Ethan, I'm scared to find out how many tornado reports we're gonna find out of this hurricane. We're already up to 8 tornado reports. 8 tornado reports.
Definitely. And I do want to say that new area of rotation we were just talking about, to the east of the original Okeechobee tornado, that is rapidly intensifying too, so that's moving up toward Fort Drum very soon. That's a very strong TVS.
All right, breaking news. We may have 2 tornadoes rapidly intensifying. We may get a 3rd tornado warning all the way down towards Leon Hamilton Place really soon. We may get a 3rd tornado warning issued soon. There's a couplet down here near Walter Hamilton Place. We got another one, that the southernmost tornado warning, and we got another one. You know what? We may get 2 additional warnings here soon. Because
that newest warning that just came in has a huge couplet attached to it. It's the one that you were looking at. That first couplet, the northernmost.
Yeah.
The southern.
Yeah, Trailton. Yeah. This is the worst. I mean, this is the most tornado warnings I have ever seen in quite some time. In a long time. I mean...
It is incredible, and... Yes.
They're just littered. You could put a big old fat tornado warning out on this. There are just so many.
Yes, it is. We really have to extend our appreciation to the National Weather Service for keeping up with all of these. It's incredible the amount of work that they're really having to put into this today. Just all of these numerous areas of rotation. It's insane. And for those in the chat who have been wondering, yes, we are tracking the hurricane. This is part of the hurricane coverage. But this is the very immediate concern. There are several tornadoes moving across Florida right now. Some of which are moving toward populated areas, and even one house, if there's even one house in the path of a tornado or tornadic storm, we need to do our best to warn them ahead of it, because these can be damaging storms. We have an unusually high risk of tornadoes in Florida today, including potential for a few strong tornadoes. Right now, it looks like the most significant one we're seeing is to the south of Fort Drum, moving in that direction.
Someone said in the chat we may have a tornado or some rotation headed towards Tampa, Florida.
I don't see anything towards Tampa, but I was about to say this system. on the last frame of the Okeechobee, we might have had triplets. I don't know though. There was a rotation to the even further west of the new storm. It was like within a mile of each other. And there was two debris balls at the same time. They've kind of collided now, so I don't know if they kind of formed into one, but that debris ball is super deep.
Wow, yeah, the Hillolo
There's
one.
two debris balls. Two debris balls. I think we might have sisters.
Crap. Yep, we may have.
By the way, Susan M donated $5 and says, "I'm in Palm Bay. Can you please zoom in on that warning?"
Palm Bay. Sorry, if I missed your question. I mean, this is ridiculous right now. This is the worst.
Alright, that tornado warning to the north of Okeechobee, the original rotation has sparked back up. We have a new debris ball on that one too. And then we have the debris ball to the, so we have confirmed twins right now.
All right.
And there might be a triplet.
Susan M, for your safety, I would say get into a storm shelter. This is popping up very quickly. Just for the safety, we're getting numerous tornado warnings south of you right now. So I would get into a storm shelter just in case if a tornado warning gets issued for your area. This is breaking right now. We have a massive tornado outbreak in progress. Right now, it's rare to say I'm worried about Hurricane Milton, but at this time, I am more concerned about this tornado outbreak in progress. We have to kind of step away from Hurricane Milton and actually just track these tornadoes because there are just so many of them. Just so many of them.
Yes, absolutely. Hurricane coverage and weather coverage in general is a matter of covering what is the most immediate concern to life and property. And right now, it is this incredible swarm of tornadoes going on right now, with strong tornadoes being possibly 3 tornadoes on the ground at the same time in a given area. It is insane to think about that, but as Easy said, we might be seeing that right now.
Golly word, that debris signature. Holy freaking moly. That debris
I'm waiting
signature.
for one more update on the radar. That is St. Lucie, but we might have another debris ball over there too. It's very hard to tell because there's a lot of radar contamination on the CCE drop. But I'm thinking there might be a little bit of a CC drop right to the northwest of River Park.
Yeah. That debris, though, east of Eagle Island, Eagle Island is lofting debris up to 20,000 feet almost.
All right, we have triplets.
Triplets? 3 tornadoes in a small area.
That is unbelievable. I don't know when, if ever, the last time I saw that on a radar like this was.
All right, new update. The new frame shows that the third weaker tornado near Fort Drum has dissipated, but the one that is south of Fort Drum, crossing the, let's see, hold on.
New tornado warning. Up, it's the southernmost one, the one that I thought would get tornado warned. And the rotation on that has really intensified. We might get a tornado warning just to the north of that with another area of rotation. So we might be getting, oh my goodness. Yeah, just incredible. Just incredible.
Tyler, welcome to the chat.
What's up, Tyler M? How are you doing? Tyler, massive tornado outbreak in progress. Massive tornado outbreak in progress. With even triplets. Ethan, I'm just letting you know we are now up to 10 tornado reports.
All right, St. Pete and Not the Tampa Metro yet, but they are now under a flash flood warning. So flooding has
Wow,
already
already.
started. In the warning, it says that between 2.5 and 3.5 inches of rain have already fallen. An additional 2 or 3 inches are possible.
We're also getting water levels that are beginning to rise in the Eaglewood Beach. Just take a quick break from our severe weather coverage really quickly. Just taking a look at Hurricane Milton's storm surge slowly creeping upward. The waves are getting bigger. This thing is... Oh... Yeah, Tyler M., we had at one point almost 20 tornado warnings earlier. Like 5 minutes ago, we had almost 20 tornado warnings in a small given area.
Alright, this is not new. This is old news. But around 15 to 20 minutes ago, we did have a confirmed tornado down in St. Lucie. A spotter reported a tornado on the ground near I-95 moving north. So when we were looking at those cameras, there was a tornado down.
Oh my gosh. Also, we got a weather station wind report in Winter Haven. We are getting sustained winds at tropical storm force, even in the middle of Florida. In Tampa Bay, we're already getting wind gusts near 60 miles an hour in Tampa Bay right now.
We also, the Glades tornado that we've been looking at, the one near Glades County,
Yeah.
is now on the ground.
Oh,
And the one in Venice is on the ground too. We got twins down here too.
I can't even keep up. I cannot even keep up with this. And that is why I am blessed and proud to have you, Easy, here and you, Ethan, to help me. Because, I cannot do this.
Oh, absolutely.
This is just sickening. Just sickening.
That one in Venice is not. It's warned, but it's not confirmed yet. It should be confirmed any minute now. There's a huge debris ball right on Venice.
And this is near Port St. Lucie, right?
No, this is the south of Lake Placid.
Oh.
Near Glades. We got twins down there.
Oh, yeah. I do. I see it. I see it.
We have twins going on, so.
Yep. Man, this is the most debris balls I've seen in a short amount of time. I mean, 3 debris ball signatures in progress.
I count 4.
4? Wow. Oh, another tornado warning in Westlake. Oh, that supercell's really organized. That could do something. Thank you, Peter Boss. I sent you a post on X for the I-95 tornado video. Oh, you did? Thank you, thank you. Let's bring it up. Let's see if it's here. Wow, people are reposting my recent posts. This is incredible. Yeah, this is just... I don't see... I don't have the video footage. Yeah, I don't have it on my end. But we are seeing just a non-stop tornado outbreak right now. By the way,
Yes, we are, and I'm sorry.
That storm in Port St. Lucie has 60,000-foot echo tops.
Wow, that is incredibly tall. I do want to say here some very strong rotation is coming onshore off of the Lake Okeechobee area. This is a PDS tornado warning over Lakeport, moving north at 45 miles an hour. That is a very strong area of rotation that is coming onshore now, and most likely has a confirmed tornado with that. Tornado north of Venice as well. It is now on the west side of Highway 27, it looks like. Yes, Highway 27. South of Lake Placid Lakes, that is. And to the north of there by Fort Drum, still looks like a tornado, potentially in the area just to the south of there. Residents in the area need to be in shelter. This is still on the ground by appearances I'm seeing now.
A little bit
Also,
of good news. The storm west of Fort Drum, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. We still have debris in the air, but the rotation has dissipated a whole lot to the rotation that was the twin of the one that was south of Fort Drum.
Yeah, that is good.
but what's not good is look what's coming off of Lake Okeechobee that Ethan said earlier. That couplet is pretty strong. It's actually so strong, it's messing up. And there's debris on that. There is a debris signature.
Yeah, okay, so that is a tornado on the ground. PDS tornado
Yep.
warning remains in effect.
PDS tornado warning. And there it is right there. I just realized my
That is for
old headphones are still plugged in and they are distracting me. Actually, are they? Yeah, they. Oh, they're not plugged in. Why was I seeing it that they were? And my camera fell. Lovely. So we do have multiple tornado warnings that are in place right now. And we will see what happens with this one, but yikes. Massive tornado outbreak in progress.
Yeah, I would say areas around the Brighton, Florida area you need to be in shelter even though you're not in the tornado warning yet. This area of rotation is moving up in that direction. If it stays on the ground, it could impact that area or the vicinity within several minutes.
Thank you, Peter Moss, for the $5 donation. Thank you, the Pick Rookie, for the $2 donation. I'm in Winter Haven and it's crazy out. So you're in Winter Haven. See, everything's happening so fast. So Winter Haven. Yeah, you just went through that tornado right there that went, or it's actually over you right now. He just said it's crazy out, so that's not good. And Peter Moss sent as a reply to your latest X post, David. Oh, all right. So let me go over. Oh my gosh. Ethan, you need to see this. Look at this tornado warning. Or look at this tornado that our World Delta 2 captured. That's Peter Moss. Look at this. Look at that tornado.
You showing it on the stream?
Yes, I am. Look at that tornado.
Fast moving.
Okay, I had to refresh the page. So I can't see it right now.
That thing is massive. No sound, though. I wish he had sound. Yeah, I have the sound turned up, and it's...
Yeah, this was the St. Lucie storm.
Golly word. Ethan, do you see this?
My page is still trying to reload, so I don't.
What I'll do is I'll send you a link to this Twitter post in the call, and then you can just click on it whenever, you know. That is massive. Wow. Thank you for sending that in. Thank you for sending that in. Yeah, if you have any tornado videos, folks, that you want to send in, just tag me and I'll be sure to bring those up on the stream here as we track this tornado event. This is absolutely not good. Not good at all.
Well, I have even worse news. That St. Lucie storm is re-tiding again.
St. Lucie.
No CC drop yet, but it has a pretty nice couple to it.
Trying to bring up more cameras, though.
Yeah, I'm
Where that heaviest rain has fallen, and it's near White City.
okay. I found where. All right, should have a video.
Oh my gosh, the rain here is. I found a camera that has some rain that I've never seen before.
Okay, well that camera is destroyed. Okay. Well.
Yep, that camera's not working. Oh. Wow, look at the rain on this one. Rain is dumping in Port St. Lucie, Florida.
Yeah, some of these supercells, even just by themselves, they can produce some significantly heavier rain than what the ambient area is seeing.
Oh, all right. That tornado warning has been confirmed. It is confirmed now. Confirmed tornado down on the ground near St. Lucie.
Yup, I see it. It's on the ground. Tornado in St. Lucie, very populated area. Please take shelter. You will not see this coming. The rain is absolutely blinding. Blinding heavy rainfall right now. You will not see this. Please take shelter immediately. This is a serious situation. Strong tornado, or not strong, but pretty. It's going to be strong if it keeps it up. Another tornado warning. Man, in the middle of all the... Ethan, can you tell the National Weather Service just to issue one big tornado warning?
Yeah, for everything.
That happened during the super outbreak in 74.
So here is this is what you're going to be seeing before that tornado moves on shore. Look at the rainfall. The rain is just coming down substantially. You can't even see much. You can't see much.
We need a camera, that is. Here, facing north.
Golly word. Can't
And
see
just
much.
to build on what David said earlier, I was trying to say, but my microphone messed up, and Kristen just said here, yeah, if you've got anything you'd like to share with David, you can retweet or tweet him at WeatherUnited1. But we ask that you please not other people's footage without their authorization. Just share whatever you yourself are comfortable with.
Yes, please, yes. Whatever you record, you have to record it by you, and you have to let me know that, hey, you could use my footage, David, on your stream, because I don't want to get copyrighted. I forgot to. Thank you for correcting me on that, Ethan. If you record it, it's owned by you. The tornado numbers are trickling up again, Ethan. We're up to 15 tornado warnings again. Oh my gosh. This is not ending. This
All right,
is...
I have good, never mind, bad news. I was about to say that the storm near Fort Drum has dissipated a little bit, but on the recent velocity scan, it just picked back up. So it did either I think it went under a, well, I don't, there's no CC associated with it anymore.
Also, by the way, thank you for the $10 donation. Clouded Leopard for the $10. Well, that's $100 in CSK, I guess. Different conversion of money. Thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate all the donations, folks, because again, the more money we get with this stream, the more money I'm likely to donate to Samaritan's Purse in the recovery efforts. Ethan did iterate on that earlier. So a proportion of your donations will go towards Samaritan's Purse in the recovery efforts in the wake of Hurricane Milton. Because one, this is very populated, densely populated, and two, this is impacting a pretty big area, especially with all the tornado warnings that we're seeing right now. And we are getting tropical storm force winds over Florida right now. In central Florida, tropical storm force winds are now occurring in that area. Man, this is not good, though. Not good at all.
All right, CC drop.
On
North
what?
Fort Drum.
Which one is that? The northernmost tornado warning?
Northernmost confirmed tornado warning.
There it goes. I think that's the one.
No. It is northeastern Okeechobee County, western Indian River County, south central.
Oh, I see it. Okay, there's Fort Drum. Oh my gosh, yes. Considerable. That's a particularly dangerous situation. Wow! Look at the velocities on this. Velocities, yep. Holy cow.
We got
115 mile an hour velocities on that. Oh, that might be, based on the debris ball signature, that could be a violent tornado in the making right there.
A good thing about this is in a very rural area, so there is not much that it could hit other than
So a great example or a great little teaching moment on what to look for on a couplet. This is what we call a couplet, and it's the tornado warnings just don't stop. So this is what we look for right here. So these are inbound velocities right here. All of this green is inbound velocities toward the radar site. So in this case, Port St. Melbourne radar site. Okay, towards the radar is green, blue, and purple. All right, away from the radar is dark red, red, and pink. So we are seeing this taking place right now. Toward the radar with the velocities in this area. See this? So we are seeing rotation strongest right in here is where we have that strong tornado right now. North of Fort Drum in Florida. The stronger these colors are, so if we get like blues, purples touching pinks, we have a intense tornado. But if this is broad, you're going to see a color more like this up here. This is broad right here. This is very tight down here. In other words, it's like a hurricane, but on a much smaller scale. Much smaller scale. Ethan.
All right. Yeah, that couplet is very concerning.
Look at how tight this rotation is. North of Fort Drum. Very tight rotation.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's one that we really have to look at right here in the short term. I'm getting my radar adjusted to that, actually.
We have no cameras in the vicinity.
This is a strong tornado in progress. Strong tornado in progress. This is a particularly dangerous situation. If you're downstream of this is in a rural area, as what Easy was saying, but downstream, if you're in a farmhouse, as I say, like in the middle of nowhere, you're like not in town or any close to any cities, please take shelter. Please take shelter right now. This is a tornado on the ground doing damage right now. You could really see that organization of that rotation too, really organized. And that just got stronger. Negative.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
I do have some hurricane news for you.
What is it?
Key West, Florida has been experiencing very, very, very light storm surge. So this is the further southernmost place you can get in the USA. This is on the furthest tip of Key West. There is storm surge happening.
And is there cameras to confirm that?
Yes, I'm looking at a camera right now.
Okay, probably the traffic cameras.
I'll send you the link. No, I don't know if it's a traffic camera or not. I just put
Yes,
the
it
link
is.
in.
It has to be because I'm on the website. But yeah, just send me the link anyways. Just send me the link.
Here, I just sent you the link.
Okay. I can't use that person's stream.
I know, but you can at least look at it.
Yeah, I can look at it, yeah.
Yeah, just to give you a general rundown of what we're dealing with.
Wow, this guy really has a lot of people watching. Congratulations to Just Weather.
Yeah.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Wow. Okay, there is some storm surge happening. Storm surge happening on that. Oh, it's getting really bad on the other cameras. So, yeah, you know what? Let's look at some of the cameras right now and start looking. And I'm going to pull up some traffic cameras. We are going to we got to start tracking this hurricane a little bit while we are keeping an eye on our tornado warnings. That's why we have Ethan here. So they can keep an eye on radar on the hurricane side of things.
Okay. Even deeper debris ball headed towards nowhere, but the north storm of Fort Drum.
Yeah, Avron Park, Sabrine, Frostproof, Highland Park. Oh, tornado. Oh, gosh, these tornado warnings are pretty bad. And here is the Port Charlotte one right here. Looks like, yeah, that storm surge is coming in. That water, it has definitely come up.
Yeah, that debris ball in specific is headed towards Yeehaw Junction. So if you live in Yeehaw Junction, you should get in shelter.
Wow, look at those cloud motions really moving in fast.
Yeah, this TVS is moving in that direction here, and it's next to several highways here. Highway 60 is included in that area, near the Fort Drum Wildlife Management area as well, headed up toward Utah Junction, and it is moving, as of the latest update here, at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation again that we're dealing with here. Moving toward Utah Junction at this point, one of many tornado warnings that is still ongoing at this time. Several areas of rotation down here to the south even. It's west of West Palm Beach even. We've got some rotation going on. A tornado warning there continues for central Palm Beach County. To the south of that even, we've got tornado warnings as far south as the southern part of the peninsula. Portions of, let's see, central Hendry and Palm Beach counties. Western Palm Beach County, actually.
All
Tornado
right.
warning continues there as well.
Sorry to interrupt. I can confirm we have some slight storm surge happening on the Venice, Florida camera right now. Ahead of this hurricane, some slight storm surge. Water is definitely coming up just a little bit.
I got a few cameras in Fort Myers and Naples and Inglewood and Sand Cay Beach. Nothing is happening there other than a few waves crashing over the pier on it at Naples Pier.
Also
Which,
here, wanted to give an update on... I'm sorry?
which by the way, got some latest satellite intensity estimates. This is still a high-end Category 4 hurricane with 130 knot winds. So this is still a very strong hurricane.
Yeah, I did want to give the position update from the National Hurricane Center. Just came out 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tropical storm force winds now moving onshore the west coast of Florida. There are multiple tornado warnings, so they are noting that as well. This is a serious threat with these tornado warnings. But the intensity is still 130 miles an hour. The minimum central pressure is 948 millibars at this point.
48?
And currently, yes, 948.
Wow, it's really weakening.
Well, the wind field is expanding, and it is still a Category 4 storm. It's about 110 miles offshore from Fort Myers, Florida. That's about 120 miles southwest of Tampa at this point. And it is continuing to move at this update northeast at about 16 miles per hour.
Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, pressure is 948. Yep. Wow, that really weakened on the last, because on the last pass it was 937. So that really is weakening. That's good news because the faster this could weaken, the lesser the impacts, but it's kind of too late at this time. The impacts will be really bad. Thank you for the $50 donation. Hi, David. I have family in Melbourne. Should I tell them to evacuate away from the tornadoes? Well, take shelter, please, on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. But yes, if they're far enough away from the tornadoes, I would say just... I don't know what to say, because you're going to get tornadoes throughout this storm. If you evacuate somewhere, you may get a tornado there. So I would just say, just stay put and go to the lowest floor of a sturdy building and cover your head from any flying debris if you do encounter a tornado. Pillows, blankets, mattress even. Please, your life is more important.
David is absolutely right. And to add on to that, talking about evacuating for the tornadoes, you don't want to be traveling, if at all possible, when there's a tornado nearby, because their emotions can become kind of erratic at times. And we don't want you to take a chance of actually being on the road when that happens, because a vehicle is a terrible shelter from a tornado. So you do want to, as David said, be in a sturdy building, and if a tornado warning is issued or a threatening storm approaches, just seek shelter in the safest place that you can, away from the windows, on the lowest floor of that building.
Yeah. Keep an eye on the Tampa Bay. Let's See, oh yeah, that's Anna Maria Island. Let's go up here to the north. Yeah,
By the
wow.
way, David, just wanted to mention here, briefly, I am going to have to be headed out for a little bit here pretty soon, but then I will be back around mid-evening.
All right.
I have another update for you. We might have yet another tornado on the ground in St. Lucie.
Oh man.
Wow.
Very tight couplet. Very, very tight couplet. No debris ball yet, but there's a little bit of debris contamination. I don't know if it lines up perfectly with the rotation, so I'm waiting for one more update before I start saying that there's a tornado on the ground.
Dang, that water level's coming up though. In Tampa, near Tampa Bay.
The northernmost tornado warning for Polk City, Lakeland, Winter Haven area has been allowed to expire at this point. So that area is not in a tornado warning at this time. However, you do have another tornado warning off to the south of there from Sebring up toward the Hillcrest Heights, Lake Wales area. So do be on alert if you're still in the Polk City or Lakeland areas. Please continue to monitor those storms to the south. Those could move up into the area with a tornado threat.
Let's go to far Key West, Key Haven. See if we got any craziness happening over there.
Alright, good news that couplet did fall apart near St. Lucie on that recent scan.
Okay, very good.
And
We always
even
like to
more
hear
good
that.
news, that couplet near Yeehaw Junction looks a lot weaker.
You know, it looks like this hurricane may make landfall a little sooner. Really is
Sooner
moving.
than expected.
I think so. Really is moving fast. Actually, it's going more kind of north-ish. So might take, actually, no, because if it's going this way, let's see how far it has to go. It just looks like it's going to make landfall a little sooner than what we do think. Let's see. $100 miles. Actually, no, that's about right. It should take about, just looks closer than what it really appears, I guess. But yeah, that's what the hurricane looks like from a distance. Definitely some strong reflectivities on it. That looks like that's where it's going, and that's where we have our camera.
Very tight couplet on your most southern tornado warning. Very most southern. There is a pretty good couplet on that. Don't even know if there could be a debris ball because it's basically a swamp down through there. But it is approaching Broward area.
Boy, this water is trying to get higher and higher.
Yeah, that tornado warning is East Central Collier and Central Broward County in southeastern Florida. That's the southernmost tornado warning we have, thankfully over mainly rural areas, but it is coming up toward an interstate, the one that runs between Naples and Fort Lauderdale, so that is something to keep in mind if you're in that area downstream. It is going to be crossing the interstate at some point, even though at this particular point, it's not over a big population area.
And we do have cameras on that interstate, by the way, David.
Yeah, I do. I know, I saw.
All right. So does it look like the tornado threat is still definitely there, but has calmed down a little bit?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, as I was telling to David here, everyone in the chat, and to you too as well, Easy, I do have to be going for a little bit, unfortunately. Gotta get some things done this afternoon. But I will be back because coverage is not stopping here by any means. David and Easy, they're going to continue to monitor the tornadoes as well as the increasing threats for storm surge, hurricane force wind, and everything. And I will be back to join them here this evening in a few hours, hopefully, and we will continue to see what this thing does.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will be here basically all day.
Yeah, here's another camera out of Tampa Bay. Right now, the rain is just coming down really, really hard in the Tampa Bay area. Wow. Coming down pretty good. And we have. That's what we have. Pouring, pouring, pouring.
Okay, I'm gonna go get that stuff done, and I will be back here in a few hours.
All right, see you, Ethan.
I'll see you all then.
Yep. Sounds good.
We're on our own. We're on our own. Yeah, it does look like these tornado warned storms are
A
dying
healthy
down
business
just
starts with
a
happy
tad.
employees.
They're more combining into a huge line. And there's only a few that I see that can produce again.
Hey, Em, I'm here. I am actually here. I did not go anywhere. I'm just looking for cameras right now. I'm just trying to look for cameras. And I cannot look for the great cameras. People have luck out there looking for cameras, but
I'll see if I can.
I just want to let you know Ryan Hall, y'all, has almost 1 million people watching him. Holy cow.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. He has almost 1 million people watching him. I don't know how they're able to do that. How he's able to get that much people. And I could barely get 1,000 people. It's probably because I sound boring. I'm sorry if I'm boring, you guys.
Orion Hall has 300,000.
Looked like 1 million for a second. You know what? I could use Discord. Those links that you guys sent me yesterday. Let's see if we can get... This one looks just really good for some reason. So I'm going to keep that camera up.
I do have a website for you
What is
that I
it?
found last night. It's a huge website of Tampa Bay area cameras. Just sent the link.
Yep. Let's see.
And you can have multiple cameras up. And
Traffic dashboard, though. Oh. Are they live?
they are.
They're... Oh, yeah. Select a camera from the corresponding. They're not working for me at all. Why is this not?
They should be.
Oh, there we go.
A few of them might be down. I'm not too sure though.
Thank you for the $100 donation, The Guardian. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the $100 donation. I do appreciate it so much. Again, the donations will go to Samaritan's Purse, some of it at least. So here's one I found. Oops. Yeah, here's a camera that I found. This is a Clearwater Beach Rentals live camera showing us the storm surge as the hurricane gets closer. You can see some of the crashing waves there. We'll see if storm surge here gets really bad. This is in the Clearwater Beach area, right in the path of that Tampa area, where we are expecting the storm surge to be the worst, to the south of that too. Use radar while you browse, please. All right, sorry. There it is.
All right, we have a debris ball. Same storm. North of Yeehaw Junction. Very, very, very rural area. Nothing much there that I see concerning that it's gonna hit in the next few. If you're in Kenansville, I would go ahead and keep watching this. You're not in the warning per se, but I would watch this very closely.
And everything here is taking forever to load. Yup. Apparently it says my internet is out.
Your internet's out?
Apparently it is. So, can you guys hear me?
Oh.
All right, good. All right, so the internet didn't go out. So we are watching this storm. The best camera we could probably get right now until we figure out camera-wise stuff is the cameras that we have here on Radar Omega. Actually does a pretty good job of showing us the conditions right now. Showing the surf going up. And actually, if we bring up a radar image close to that, this will be a good overlay. Only if I had access to and know where every single camera is, it would really help out. People are just good at doing research. I'm not so good at doing research. But you can see what our storm actually looks like here. What our storm surge is trying to come in. It'll be here in about 6 hours. This will look a lot different. You can see already the water coming pretty far up.
Hate to interrupt you, but we do have a tornado on the ground. CC drop in St. Lucie, Fort Pierce area.
Oh my.
There's traffic cameras all along it, so let me see if I can get something going here. Do you see it?
Do you send a link?
Oh, I don't have a camera, but I was just talking about the rotation.
Where is it again?
St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, CC drop, and tight couplet. Near Vero Beach.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Wow. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation on that. Where that tornado warning is, too, so. It's radar indicated rotation, so if you are in Vero Beach, please take shelter. If you're in West Vero Corridor, Vero Lake Estates, if you're in Sebastian, Rose Island, Barefoot Bay, Wabasso Beach, please take shelter. We also got an area of tight rotation too with that radar indicated one. We'll see if they upgrade that warning eventually.
It's got upgraded.
Oh, it just did?
Oh, it's the one below that. There's
Yeah.
Oh my. Did you see the one below that? I didn't even look at that one.
Yeah, that's the dangerous situation. Yeah, observed considerable.
Yep, well, and then the one on Vero Beach is here.
I gotta go. I'll be back.
All right, I got it. All right, guys. David will be back shortly. If you have any questions in chat, please list them, and I will try to do my best to answer any and every question. As I've said, there is ongoing tornadoes in eastern Florida, and yeah, just all across the eastern Florida. We do have a water spout going on in the Okeechobee Lake. Okay, I see a question in chat. How will Plant City be affected? Let's see here. So Plant City, right outside of Tampa, you will see no storm surge or anything, but you will see prominent rainfall flooding with the rainfall. You will experience high winds, very high winds. You might even see upwards to 100-mile-an-hour gusts.
I'm back.
Tampa Bay area will receive a certain amount of storm surge, probably, if I had to guess, 8 to 10 feet on the coastal areas.
All right, so based on the latest recon pass through the center, through the center right now, estimated air pressure is 955 millibars. So this is weakening pretty quickly, and we will see how much weaker it will get before it makes landfall. So based on the estimated pressure is at 955 millibars. So it is definitely weakening as it gets closer, but how much weaker will it get before it makes landfall will be the big question. Right now, Right now, they are no longer finding Category 4 force winds, so this could be a Category 3 in the next advisory update. Still a major hurricane, but really weakening. It has actually weakened considerably since this morning from where it was before. Still lots of tornado warnings, though. Quite a bit of tornado warnings still in progress. But yeah, Port St. Lucie, please take shelter immediately. We do have, again, a couple of areas of rotation over that area. So Fort Pierce to the north, got rotation going on. Yeah, at this point, I think this will probably be a Category 2 at landfall. At this rate of weakening, it is coming down considerably. Also, strong rotation over Lake Okeechobee. Okeechobee needs to be taking shelter again soon because we do have already 12 tornado reports, which confirms this as a tornado outbreak. Why would you be disappointed about that, Turian Gold? It's good that it's weakening. We don't need this to be stronger. Yeah, it's down below Category 4 intensity, certainly now. It is much weaker. Yeah, it's weaker. But yeah, we'll see if this changes, though. System really getting impacted by that deep layer shear, though. I think it's going to re-strengthen. And yet that eye wall is closing up again. Well, the pressure's coming up, so I would hard to believe if that... The eye wall's not going to close up. There's no way that eye wall's closing up. There's no way that eye wall's closing up. With shear that is quite strong, in fact. Estimated wind shear right now over the system is... Estimated shear over the system right now is 35 knots. 35 knots of wind shear. So the shear is really coming up. Really coming up. In fact, it may be possible that the shear even comes up, possibly over 70 knots of shear once this thing makes landfall, which arguably enough might not even be a hurricane after it emerges off of Florida. We'll see about that. But definitely looks like it is weakening. But the storm surge, this will still be a hurricane at landfall, though. Most certainly a hurricane at landfall. But just not as strong as what we thought yesterday. But how's everybody enjoying the stream? But yeah, definitely some rough surf here. Those waves definitely crashing on in as that wind picks up. Thank you so much, Ava Light. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Mike. If I'm doing a good job with the stream, please share this. Please, please share this. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys like the content to the point, please like it and share it and subscribe. Thank you so much, the Pickle Man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Here comes a big wave. Boom. Yeah, the water here is definitely coming up a little bit. It's starting to come up. Not scary on there necessarily, but we go further south. Oh yeah, this water's coming up a little bit more. You can definitely tell that the water is now overflowing this bay. It was not like this morning, so you can kind of get an idea that the water is coming up a little bit. So there's a kind of a signal that you're looking for storm surge. That means the water's coming up. But this is when things are really starting to deteriorate. The wind picking up, the storm surge coming in. Pretty crazy.
David,
Yeah.
I need you to look at Kenansville. Tornado warning, confirmed one. We have twins again.
All right, hold on. So which one is it again?
The confirmed warning that is let's see what counties. The Kenansville one.
Okay.
Central Brayford County.
Okay, I'm looking at the one in Oskaloosa County near near Kenansville. That has strong rotation on it.
Yeah, that's twins. There was twins on the previous spring.
Geez, a lot of twin tornadoes today. A lot of twins. Oskaloosa. That's what it is. Daytona Beach is still going to get impacted by tornadoes, and some tornadoes, mainly a lot of rain, though, is going to be the biggest issue there. A lot of rain has fallen, and more rain is to come. More rain is to come.
You here, David?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. Yeah, so, yeah. Wow, that rain is really coming down on this camera now. Rain and some pretty strong winds. And the storm surge, the waves are just coming in, getting a little bit bigger with each progressive minute and hour as the hurricane gets closer. You're looking at a live camera here in Eagle Beach. This is Anna Maria Island, actually, not Eagle Beach, but Anna Maria Island in Florida. And the water is coming up and up and up. And that rain sure coming in. Really, really coming in right now.
That one confirmed tornado warning, you can actually see the debris ball on reflectivity now.
Jeez.
So there's so much debris in the air that the reflectivity is starting to pick it up as rain.
Holy moly. Oh, wow. Yikes. Yeah, that is a big debris ball. Yeah, you can see it right there. Wow, big debris ball on that storm. Let's actually switch cameras. Not cameras, but let's actually get to... That could be a violent tornado. That could be a violent tornado right there. That is definitely a violent tornado, if that. All right, from the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, how is this still a Category 4 hurricane with 130-mile-an-hour winds? That's from the latest advisory 30 minutes ago. Interesting.
I might update it here soon because I think there's an advisory coming out at 4.
We have 9 tornado warnings in progress right now, and these are moving generally to the north. Most, or pretty much all of them, are moving to the north. So frost proof if you're in the Winter Haven area, Four Corners. How many tornado warnings have there been? Probably 100. People keep on saying this is strengthening a little bit. I highly doubt that. I don't think it's strengthening. The pressure has been coming up with each pass. And where in the heck is the plane at? Oh, there's an aircraft. 11 tornado warnings now in effect. So if you're in Pahokee, how you say it? In Florida, please take shelter. We are seeing a tornado warning issued there. The biggest one right now is up here to the north. Surprisingly, that's not PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. I think this is going to be a Category 3 at landfall. It's not going to be Daytona Beach forecast. I'm expecting a hurricane there with 75-mile-an-hour winds. Thank you for the $10 donation, Gun Toten Mama. We only need less than $800 to get to $1,000 in donations. That's the goal for this stream. So that way we can donate some of that money to Samaritan's Purse. Sorry I've been promoting that, but that is the ultimate goal here in the stream, is to give some of that money to Samaritan's Purse. I've not seen Angela in the chat here recently. Yeah, I agree. From David in the chat. What's up, Tony H? How are you doing, Tony H? So we're tracking this hurricane. What are your thoughts, Tony H? Do you think this will be a major hurricane at landfall? Because it's really weakening. I mean, the pressure really coming up with this. Is there a landfall update? So right now the landfall is still projected to be in the Tampa Bay area. I don't know. I got a few minutes. All right, you can join if you want, Tony. Let me add you to this stream. So yeah, it looks like it's going right towards Tampa Bay. That's where this hurricane looks like it's headed. But short-term wobbles will mean all the difference. It looks like it's going kind of north. There is a lot of lightning in that inner core structure, so we'll see if it has slowed its weakening trend. How far from landfall? This is about just shy of 100 miles, so we're about 80 miles away from landfall.
I'd say landfall at around 7 or 8 p.m. if I had to say. EST, of course.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to get there much sooner, but it doesn't. Okay, but it's not.
It has that more north trajectory to it. So, like you said, it all matters with how it wobbles back and forth. The more north it goes, the later it's going to be. If it trajects more to the east, then it'll be a sooner landfall.
So yeah, we're tracking this in real time. Yeah, we got to push the algorithm, folks. This is kind of, I'm not complaining at all, but come on, we only have 1,000 people watching. All the streamers out there on YouTube have more than 1,000 people watching. So please, let's get this out to people. Please.
Hello, David.
Hello, Fire Ant. How are you?
I am doing good, and hello to everyone on YouTube today, this afternoon.
So, what are your thoughts about this, Fire Ant? What did you think about it getting down to 897 millibars?
That was something nobody expected.
Yeah. 180-mile-an-hour winds. I'm surprised it didn't have stronger winds with it, like 190.
Well, that's the thing about these compact storms, David. They can only get so tight and so fast. We saw that with Hurricane Andrew. A best comparison for this storm would be Hurricane Andrew, just on the size and the compactness of it.
True. I'm surprised the National Hurricane Center is keeping this at a Category 4, even so they have not found Category 4 force winds.
You know, that is shocking. I figured they would have lowered it. Maybe they're doing it out of public safety, that they're keeping it that high.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I honestly think this will come on shore. It's what, about 70, 75 miles off the coast? If I'm not mistaken.
Gasalt Graham. David, I have some logo graphics I made for fun. If you want them, let me know how. Yeah, so you can send them to me on Discord at David Schlotthauer. So add me as a friend on there. It's all lowercase letters, by the way, and it's all together.
So, David,
Yeah.
I am at work. Before I came out for my lunch, I looked at the Clearwater Beach webcam. It's actually not too bad up that way right now.
No, it's
That's
not.
going to change. Do not let this fool you. That is going to change.
Oh my gosh, look at how high the waves are now. Look at how high the water's getting on the... Oh my goodness. Look at this. Here comes a big wave. Boom! Big wave crashing in. This is on the Mitchell Beach.
Mitchell Beach?
Yes.
Yeah, that's... Somebody's saying that this is turning north. Is that true, David?
Yes, it's wobbling to the north. It is wobbling to the north.
Interesting. Or is it going through an eye wall replacement cycle?
There's no such thing as an eye wall replacement cycle with a system that's dealing with a lot of wind shear. There is no way this is going through an eye wall replacement cycle. There is
How much shear is it? How much shear is it encountering? See, I've been at work this morning since 4 a.m.
Right
So
now,
I'm kind of going on 1 a.m. data.
Yeah, right now it's encountering shear of about 40 to 50 knots.
Oh yeah, it ain't doing that. I'm wondering if the shear's buffering it up northward.
I'm wondering
Is the
that
shear
too.
coming? Is the shear coming out of the southeast? Do we
No,
know?
southwest.
It's coming out of the southwest. Yeah, it's going to push it northward.
Actually, it's coming out of, let's see. It is coming out of the... Yeah, it's coming out of the southwest, 226 degree shear bearing at 35 knots. 35 to 40
Oh yeah,
knots.
it's pushing. Yeah, it's going to push it northward. It's going to push it northward. And this just shows you how complicated forecasting a track is. This really does. Because there's more than just what direction it's going in. There's a lot of other environmental atmospheric conditions that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Fire Ant, we are all the way up to 14 tornado reports today, and we had at one point almost 20 tornado warnings in progress.
I heard there was a large wedge today.
Yeah. There was a Easy, you want to explain to Fire Ant how many debris balls we saw earlier at one time?
Yeah, so we had 2 twin tornadoes going on at the same time, and at one point, I'm pretty sure we had triplets going on at one time.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
triplets.
But at this point, we are seeing basically nothing happen. We do have a storm report near Vero Beach, 65-mile-an-hour gust on the other end of Florida.
I don't know if your viewers caught it today or not, David, but the president, vice president, FEMA, and the National Hurricane Center held a press conference today.
Oh,
Yeah, and I want to make something clear. If you all saw this, it was about 1 o'clock Eastern time, David. Real quick, they said people are going around spreading misinformation about the word downgraded, and that word should not be used. However, this is what the National Hurricane Center says in their. We have downgraded the, hurricane from like Cat 5 to Cat 4. So people are not wrong for using downgraded, but you got to remember when they say downgraded, that doesn't mean it's less powerful of a storm. It's still deadly because of the storm surge that it can create.
yeah.
Just figured I'd throw that out there.
Thank you, Peter Moss. Okay, Recon Center Fix is showing that Milton headed straight for Tampa Clearwater. So it has changed course a little bit. So, and Tampa Bay right now expecting 13 feet of storm surge. Tampa Bay and just to the south, up to 13 feet.
David, I need you to do me a favor. Can you pull up the high tide chart for the Tampa Bay area?
Oh yeah.
That's important as well. A lot of people forget about the high tides, low tide and high tide chart for today. I'm sorry, y'all. That was an airplane going by.
Okay, let me see. Plot data. Okay, that's not going to help. Okay,
I'm wondering if it might just be on one of the local news channels, David. Channel 10, Channel 13, Channel 8, or Bay News 9 might have it. I'm just kind of
water
curious.
levels. I need to see. Hold on. What water levels? Plot data. The water is about a foot above tide levels right now. On the Port Manatee, Florida.
All right. So when is high tide down there?
High tide is not until. Golly word. Not until. I wish they gave me. They gave me
probably about 8 o'clock.
I'm guessing. Yeah, it's 1.3.
Don't guess.
No, I'm not trying to guess. I would say it's going to be at around 2 or so in the morning. Yeah, 2 or 3 in the morning, and it's supposed to be about.
The next high tide in Tampa Bay is in 15 hours.
Yeah.
That's good news. That is good news.
We are currently in a low tide. Low tide was an hour ago.
That's good news. That is real good news. Because you got to think, people, when there's a high tide and these storms bring in that water, you're adding on to that high tide water as well, which makes it even more devastating.
Yeah, it looks like that northern eye wall now, or northeastern eye wall, slowly eroding. Just gradually eroding.
That's actually a good thing.
Yeah.
Honestly, David, I really don't know. I'm actually on my mobile. I'm not in my office. You know what? I'm going to pull that up, David. Just give me 1 second. I want to see the infrared from the NHC.
I'll tell you, it's a lot more less intense than it was yesterday at this time.
Air Force mission number 20 is about to hit back into the eye.
Yeah.
I am actually from the Tampa Bay area, so I know that area quite well. if you have any questions.
Oh, wow. Winds on the northeastern side much weaker. They only found peak winds of about 90 knots.
I'm seeing that on the shortwave infrared too.
And air pressure has not come up, though. Pressure is still 947, 946 millibars. Actually,
Well, I'm
it
wondering
has
if
not
that's
fallen.
because
It's not falling. The pressure is not rising or falling. It's about the same. It's about as strong as it was earlier. Interesting that the winds have decreased, though.
yeah, and the pressure remains. I wonder if that's because of the shear encounter.
I'm wondering too.
Because I know sometimes once shear starts to affect the storm, it will stabilize the pressure, but yet it will drop the winds, make them lower. I wonder if that's what we're seeing.
Wait, you guys, is he loud? If he's loud, I'm sorry. Let me turn down my desktop audio for you guys. Sorry about that. All right, should be a lot better now.
No, I just. Hey Billy, go. Hold on, David. I got to talk to a co-worker real quick. Billy,
Yeah.
head over to that damn gate and find out what the hell that plane's doing. Sorry, guys. Sorry, David.
It's all right.
Like I said, I'm at work, so.
Oh, you're at the airport?
Yeah, it's crazy here. Oh, by the way, you all, I just want I want to give a little heads up to everybody. Never fly out before a hurricane because they will price gouge you.
Oh, they will?
Yesterday there was a flight from Tampa to Atlanta
Yeah.
for $2,500.
Oh my gosh, $2,500.
Yeah, which you would usually pay about, oh, I don't know, if it's Southwest, about $89.
Wow.
So, David, what's going to happen when this storm gets closer to Tampa? It's going to push all that water into the bay.
Yup. That's what's going to happen.
At the same time, you're going to get inundated by water coming off of the Gulf of Mexico into St. Petersburg. Now, as that system spins, that water in Tampa Bay is going to slosh over towards Pinellas County, which would be McMullen Booth Road, all up and through there. Courtney Campbell Causeway, that's going to be underwater. So then you got water coming in off of the Gulf and inundating it that way. Basically, Pinellas County is going to have a lot of flooding. It's really going to get flooded this time. How bad? I don't know. At least it's not a Category 5. That would put it under about 40 feet of water. Scary, I know.
What time is estimated landfall right now? I'm estimating about 11 tonight for Tampa Bay. That's Eastern Daylight Time.
You really think it's going to take 7 hours for it to hit landfall?
It looks so close. Arguably enough, it looks really close.
That's what I'm saying. It looks so close on visible and infrared.
All right, David just said in the chat that the pressure has come up to 950 millibars.
Yep.
So it's weakening, still weakening. Yeah.
So Tampa Bay residents, if you're tuning in, thank God for the trade winds. Thank God for the East Coast sea breeze. Just count your blessings. Again, David, I have a lot of family and friends down there still. And some of them didn't evacuate.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Yeah.
my family, well, my friend's family, some of them did not evacuate either. Wow, this storm surge. Wow.
Yep.
Look at in Port Charlotte really has come up. You can see how high the water is getting.
As the storm's getting closer.
Yep. And that wind is getting stronger. Wow.
Well, David, I'd like to stay on longer, but I got work to do, so my lunch is over. I got to head back into work, you all. It's been a pleasure, as always, David.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in.
Just if you're in Tampa St. Pete, just get ready. It's coming. It's coming.
Wow, here comes a big wave. Wow, look how high the water got on that. Wow. You're here, Easy? Oh, looks like it's me. Just me. But anyways, if you guys are enjoying this stream, please don't forget to subscribe, hit the like button, and share this. We are going to do the best we can to share, to show you all the conditions.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
All right, I'm back.
But yeah, look at the storm surge. This is definitely coming up. When we started this stream, the water was barely up to this yellow or this wooden stick. Now the water is clearly up to where that wooden stick is.
Waves are now crashing over Naples Pier.
Naples Pier, and this is a traffic camera?
No, this is an Earth cam camera.
Let me go over
can
there.
send you the link.
No, I got it already. If I can find Florida. Oh, there we go. Naples, Florida, right?
Yes.
If I can find Naples, Florida. What is it called? The name of the camera.
YouTube link.
Oh, yeah,
Just
right
YouTube
here.
link.
Pier. There's a pier one. Oh, yeah, this camera. Yeah, let's...
Yep, that one.
That was pretty disrespectful, Luke. Saying I'm fear-mongering this system? Wow, how dare you? How dare you?
For those people that are just standing out there, they have some brave. They're brave.
And Naples, Florida is... Let's see where that is at. Naples. Oh, yeah, the hurricane's gonna... Probably the strongest the waves are gonna get right now. But that water is definitely pretty high. It's definitely flooding in there.
Here.
I mean, I did not have to live stream all day today. And that right there just made me pretty upset. Is that Reed? No, that's not Reed.
What? Oh.
On camera.
I think that's just secure. I don't know if that's security or what.
That looks like security. Yeah, probably got those people off the beach. Yep, that's security. I can see the back.
Let's see what I can.
Yeah, water really coming up on some of these other cameras already. Wow. Really starting to come up a little bit. St. Augustine, Florida. So St. Augustine, Florida, getting some pretty heavy rainfall right now. Is St. Augustine getting some heavy rainfall? That rain will continue throughout the day. Don't expect it to get any better anytime soon. But yeah, there is the main eye still offshore, and the conditions really going to deteriorate. And that's what we're watching. This is what we're watching in real time.
Alright, the 2 cameras in Clearwater Beach have been knocked out.
Oh, I knew it. I kind of thought so.
Let's see.
Yep, it's a Category 3. New update from the National Hurricane Center. Category 3. I kind of thought so. It is weakening. And that's good. And pressure 950 millibars. So it's no longer a Category 4 hurricane. which means this could make landfall at about 115 miles an hour. Despite its Category 5 hurricane yesterday. Thank you for sharing this.
Fort Myers Beach had received a wind gust of 68 miles an hour.
Wow. Fort Myers Beach?
Yes.
Dang. It's pretty strong wind.
Oh.
And we're watching Mitchell Beach right now. Mitchell Beach, definitely some crashing waves there. And look at just how foggy it is. That's actually rain and spray. But just goes to show you. Here comes a big wave right here. Big wave. Wow.
Yeah, I reached the parking lot there.
Getting there. It's getting close.
This is times where I wish I had Radar Omega.
You don't have Radar Omega? How dare
don't.
you?
I use GR2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're not using WSV3. I don't really like that program because it's... Here comes another wave. Oh, here comes a big wave. Watch this. Big wave coming in.
Your mom's in chat, by the way.
Hey, Mom. Mom, rain is going to continue there for several more hours. It's not getting any better. It is not going to get any better anytime soon. 1 hour precipitation totals. Actually, let's take a look here at the storm total precipitation. So far, you've had already about 1.25 inches. It just depends on which radar site you use. So if we use this radar site down here, it shows that you have had potentially more rain, already 2 inches, and more rain is coming. Remember,
Okay, just
the
a
rain
little
is...
update real quick for the tornado side of things. We do have multiple reports of a tornado near US 1 in Cove Road. Reports of branches down into a home.
Oh, shoot.
And this is St. Lucie area, of course.
Yeah, all of this is happening pretty much over the eastern half of Florida. And another tornado warning. Man, they're really coming up.
We also have a flash flood event, and a train spotter reports 12 inches of standing water in Fort Pierce.
Tampa is expecting the landfall tonight. So, yeah. So the eastern half of Florida getting quite a bit of tornado activity. Lots of heavy rainfall, flash flooding. You get it. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad there. I'm letting you know, too, wave heights just off the coast of Tampa are reaching 35 to 40 feet.
Okay.
So that's the wave height's really going to start coming up now. It's going to get really bad here in the next hour or two, next couple of hours. That water's really coming up. And actually, see Port Charlotte. Oh gosh, yeah, look at the water now. Water really coming up. Look how high this water is already. It's already up to here.
Yeah.
Jeez. That storm surge really starting to come in. That
Very
storm surge.
concerning. Very concerning.
40-foot waves. Yeah. 30 to 40 feet. Maximum wave heights, by the way, are a little higher than that. Probably 50 feet, maybe even 60 feet. I'm from the West Coast. I'm actually streaming from the West Coast. Oh, there's a new record. New record just made from the water. Oh, getting close to another record. Oh, new record. New record. Wow. You're welcome, Juggernaut. Look at the storm surge, by the way, Juggernaut. Look at the storm surge. What, by the way, Juggernaut, what are the winds like for your area? Probably not much wind there right now, or maybe there is a lot of wind.
One second, I'll be right back.
We're not down to a category 2 yet, no. But yeah, this is a look at the storm surge, and we will be taking a look at this camera pretty frequently. Oh, new record over here. Yep, we're getting there. New record was met with the water. Water coming up. Water starting to really come up now. Please see my last message. All right. Yeah. I'm trying to get stats for Ocala. Keep your tight little sisters calm. Any and all info is so appreciated. I know about the rain. It's been raining nonstop all day. And it's going to rain probably nonstop all night too. Unfortunately. Get used to seeing the raindrops falling pretty constantly. It's not going to be just a steady pouring rain, but it's going to be a light rain to a very heavy rain. But thing is, it's not going to stop raining there. So we'll keep an eye on that camera, but the tornado warning's really taking my focus off of the hurricane right now. So we do have an observed tornado right now moving off of the coast. This is moving pretty much to the north. These tornado warnings are moving through Fort Pierce right now in Florida. So Vero Beach, Indian River Shores, seeing the tornadoes there. We got a couple more tornadoes to the west and also to the south, but this is moving through rather quickly. In fact, it is moving at 40 miles an hour to the north, so probably give it another 3 hours. All these tornado warnings will be water spouts off the coast of Florida. But yeah, this is where we are seeing the biggest concern right now. Go up here to Palm Harbor again. Actually, no, down here to the south. Mitchell Beach. There are some big waves crashing in. Big waves. And this is going to continue. You can see here's another wave coming in. But yeah, some of these sets of waves are pretty big. And that water's only going to get higher. Surprisingly, it hasn't come up much over here yet. Probably due to the offshore flow. But once that onshore flow comes in, depending on where the hurricane actually goes, that's going to change pretty quickly. Now, once that flow changes direction, be a storm surge definitely coming up. A little bit more each little time. I mean, it was out here earlier where that stick is.
Oh, I gotta send you a camera real quick.
Yeah, please send me a camera. The
It shows
storms.
storm surge and wind. Oh, I sent it to the wrong person. I just put it in the group chat.
Okay, let's see. Oh. And camera is out. It's out. It's not working.
It's working on my end.
It's not on my end.
What?
Nope. It loads the ad, then it blocks me, says you don't have permission to view this content. So I wonder if I was blocked on that I'm not allowed to use that camera, which is funny enough.
Did you click on the link?
Yeah, I did. I clicked on the link and it's not letting me.
Oh.
Let me try on Google Chrome. Maybe it's a Google Chrome thing. Wow, new storm surge. New record of these waves coming in. New record. Wow, these are really big. These are really big waves now. Okay, it's working. It's working. We got it. We got it working.
Okay, we have a tornado on the ground unwarned. Well, it actually is warned, but not confirmed. Near Viking, Florida. Just north of St. Lucie. Huge debris ball. It is moving north towards Vero Beach, Gifford, Indian River, and Sebastian.
Oh my gosh. Big debris ball on that. Yeah, big debris ball on that. Yeah, Lakewood Park, you're getting some pretty extensive damage right now. If you're downstream of this, please take shelter right now. Tornado is on the ground. Tornado is on the ground. We got two more tornado, two areas of rotation to the south of that in Lake Okeechobee. Oh, here comes another camera. See what this one is. Hold on. I'm loading up something. Probably a camera, I'm guessing. What the heck? All right, I don't know why it won't let me. Okay, this is a new camera, I guess, that he sent me. It doesn't work. It does not work at all. Whoever sent me that. Sunways, it doesn't work, so. The Eagle Beach camera starting to deteriorate with that storm surge. Wow, look at the winds on this. Whoa. Strong winds right now. You can really see the wind. Actually, you know what? Let me see the sand hill, I think, on YouTube. Sand hill. Sand hill beach camera, because that has palm trees. But yeah, if you guys are new, we are watching this. Or maybe it's sand Florida camera. Let's see. Oh, this is bad right here. This is some bad conditions. Oh yeah, this is a good camera right here. Look at the conditions on this camera. You can just see how bad the wind is. Pretty strong, pretty strong. Hopefully that boat is not just drifting out there in the middle. It would be really bad.
Waiting on an update from radar for that Vero Beach, Florida storm. That there was an apparent debris ball, as you mentioned, but the velocity couplet looks like it has weakened a little bit. Still waiting on CC update.
Thanks, Doom. We don't have a whole lot of power outages right now. Oh yeah, here's another view. Here's another view. Here's another view. Turning the camera.
So 3 hours ago, there was an apparent tornado in Fort Myers at Orangewood, and I am seeing video of roofs that are completely torn off buildings.
Wow! That is bad. Check the Naples camera. I will do that. Did I didn't close out of it, did I? Did I close out of the Naples camera? Sorry if I did. That wind is really getting vigorous, though, on this camera, though. Definitely getting vigorous. Oh, yeah, we looked at Naples. It's storm surge there is a bit elevated, but it's going to get higher the further north. Oh, here comes some... Oh. That came way up. That came way up. That water. Okay, here's the Naples camera on Earth Cam. Ah, it's going up to the pier. It's going up to the pier. Yeah, landfall in Branton and Tampa Bay areas where we're thinking the landfall will be. Well, that water's really coming in. We'll look at radar imagery here in a little bit, but part of this stream is also looking at live cameras. You gotta kind of scroll through the cameras. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. Hence the title, live cameras. We got to kind of be looking at cameras too. Oh, here comes a big wave crashing into the pier. Oh, yeah. Looked pretty big for a second there. Yeah, water's definitely coming up there. But we have other cameras that we will be looking at throughout the period. Here is the eye wall-like structure right now. There is the eye. Definitely not as defined. It is losing some definition. Man, look at that rain. Rain is really coming down. You cannot even barely see across. I don't know if it's spray too. It must be spray. But that is some really heavy rainfall.
All right, good news. That tornado that was confirmed in Vero Beach has dissipated.
Okay. That is good. We don't need tornadoes anymore. We really don't. That rain, though, is dumping. It is dumping, dumping, dumping. See what Port Charlotte looks like. It's trying to get up there. Trying its hardest. It has made some progress. And probably not going to get much higher. Maybe a little bit higher. Just depending on how the storm wobbles. But it has definitely made some headway. It's way up here now, that water. Oh, here comes a big wave. Big wave. Wow. Oh, really came up far up there to the... down the shore. So yeah, see, we're going to watch these because... Oh, new record. Wow. That water really came up there. That is some vigorous wave action right now. Now, water's really coming up. Water is definitely on the increase. And this is your storm surge. Storm is nowhere falling apart. The eye is getting a little bit less defined, though. Well, the eye is still there, evidently, but it's losing its intenseness. I mean, compared to yesterday, I only imagine what the eye would look like on radar, on Tampa Bay radar, if it was a Category 5. Yeah, it's definitely not falling apart, but I'm surprised some of you are saying it's not. You guys are almost like hyping it up. Not that we don't want to hype this up, but like it doesn't have that Category 4 intensity to it anymore. And we'll just see how the storm surge reacts to this.
NHC put out a new advisory for Hurricane Leslie.
Oh, what is it at?
Leslie a little stronger, but will reach stronger upper level winds on Thursday.
What are the wind speeds right now on it?
It is at 80 knots.
Wow. That's Category 2. Oh, 90 miles an hour. Almost Category 2. Wow, that was a big wave that crashed in there. It will reach 100 miles an hour tonight.
Minimum central pressure on Leslie is 982.
Yeah. It's nothing like Milton right now, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure not.
These are some big waves crashing in, though. Yeah, look at this. We're getting some new records of the water. It's all the way up to here almost. Definitely not like it looked like earlier. That's a given. That's just high tide.
High tide isn't for another few. That Sterling Jackson high tide isn't for another 15 or 14 and a half hours.
So this is
We
not...
are actually at low tide right now.
Yeah, so people were saying this is high tide. I don't think this is storm surge. It makes sense because the wind. I mean, look at how high the water's coming up now already. It's coming up this quick. I don't think that's high tide. Yeah, this is 100 miles away from the center, just for reference, yes. Thank you for correcting me on, or not correcting me, but yeah. This is Charlotte, Port Charlotte. This is Port Charlotte right now that you're looking at this. And the storm surge is getting higher. A couple of people are saying Milton is a bust. Oh my gosh. Milton is not a bust. There's impacts. This is going to be a hurricane at landfall. Oh, look at oh my goodness. Water really coming up now. It's way up. You know what? I'm going to keep up on this camera and let's just watch this, how this progresses. I'm going to draw a line right here. And let's just see what happens in about 5 minutes. What this looks like. Watch this. Give it another 4 minutes. You're watching storm surge in real time. The storm surge as it moves onshore. I'm not messaging your 12-year-old daughter. What do you mean? This is Port Charlotte camera. Port Charlotte, Florida camera.
All right, we just had a huge spin up tornado just happen.
Oh my.
It is down, but I completely missed it. Just to the east of Okeechobee Lake. There was a huge spin up tornado producing a huge debris ball.
Oh my goodness. These tornadoes spin up too quickly. Geez, look at where I used to draw my line and water's already coming up a little higher. Look at the comparison. Look at the comparison. Just 2.5 minutes makes. Yep. Water's coming up even more. It's already over here now. What's up, King David, too? Man, these are some big waves crashing. Give it another 1 or so minutes. You can see how quick it deteriorates. Oh, big wave crashing. Oh, yep, big wave. It's already up to the palm trees up here already, the water.
So some good news with this system. All of the tornadic activity in the St. Lucie area has gone offshore, and there is an active waterspout offshore, but it is heading for the Atlantic and will be a fish storm. So good news on that.
Fish water spout. So that's
that tornado warning, the spin up tornado caused a confirmed tornado warning for St. Lucie. So you're not out of the woods yet. Just one of the systems that went offshore. This one has the potential to spin back up at any moment.
okay. Keep me updated. We're gonna watch this storm surge on getting just a camera update. Now, water's coming way up to here. Hasn't made much progress, though. Once that wind changes, though, that will really be a difference. Getting a gust up to 70 miles an hour in Tampa Bay.
Yep, Bradenton Beach is starting to experience some of those outer bands. So we will have to watch that soon.
Waves really coming up, though. That storm surge is making some progress.
For sure.
So gusts up to 70 miles an hour in Tampa Bay already. So getting near hurricane force wind gusts. Let's see what this one up here is. Mitchell Beach. Oh, wow. There's spray on Mitchell Beach right now. Lots of spray. Oh, yeah, you could see it. Spray on the water here. Spray on the water. Dang, you could barely see the tower over there. It's just so foggy.
All right, we have 3 new confirmed tornado warnings. Right north of Palm Beach and Wilmington. Royal Palm Beach. Just to the west of West Palm Beach.
Mm-hmm.
In very suburban areas, we could be seeing a tornado on the ground heading towards Royal Palm Beach area. Tons of houses. Just stay aware and get inside underground wherever you can.
Now we're still seeing the tornado warnings continue over that area. Here's a look at Doppler radar right now. Here's a look at the tornado warnings still impacting the Port St. Lucie area. We are not done. Here is a hurricane right here. Luckily, the wind shear is picked up enough to where this has weakened. Okay, it looks like the system has wobbled. Yeah, it looks like it's wobbling and it's now headed towards Sarasota. So we're beginning to see these wobbles.
I'm pretty sure no matter what, for right now, Tampa Bay is undergoing a worst case situation with these winds. It is basically too late for the system to change course. Tampa Bay will experience a whole bunch of winds with the system no matter what.
Yeah. Oh, got storm, sir. Oh, we got water spilling in. Oh, got it on camera right there. Water is already beginning to spill over.
Okay.
Right here. That's all sand, though. But I'm just saying, it's a testimony of what's going to be coming. And those winds, that is Eagle. It's right here. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's down. What's that camera? Oh, Eagle Wood right here. So if this gets any closer and wobbles and hits up over here, that's going to be some pretty strong winds smashing in. Oh, here comes another wave. Look at the water coming all the way in. Starting to see it spill over. Oh, here comes another one. Oh, close. That was close. Myers storm surge is big. This camera's probably about 8 feet off the ground. Yeah, water's really starting to pile in right now. Look at this wind. Oh, water even up over here now. Oh my gosh. That wind is quite strong. Clearwater beach cameras. We don't have any. Yeah, we do have a Clearwater. Well, Mitchell Beach is as close as we're going to get. Well, let me see if we do have Clearwater beach cameras. Let me go over to... Here's that camera, by the way. Not Clearwater. Let me see. Clearwater Beach. No, we do not have any Clearwater Beach camera. Yeah, I don't see any Clearwater Beach camera.
I don't want to cause concern, but if I had a traffic camera, if this traffic camera wasn't down, we might have a tornado in sight on St. Lucie.
Ooh, boy. That St. Lucie area really getting tornado frenzy today.
Well, I don't have a good... There's 2 northbound cameras that's gone, so all I have is southbound cameras.
Oh
And
my.
I can't see anything.
All right, guys, I gotta go to my basketball game. All right, or baseball game. All right, Titan, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Evidently, the weather is good for baseball over there, so that's good news. Yeah, these waves are really tall. Oh my. Wow, look at the storm surge. on this. Oh yeah, you can't see it. You can see it on my end though. Easy. Storm surge really coming up. I mean, literally,
Yeah,
look
I
at
see it
how
off your
high the
screen.
water is. That was not even there earlier. I mean, when we started this stream, it was just right where that wooden stick is, that wooden post. And these are getting to be some big waves right now. By the way, if you guys have not subscribed yet, all right, people are complaining about a lot of ads in my videos. I'm going to have to lower the ads. That's probably why I'm not getting a lot of people tuning in, just because there's so much ads running. So I've turned off the ads. So you guys should not be getting any more ads right now. But I do have to make money of the work that I do, so that's why there is ads enabled, just not as frequent. Hopefully not as frequent. And please subscribe, because we have only 800 people watching and we are so close to 33,000 subscribers. Taking me. But these are some big waves coming in right now. Really starting to get some big waves than the little small waves that we got earlier. I mean, look at how far up this is getting. I mean, this is getting way up there. This is Port Charlotte. This is Port Charlotte. Oh, water just reached a new record. Wow. Storm surge really coming in. But again, please share this. We only have 10 shares in this live stream, so if you guys have not shared this yet, please do so. Which I'm pretty surprised. I thought you guys would share this. Let me know if I'm doing anything wrong, because yesterday I had 2,000 shares on my live stream yesterday, which I don't know what I did right versus this one. I think you can, Ken. I'm sure you can share links. I don't know. Ken,
So
okay.
some good news. We are now officially down to 4 tornado warnings.
Finally, the tornado threat is decreasing as that outer band rolls on through. Now we could we could start focusing more on the storm surge and the hurricane. Well, I've been focusing on this for a while now. But I'm really fascinated of this storm surge, of what's going to happen.
Still watching St. Lucie. There's a pretty big rotation.
All right,
over
winds
St. Lucie Metro.
winds on the latest advisory, someone is saying, is down to 110 miles an hour. No, 120. So this is going to probably be a Cat 1, a Cat 2 at landfall, it looks like. I am a little shocked that the shear really took a beating on this. I mean, it went from a Cat 5 to now to a Cat 2. D rapidly intensified, I would say. Rapidly or explosive weakening. The opposite of explosive.
Maximum sustained winds are at 125 mile an hour
Oh, still 125? Okay.
with a minimum central pressure of 950.
Wow, so never mind then. It hasn't weakened then. Someone is saying it's 115 miles an hour.
I don't know where they're getting that from.
I do not know. These waves are really big, no matter what the intensity is.
Oh, okay. Hold on. There was a new update put out. A large area of destructive storm surge with highest indentations of 10 feet or greater is expected along a long portion of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by damaging waves. Water levels will rise rapidly as the eye approaches, and strong onshore winds on the backside of the hurricane will also cause a rapid rise in water as the center makes landfall.
That's probably what we'll
On
see, or what we're going to be seeing here soon once that eye gets closer.
Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida within the hurricane warning area. Life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts, are expected to spread inland across the peninsula in portions of the Florida east coast within the hurricane warning area tonight and early Thursday. Residents should be prepared to take shelter in an interior room away from windows as the core of the hurricane moves across the central Florida peninsula. The risk of strong tornadoes will continue into the evening hours across southern and central portions of Florida Peninsula. Be prepared to take immediate shelter in an interior room if a tornado warning is issued in your area. Heavy rainfall across the Florida Peninsula through Thursday brings the risk of catastrophic and life-threatening flash and urban flooding along the moderate to major river flooding, especially in areas where coastal and inland flooding combine to increase the overall flood threat.
Still a strong system, but definitely weakening faster than we thought. And that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Therefore, I might end this a little sooner. I mean, there's not really much to talk about other than looking at storm surge. I mean, would not be surprised if this is even a Category 1 at landfall, but I highly doubt that. Depending on how quick this weakens, but I mean, on the last pass, they barely found major hurricane force winds. But yeah, I think I'm going to end it. I just don't think there's a whole... If this was a Category 4, then I would definitely stay live, but it's really weakening. Which is good news, boy. Storm surprised us. It really did that. Oh, I'm going to weaken more than you guys think. So it is. The pressure's not dropping, Wilson. Or Justin, it's going up. Pressure's at 952 millibars. The pressure's at... Yeah, pressure's at 952 millibars based on the presentation. Let me see the newest update. How is this at 120 miles an hour? Like, tell me, how is this at 120? I'm just seeing this for the first time. And the pressure down 2 millibars. Can you explain this at all, anybody? How is it stronger? Literally, based on pressure. We have a violent tornado on the ground near Jupiter Island. We have a violent tornado on the ground. You there, Easy?
I'm looking, I'm going.
Violent tornado on the ground. Violent tornado.
I can't find my radar. Alright, let's see here.
NHC is just doing it for the safety of people. I mean, I understand that, but like, how they did not find Category 3 force winds. I mean, the strongest winds they have found was 91 knots, 92 knots, which is...
Alright, St. Lucie metro area is now getting hit by devastating tornado. Fort Pierce metro area is now getting hit by a devastating tornado.
Violent tornado on the ground. Violent tornado on the ground right now near Delta.
We should have cameras all through this area.
What's up, PI? It is on Evan Freiberger's channel. By the way, I do see other YouTubers doing using storm chasers for their live streams. I wish I can, but don't have the money to pay people for this. I just don't have the money.
Tornado on the ground with a traffic camera. I see it perfectly.
Really? Where?
I'm screen sharing. I'm just gonna screen share. Okay.
Screen share. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes, tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Violent tornado. Violent tornado. Go back. Go back. Go back. There.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it showed your desktop.
Oh.
Yeah. Violent tornado on the ground. Wow. Please seek shelter immediately downstream. This is a violent tornado on the ground. Violent tornado. $90 knots equal to 105 miles an hour. Yeah. See, I don't think this is a Cat 3 anymore. Ooh, power flash. Did you see that?
I did, yeah.
What? Where is this at? Where is this at?
St. Lucie.
St. Lucie area. Okay, yeah, St. Lucie.
It's about to go off screen. Hold on, hold that there.
Oh, there's another one. Look at. There's another tornado. Do you see that little ground scouring up?
Yep. Right
Right.
next to that tower.
Yep. There's another one. There's another one right here. We just had something.
Look at the debris ball on radar.
Another power flash. That was another power flash.
Barely see it. Do you see the debris ball?
Let me see.
I can put this over here real quick.
Yep, near Rivera Beach. Yeah, that's a big debris ball.
Yeah.
If you guys are enjoying the stream, please subscribe. Or if you guys are finding the information helpful, please subscribe. We are literally 140 subscribers away from 33,000. Quite disappointed in today's stream, but I'm streaming. I'm still here streaming.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can get another camera up. I doubt I'll be able to get it. Maybe a southbound camera. I need a southbound. All the cameras through here are northbound. Here's a southbound. Maybe? No.
Yeah, that's definitely a strong tornado on the ground. Delta. If you're in Delta, if you're in downstream, you just saw how strong that thing was. Definitely really, really strong.
This is right over Lakewood Park, by the way. This is gonna go straight into the Florida Ridge in Oslo and Vero Beach. And eventually go to North Hutchinson Island. Again, this is a huge, violent tornado on the ground.
Oh, yeah, probably an EF. Probably.
I wouldn't pre-rate.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not.
know.
I don't. Yeah.
Don't pre-rate.
Two of them, too. Two intense tornadoes. Actually, let's make that three because, oh, yeah, we have three intense tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, Florida South Beach, Florida Ridge. Wow. That is pretty strong. Pretty strong. Wow, look at all the tornado reports that we've gotten. Another tornado warning. Wow, radar indicated on that. Holy cow! You there? You there? Easy?
Yeah.
We're getting gusts up to 110 miles an hour near Eaglewood.
Okay. Yeah, this thing is getting real.
110 mile an hour winds. Wind gusts. By the way, how are you all? You guys, if you guys find this stream helpful, please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Boy, these waves are big and angry. Big waves coming in. It is getting serious at Port Charlotte right now with that water coming all the way up. Wow, that was a big wave right there. What happened to my chat? Can you guys hear me? Guess it. Chat went away. So yeah, Mitchell Beach here. Quite a bit of rain. No storm surge yet, but once that backside moves in, storm surge really going to come up. Really going to come up. Hello? I don't think anybody...
What happened?
Chat's not working. I can't...
They can hear you, I think. Yeah. They can hear you, I guess.
It's weird. Chat disappeared. It just froze up on me. Wow, big wave coming up. Big wave coming up. Wow, water's really over here now. Look at the surge. Water really flooded this area now. Just now we got some flooding.
Alright, bad news. We have another tornado down. This one is right next to Palm City. Debris ball is on the ground. This is heading in the general direction towards Stewart and Port St. Lucie, of course.
That area's gotten hit too much today. Yep, there's a debris ball. Another debris ball, North River Shores. No, it's not too many tabs open. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, feel like I'm not getting the word out to people. Someone keeps on messing with my settings on my YouTube channel. Hey, Terry. I just fixed it. Someone is on my channel messing with settings, and I don't know who it is. All right, we are getting hurricane force sustained winds in Sarasota right now. Hurricane force sustained winds in Sarasota. Yeah, we're getting hurricane force winds in Sarasota. Oh, yeah, definitely hurricane force winds.
All right, just a little tornado report here. This tornado is now in between the Indian River shores and Vero Beach. So it is going straight through Vero Beach as we speak, and will end up in Indian River shores.
Yeah, a lot of tornadoes down there. It just as some of you are saying, yeah, YouTube. I hate YouTube. I really do. I should almost contact them and say, why are you shadow banning me? And the fact that my settings are being messed around with. I'm pretty disappointed at YouTube. Man, all these tornado warnings! Oh my gosh! All of them! Literally. All of them over the same area. The whole area is not flooded. Okay, it's not official, but a tornado emergency has been issued for Stewart, Port St. Lucie, for Pierce right now. Please take immediate shelter. Immediate shelter right now.
Tornado emergency.
No, not official. Not official, because there's so many tornado warnings issued right now in the same area that might as well scream the word out to people. You cannot hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Good. But yeah, we have 5 tornado warnings in effect right now. One's about to About to move offshore.
Our tornado is now over Indian River shores and is causing damage on South Indian Shores Beach.
Oh my gosh.
It's about to get to the coast. So we won't be dealing with this much longer. Very populated area.
So yeah, we have tornado warnings in progress right now. If you're in the Port St. Lucie area, Fort Pierce, Stewart, North River Shores, Lakewood Park, Vero Beach. Yeah, this is considerable right now. The grand finale of tornado warnings turning into water spouts. Once they move offshore, we're at 6 tornado warnings, but that will drop dramatically once this moves all east. Geez, this storm surge is pretty bad. No, the eye is not closing. Man, these waves are so big than they were earlier. Wow, there's a big one. There was a big one. Probably a couple of feet tall, maybe 3 feet tall even. See if that escalates even more. Man, this storm though is pretty significant though. Once that wind changes direction, the storm surge is gonna really come up. No, the tornadoes are not headed for Ocala. The Pickle Man, no tornadoes up there. Latest pressure reading I'm estimating is 955 millibars. So the pressure continues to go up.
Alright, nose frame of correlation coefficient. I think South Indian River Shores just got devastated by a tornado.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
There might be a complete disaster unfolding in South Indian River Shores.
Holy. There is a lot of tornado reports in that area too. Lots of tornado reports. So latest advisory keeps us at 120 though. By the way, we are up to almost 30 tornado reports. 30 tornado reports. Yeah, this is moving offshore though. This is moving to the north. So these will be offshore in about 30 minutes or so. Less than that, actually. Yeah, there's no tornadoes up there in Ocala. It's just rain. And the fact that this is weakening a little faster means chances of hurricane force wind. All right, you there, Easy?
Yeah, I'm here.
We just got reports. One person just said in the chat, cars are being flipped over.
looking, seeing if I can find anything about damage reports over here.
This is a really bad storm. This is a bad hurricane.
All right.
Yeah.
Good news. Tornado has moved offshore.
It is offshore.
It is completely offshore.
And that's the North River Shores one?
The Indian River shores, yes, the furthest north, confirmed.
Oh, okay. Wow. Look at that's a strong water spout now. Are people still in traffic on the highway? What is that noise? Hello?
What was it?
Background noise for a second.
Oh, was it? Oh, it's because I'm screen sharing.
Oh,
I was looking through Twitter.
Oh, that's what that was.
My bad.
It's okay. It's okay.
I was looking at damage reports.
Any updates on Milton? Right now, winds are at 120, but probably lower than that. I'm telling you guys, it's probably more than likely lower. It could have stopped weakening, though, because the system is a little bit more, well, trying to get its act together. It's having a hard time doing that. But yeah, the tornado threat really about to just drop off like a rock. Once these two storms get offshore, we're going to be at 0 tornado warnings.
All right, so a little update on that tornado.
Yeah.
It was confirmed a wedge tornado. Emergency responders are assessing damage right now. There is multiple videos of it on Twitter doing damage to power lines. There is no damage reports or anything yet, but I'll let you know if I see anything.
All right. Yeah, so the tornado warnings do continue. These are moving offshore in the Stewart, Port St. Lucie area at the moment. Jupiter Island, North River Shores, White City, Fort Pierce, St. Lucie Village. Right now.
All right, one more thing. National Weather Service of Miami stated that this was a large multi-vortex tornado.
Holy cow. So the Indian Shores one.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I am looking for...
I bet you this is down to a category 2 in the next update from the NHC. I would not be surprised. So, yeah, Vero Beach, tornado, offshore now. Pretty much now these two tornadoes are offshore, so the warnings will get expired here pretty quickly. And now we're going to turn our attention to this hurricane as it gets closer and closer. You can see the radar imagery showing that intense northern eye wall. Man, is it raining pretty hard in Anna Maria Island. That's near Siesta, that's near Sarasota right now. And it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. But what really is striking is Port Charlotte right now. That storm surge. Look at how high the water is now. I mean, it's going way up there. Way up there. Some big time waves right now. Big time waves. Probably, we don't know about the rating, but it looks pretty significant. No, this is Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte. Yeah, this is Port Charlotte right now. Hey, David, or easy peasy, did you all see the long wave on that wedge tornado on Doverick? What do you mean by that, Jamie? That stick is fighting, yeah. Water's definitely gone up. It's definitely coming in. Water really coming in.
Alright, so I got some local reports that a plaza in Vero Beach is completely destroyed and underwater at this point.
Are you not from storm surge, or is it flooding?
The destruction part is from the tornado, and I'm guessing the flooding is the other.
Okay.
This is not
Wow.
storm surge related, but this is tornado related. I'm listening into the Indian River County Sheriff scanner, and I will let you know if I hear anything else.
Sounds good. So that's another report of complete destruction with that tornado. Vero Beach. I thought our tornado warnings were going to end. Oh, there's another tornado warning. Probably the extension on that, just to emphasize people that we're not done yet. Oh, it's that little tornado, little spin up that's actually occurring. So yeah, there is another tornado warning. That will expire though in like 34 minutes, probably a lot sooner than that. As this is all moving offshore. All moving offshore. What the heck? My radar is freaking out. What is going on? Radar is freaking out, I guess. That was really funny. So we're going to keep an eye on those tornado warnings. It's like things are finally settling down there, though. Rough one there in
All right, I have a devastating update.
What is it?
Images are being sent in on Twitter of houses that are completely flattened. Cars on top of the rubble. It's complete destruction.
Ah, that had to be. I don't like pre-rating, but that's definitely more than EF2 or EF3 damage. That is complete destruction. Complete destruction. Probably, certainly a violent tornado. Certainly a violent tornado. Could probably be the strongest tornado to hit that area in a long time, too.
Okay. Even more. Wow. The Port St. Louis Police Department is completely destroyed.
The Port St. Lucie Police Department completely destroyed?
Completely. Torn up.
Holy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It takes some serious destruction to destroy an entire, or it takes a serious tornado or a hurricane to destroy a police department. That was a violent tornado for sure. Violent. Wow. Probably the strongest tornado in that area that area has seen in over a century, maybe. Who knows? Man, a lot of tornado reports.
All right, I
And
do have another update. This one's okay, pretty lengthy one, so give me a minute here. There is images of okay, so Sheriff Keith Pearson confirmed that all officers are safe, first of all. So
okay.
he did say that all officers are safe. And I just heard from the scanner. Hold on, they're still speaking. Okay. I just heard from the scanner there's 3 houses that they are currently assisting. One has, or 2 of the houses have trees inside the house, and one of them has a car lodged within the house. All occupants are safe and are being transported to the shelter as we speak.
Oh, a car. A car that weighs more than 3,000 pounds lodged into a house.
Yes, and trees.
People want me to show some images. Do you have those images that we can show?
Hold on, I can
What about
send you
this?
over.
Let's share your screen. Then that way you can just show them because I have so many tabs open.
Right, okay, yep.
Yeah, please share.
Um,
We'll bring those images in right now.
Let me, because I don't want to show anything I'm not supposed to, so I'm just going to do this.
Yeah. All right. By the way, really quick, here's a hurricane. It is inching closer to Sarasota. All right, there's your update. All right, yeah, make sure it's not, I won't get in trouble for it. So here's some of the images that Easy is showing you guys on his computer, not mine. So there is the damage to the police department. And there, oh gosh. Yeah, look at that, you guys. Just take a look at that. All right, next one. Yep, there's just incredible.
And hold on one second. Here is the tornado.
Oh, look at that. Look at that tornado.
And hold on. We have house damage down through here, I think. Again, there's just countless image after image after image of this. Yep, here we go. So very low quality images, but again, this is a house.
This is a house, folks. This is a house completely damaged, destroyed.
Again, trees on top of houses, on top of power lines. Looks to be a little bit better out through here, but again, complete devastation for some of these people.
Wow.
That's all I have right now. I will
All
listen
right.
into the scanners and get back to you as soon as I hear something else.
All right, sweet. All right, so that's basically the damage from that, and that's from a hurricane. That's not even in the eye wall. That's all from all these storms right here that are moving offshore. We're down to 2 tornado warnings. Those will be allowed to expire here within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Probably a little sooner than that as this band goes off. What's up, Greg Glasscock? Thank you for the $2 donation. I want to thank you the other night for the $100 donation. It was with Helene. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you. And yes, I did remember you, so you don't need to worry about that. I remember the donation, so. And we're not going to forget about this hurricane. Wow, that storm surge. That storm surge really coming in. Serious. I mean, this is getting pretty serious, folks. So, yeah, to put it this way, catastrophic damage in Port St. Lucie, Indian Shores from those tornadoes in some isolated areas. And I'll tell you, once this backside rolls through, this storm surge is going to escalate. It's going to get bad quick. Mez Ford, camera 5 is Port Charlotte. Is the camera with the palm trees, David. Just take a look at that. Oh, he's telling me to take a look at Port Charlotte again. Oh my gosh. Dude, this was not like this earlier. Remember, you all, when we watched this camera 5 hours ago? The storm surge was down here to the wooden post. It was barely getting to the wooden post. And look at where it's at now. The storm surge is the water's all the way back here. Actually, there's no ending where the water goes now because it's going all the way over. Look at how big those waves are. That storm surge, dude. Here comes a big wave right here. That was a very big wave right there. Pretty much gone. This is all flooded. Remember where the palm trees are. These waves are probably 4 feet now. Probably at least 4 feet tall. Yeah, this is getting pretty serious with that storm surge coming in. And that's right over here. That's not even... This is closer at the Eagle River or Eagle Beach. And yep, here's another one. Look at all the water coming in. Right now, the winds at Eaglewood are coming in out of the south. So as that backside really rolls in, this storm surge is going to triple. Thank you, Jen Fell, for the $10 donation. I don't want to advertise it too much, but our goal for this stream is to get $1,000, is to get up to $1,000 in donations or more. Again, some of this money, or most of it, some to most, will go to Samaritan's Purse for the victims that are being impacted by this hurricane. All right. So again, those donations in this stream will go towards that. I know people's money are tight. We understand that, but if you could help chip in throughout the stream, that would be good. I should have made this stream a fundraiser, actually. Thank you, Greg Glasscock. Oh, I will make it to 1,000 within 3 hours. Goal set. Thank you. I don't rarely do that, but again, people really appreciated the donation for me to donate that money to American Red Cross in the wake of Hurricane Helene, which still people are without power up here. Let's not forget, in the Georgia, the Carolinas, up here, even in South Carolina, still almost in the three states put together, still almost 500,000 people without power just from Helene yet. Thank you, Angela, for the $100 donation. Again, thanks a million for your time. I appreciate that. I do appreciate all the donations. And at least, I did a calculation, at least 40%, 30 to 40% of this will go to Samaritan's Purse. Wow, Peter Moss. Wow, Miracle for the 20, for the 100. We're halfway there, folks. We are now almost 60% in. Thank you so much, Shelly. Shelly, Kelly, Felly, Ellie, for the donation. Again, I don't want to force you guys. I don't want to come across like that at all. I'm not here to do that. But again, this is a serious situation and history at work. The only thing maybe good about this system is it's weakening faster in some sense. I would wait to see the pressure from the next advisory. And we're not there yet. We got to wait for the next update from the National Hurricane Center. It's not out yet, but I would not be surprised if the pressure went up to 952 millibars, 953, and winds of about 115 or 110. Probably 110. Just because on the... But you know what, though? On that north, that... Actually, you know what? This could still be a Category 3. You know what? I should be looking at velocity more than just estimating. This could still be 120 mile an hour winds because of the velocity data. Seriously? You're going to issue another tornado warning? Like, how far away is that? Oh, and I missed the $200 donation from Greg Glasscock. Let's go, David. Let's help David. Thank you so much. $761. Now, $1,000 is the goal, but if we can get beyond 1,000, the more we get, the more I donate. So, 1,000 is the baseline, is the ultimate goal. But thank you guys. Man, look at all. By the way, Angela, how do you get the red thing to pop up there on the chat? You know, like, oh, maybe you have to kind of tag their name. Maybe it highlights it when you tag their name. By the way, we do get a flood report. Train spotter reports 12 inches of standing water. So we're getting flood reports here with these tornado warnings. So keep that in mind. Flood reports. We're probably going to start getting flood reports up here to the north. And of course, the powerful eye wall now moving onshore in Anna Maria Island. This is pretty much where the strongest winds are at the moment. Moving onshore in Siesta Key. Oh, yeah. Or Siesta Key. Look at the rain coming down. Just awful conditions. All right, we have a new advisory update out from the National Hurricane Center. Yep, they're going to keep it at 120. So this is officially a 120 mile an hour hurricane, and pressure has not gone up 948 millibars. Maybe this will make landfall at a category 3. Maybe holding together a little bit. Maybe holding together just for its dear life. So this is still a serious situation. Very serious. And that storm surge. Oh, yeah. Look at the water flowing over. Look at the water flowing completely over here. This water is definitely overflowing. It's definitely over flooding the beach already. So the water could be going very far inland at this moment. So this is pretty much an ocean right now. There's no beach left. There is no beach left. So still a category 3, 120 mile an hour winds. Only 10 miles shy of a category 4. So it is pretty intense right now. It is pretty strong. And again, the stronger, if this could hold together even a little bit more, the impacts will just be that much worse. And we're getting water almost over this post right now. Getting close to getting over the post. But look at the water going all the way up and over. Look at this. It's splashing onto these palm trees. This is no longer a beach. And that's Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte, by the way, not even in the eye wall or whatever eye wall is left, which actually might be hanging on a little bit longer. Just goes to show you just how serious this is. Look at the winds, though. Oh my gosh. These winds are furious now. Furious winds. And we're going to watch now. We're going to watch this storm surge. Now is the time to watch to see if this comes way up. Because the winds are beginning to change direction a little bit. We are getting water spilling over the beachfront right now. I mean, look how furious this is. Really furious. I'm not getting energy in the live stream just because I got all those donations. No, I'm getting energetic because the storm surge is getting ready to come in. And I'm actually kind of tired of tracking tornadoes at this moment. And the National Weather Service wants to hang on to dear life in that Port St. Lucie area. You there, Easy? Hello, Easy. Thank you. Yeah, so this tornado, Jupiter Island, getting another area of strong rotation. We'll see if that uptrends. See if that uptrends. But for right now, it's just a radar indicated rotation. But boy, this front side right here. By the way, over the Eaglewood area getting winds up to 100 miles an hour. Oh, man. Look at this storm surge now. Look at that water coming in. Definitely flooding in right now. That's some pretty big storm surge. And here comes the spray, and the rain is coming in. Probably more likely spray at this point. Man, you can't see very far out there. Big wave crashing in. Oh, yeah, this is getting really bad. You can see the waves. Just repeated overwash. Just repeated overwash. This is not Sarasota. This is Eaglewood Beach. Eaglewood Beach, which is south of Sarasota. Wow. There is some serious water flooding in. That was a big wave. Here comes another one. Yeah, we're starting to get a lot of water spilling over right now. Eaglewood, that's what it's. I thought it said Eaglewood this whole time. It looks like Eaglewood, but Inglewood. Okay, it's Inglewood. Inglewood. Got it. Sorry about that. I literally didn't even realize that I said Eaglewood this whole time. Inglewood. When you look at it, though, it does almost... You could almost... When you actually look at it really quick, you could almost say Eaglewood, but it's Inglewood. Inglewood, actually. Storm surge really coming in right now. Oh, here comes a big wave. See if that makes progress. And getting quite close. Gotten quite close to making progress. Wow, that was a big wave right there. Oh, this is going to make it all the way over. No, maybe not.
All right, I'm back.
All right, storm surge really coming in quickly now. Storm surge really coming in very quickly on the Inglewood, and they are getting hurricane force winds. Certainly hurricane force winds.
Okay. Well, I do want to say one thing. There's
Yes.
no current reports coming out of the Indian River shore area, which is kind of good, but you never know what's going on over there. So I'm keeping my hopes up. There's no new reports other than just a few overturned vehicles on I-95 that's causing delays. And US 1 is now closed in the Fort Pierce area. So just keep that in mind too.
Thanks for keeping us safe, David. Around 250,000 is now without power. So please share this as much as possible to get the word out. Yeah, you guys, please share this. Please, please share this. I don't think anybody is sharing this stream. I don't know why, but please share this because I enjoy doing this. I really do. All right, recon data finds winds up to 120 knots on the northern side. So, might be a Cat 4. Might be a Cat 4 again. Could be close. It could be close. That northern side really getting some serious winds according to aircraft recon data. And boy, that southwestern side getting winds also up to 120 miles an hour. That northern side getting winds up to about 130. Maybe it did get stronger. We will see. But yeah, 250,000 people without power. Technically, the eye wall, which has the strongest winds, are already making landfall, but the eye itself is still far offshore. Which, by the way, look at the conditions here on the Osprey, Florida camera. Look at the spray coming off the water. And look at the boats out there really rocking back and forth. Jeez, that water is really rough. Yeah, this is the worst part of the storm now coming on shore. Oh my gosh. Look at the storm surge. I just clicked on the camera and wow. Big time overwash. Oh yeah, it's getting bad now for sure. This water is really coming up. Milton is looking like bad Milton. Water really coming around that little estuary. Not increased yet. Well, based on recon, it might have strengthened just a wee bit. Maybe some gust in there. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, storm surge coming up. Let me see if things have changed on the Port Charlotte camera. Oh, man. That water has gotten much higher. Oh, water's getting over the post right now. Water's just at times getting over the post. So, yeah, this is already flooding. Definitely coming on. And you could see the waves not even really collapsing here until they get really big. You can see the water getting over that post. That's probably about 3 feet of water right there, maybe 4 feet of inundation. But we're just going to keep an eye on what the cameras show. But yeah, this is the current structure. By the way, if you guys think this is actually weak, of course it's not. You know what this is right here? You want to know what that little band is? You want to know what that little band is? Through Radar Omega. They're through Radar Omega. Marty, Kenna. That is actually spray. That is actually spray and 130-ish mile-an-hour winds right there. So that's basically the dry eye wall. So you can think about the maximum winds are right in here. This is basically your dry eye wall. And we are getting wind gusts already on Vinance up to about 70 miles an hour. Near 80 miles an hour, perhaps. That spray, that is continuous spray from the ocean. That is continuous spray. No, it's not an eye wall replacement. No, it's not. It looks like it may be fighting the shear a little bit because of the fact that this southern eye wall is a little bit more intense than it was earlier. Yeah, Inglewood camera, we're going to need to watch that, though. We're still going to need to watch this. Because as the storm gets closer, because Inglewood is right here in this system. Let's see where it's going. Let's see its progress. Yeah, this is actually getting closer to Inglewood, so our winds are beginning to change direction. They're coming more out of the south, southwest. So as that continues to propagate and the winds shift, again, winds are going to shift out of the southwest and the west, and that storm surge is going to come right on in. This water is going to pile up, and we're going to have probably... This camera might be underwater. We're going to see what happens on this camera, though, as this progresses. Oh, here comes a big wave. Big wave. Oh, big wave. Watch that race in. Watch it race. Oh, it looked like it was going to. It looked like it was going to. But yeah, these winds are terrible right now. This is Inglewood Beach. This is just to the south of Sarasota. Just to the south. Let's look at other areas. Oh, yeah, this is getting really bad here. You can see the water. Yeah, this water's gotten higher, actually. This water is definitely getting higher.
Alright, I have some news for you. The Naples Pier sunset cam, it just caught, I'm pretty sure, a piece of wood getting basically beaten out of the pier. So you might want to keep a close eye on the pier.
What? Are
So,
you
I don't know.
serious?
Yeah, I just looked over and I just saw that and I'm like, okay.
Whoa, okay,
So
let me see
keep
this.
an eye on the Naples Pier sunset cam. I'm gonna go eat real quick, so I'll be listening.
Okay. Please come back though, okay?
I got you. I'll be back in like a few minutes.
Okay. All right, let's look at the Naples Pier camera. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that water. That's a lot more significant than it was earlier. And this is further south from the system. He said there was a piece of wood. So we're going to just watch that. This is further south, by the way. Which Naples is down here. They're getting winds up to 58 miles an hour. But I will be monitoring the Naples camera if I see anything that is out of the ordinary. Okay, hurricane winds are hitting Anna Maria now. Anna Maria Island is now being hit with hurricane force winds. You can see the spray also coming over. Boy, once that wind shifts, I'm telling you, once the wind shifts, it's going to get bad. It's going to get really bad. It looks like the winds are coming down here a little bit as the center gets closer. But Inglewood, different story. Inglewood getting the water wash up. There's actually water here now flooding around this deck. But yeah, this is what it looks like on radar. There's your northern side of the storm. Offshore flow here. Interesting to see this. Offshore flow here. Onshore flow on this side. So you'll see the storm surge really get nasty over here in the Tampa Bay area. Oh yeah, this might have strengthened. Yup, pressure has dropped a little bit. 944 millibars. 944 millibars. They have found pressure 944. So it is strengthening. It is strengthening, I think. It has strengthened. Yup, they're finding 115 knot winds on the southwestern side. So, on both quadrants, they're finding strengthening. Actually, on the southern side, it's stronger than the northern side, but that's because the storm is moving towards shore. So, the fat side is on the southern side. So, anything Category 4 force winds are happening down here than up to the north. But the plane did find stronger winds. I thought we were going somewhere. Maybe the shear has backened. Yeah, this is stronger. Yep. We're finding 130-ish mile an hour winds. 125 at least. I think 125 before 130. Pressure did go up. It did come up. Boy, I'll tell you, if this radar goes offline, we're screwed. We won't see the center. We won't be able to track the center very well. So the eye is getting closer. And this is spray. This is spray taking place. This is not rain. This is oceanic spray. And estimated wave heights, this is just my estimate right now based on a nearby buoy. We're getting wave heights on the southwestern side up to about 30 to 40, about 30 feet right now. 30-foot waves on the actually the southeastern side. I always think yeah. So waves are coming up. And I am going to be keeping an eye on the Inglewood camera, which right now, it's just going to get worse. Huge rise in surge will happen. Will happen, not may happen. And this is the time, if anyone's in the path of this, to get out, well, it's kind of too late. You can't evacuate because conditions are really bad, but I just hope you are safe. Yeah, look at the water level here. This is coming up pretty quickly. This is going to start flooding. Probably not going to see grass here in about 2 hours. It's going to be the end of that area. Yeah, wow, look at the wind. Really bad. Remember, the pressure has to get all the way down. Now, some of these stations here have built-in pressure sensors. We're only at 980 millibars here. That pressure has to get down to 945 millibars. So for the pressure to drop that quick, boy, the winds are going to really have to come around, and they're going to be really strong. I'm sure you could evacuate to a local shelter, probably inland. At least I would say go 10 miles or so inland, because the storm surge is going to get really bad. I mean, look at the conditions here. Anna Maria Island. Look at the conditions on the Anna Maria Island camera. Really deteriorating. That is rain and that is spray going on. That is fierce wind. That is fierce wind. Pinellas, the Pinellas camera, Palm Harbor, is not seeing it as bad right now. But this eye is going to be going over here. So the highest storm surge actually is going to be over the Sarasota area. I'm trying to find that sand. Yeah, that's the storm right there. It's not good. Not good at all. Yeah, beach resort. Try and look for that camera on YouTube. Actually, you know what? Maybe I have it here. Because there's palm trees that I wanted to show you all. I'm going to look for it.
I got it if you want it.
I'm just.
Do you need it?
Do you know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, the one I sent you.
No, not that one. I'm looking.
Oh.
I'm looking for. It's a resort, and it's right there on the beach. It's with all the palm trees, but I cannot find. I hope I'm subscribed to the camera. Sorry, you guys. I know we took a brief pause, but maybe Siesta Beach. No, Siesta Beach. Oh, Siesta Beach. See, that's what I was thinking about. Siesta Beach. That's a different area. I guess I'm not subscribed to that camera. Interesting. Because I thought I was subscribed to it.
So it looks like in Fort Myers, there's actually some water getting into the roadway.
Wow. Yeah, look at the storm surge, though. We'll use the cameras that we have. Luck would have it, these cameras do not go out. But those are some big time waves. Those are like ocean waves at this point. That water is definitely spilling over. It's a matter of, can it get over the stick? We got to watch the stick in the water. If it can get over the stick, We know that it's getting higher and higher.
I wish those Clearwater cameras didn't go out. The only camera I have at Clearwater is the pier camera.
Well, that's the power outages for you. But these waves are huge. That stick is getting decimated. Getting decimated. I don't know if Earth cams would be that helpful. Oh, boy, there's a big wave. There's a big wave going over the pier. There was just a big wave. But yeah, I'm going to see what I could find on Earth cams.
Did you see where those people went out on the pier to go check the damage? Were you looking at it?
I don't think so, no. I caught it too late.
I think a lot of authorities came out and to go to check and see if it was still stable.
Oh, wow.
Sarasota,
Oh, my.
Florida. Webcam in Sarasota, Florida is now gone.
Okay. Also, I want to let you know water is pouring over the entire pier right now at the very end of it. Water is pouring over. Oh, and we lost the Earth camera. Earth camera went out. So we don't have the Earth camera anymore. Power outages really going up now. Power outages going up. So we need to reorientate ourselves. Oh, there's a Tampa camera.
Earthcam's still up. I think you just had an ad.
Oh, that's probably what it was. Yep, Tampa camera is out. Tampa Bay camera is out. No, it's out on my end. I don't know how you're able to view it.
I'm just looking at the YouTube link to it.
Oh, well. Oh, okay, it's back. Never mind. It's back. Estimated time of a landfall will be in the next 5 hours at least. Yeah, I'm thinking about midnight now for Florida. Water is going over the end of the pier. There it goes again. It went over the pier. And those waves are at least 15, maybe 20 feet right now. Man, this is getting quite scary, though. But now we're getting spray. Water's really pushing on now. Water's really starting to push in. Let's see in Inglewood. See if Inglewood has changed much. Let's see if... Yeah, let's look at radar. People actually like me. I thought you guys would like the storm surge cameras. I thought you guys would actually enjoy that. Oh, man. This is going right towards Sarasota. Probably right towards Sarasota now. Yeah, once the backside of that hurricane rolls on through. But we need to start watching the storm surge cameras because this backside is Right there. It literally is that southern side. What does yellow indicate? That's moderate rain. The orange is heavier rain, and the red is very heavy rain. So the darker, well, the redder, oranger the colors, the heavier the rain. There is lightning strikes happening on this still. Still some lightning activity. Yeah, they found winds of 110 miles an hour. Or 125 miles an hour. This could get upgraded a little bit. We'll see what they're going to do. I want to look at the surface frequency. Oh, not that. Oh, that's Kermit. I thought that was an Air Force mission. Interesting. 953 millibars. Okay, so the pressure is not as low. That's interesting that the extrapolated pressure is actually a lot lower. 945 over here. So I don't know if that's the exact center then. That's where the wind is calm. They are getting 100 mile an hour. Ooh. Yeah, they're getting 120. Wow, 130. 130 right here. So they are getting surface winds of 130 on that northern or southern side. The northern side, they're also getting a Category 3 force winds. So this is not weakening, sadly. It's not weakening. We will see what the Air Force mission does next. So this might not have weakened. And they found winds near 130 still. Looked like it was not going well earlier for the system, but the system seems to have regrouped itself a little bit. But yeah, storm surge only going to get worse. Wow, look at that palm tree over there. Again, this is in Inglewood, Florida. Inglewood camera. By the way, if you all are enjoying the live coverage, this helpful live stream, please subscribe if you're new. If you have not subscribed yet, please do so. Because we are less than 100 subs away from 33,000. Whoa, that was a big wave. That was a big wave. Let's keep an eye. Let's see what we are seeing over here in Vinance. Water really coming up. You can see it. It's getting higher. It's getting higher. And the wind is getting stronger. And that is right where, near the eye wall, pressure really dropping there. What category? This is a Category 3 hurricane from the National Hurricane Center, but could be a little higher. It could be 125 mile an hour winds. It does not surprise me if it did strengthen just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Mark Cooper Art, recon finds Category 4 force winds though at the surface. Ethan. Ethan. Welcome back. I think he is muted. Oh, was that debris? Oh no, that was just plastic. Plastic bag. Thought that was debris for a second.
Hey, I am back.
Okay, we're getting storm surge now. Water really coming up quickly on our Anna Maria camera. And also, Ethan, there is a possibility, not a guarantee here, it's not official from the National Hurricane Center, that Milton may have strengthened some.
Interesting. Well, it is still a powerful storm either way. So that would be something to be watching if it strengthens anymore.
And also, we had a violent tornado near Indian River. Police department, complete destruction to a police department. A car lodged into a house and trees.
Wow. I guess I missed that.
Oh
Gee
my.
whiz.
You should have seen the rotation on that. I mean, I don't want to pre-rate this, but it was as strong as a rolling fork tornado. It could have been. Very large wedge tornado. I mean, a huge wedge.
That would be pretty incredible considering how bad the rolling fork tornado was. And certainly an anomalous situation that we've been dealing with here with this tornado event. Thankfully, the tornado side of things seems to have kind of diminished a little bit. I don't think we have any active tornado warnings right now. But that means we're moving more into the storm surge, the flooding, and the wind side of this hurricane.
Storm surge really coming up right now in the Inglewood, though. Oh, and by a lot. Wow, that water really coming in. Also,
Yes, it is.
I wanted to show you this camera. Okay, Port Charlotte. Do you remember when looking at the Port Charlotte camera on how low the water was?
Not specifically.
Darn it. Well, look at how high the water is in Port Charlotte. All the water that you see there used to be all beach. And where the stick is, the wooden stick that you're about to see on the stream, was where the water barely came up to. And the water is now over the stick at times.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You see that whole beach is now covered, and it is just driving in with that battering wind and those waves coming in pretty relentlessly.
Yeah, the water is now overflowing. I mean, it's completely flooding. It is just miraculous of what we're seeing. Look at the spray coming off the water, though. That's just incredible. Man.
Yes, it is, and that wind is really going to be coming on shore now because we're getting that central convection moving in, especially over parts of Bradenton northward toward the Tampa metro area. Lots of heavy rain and lots of really strong wind coming in as that eye is continuing to move towards Sarasota.
All right, we got an update from Angela. Pressure has dropped. It's now 947 millibars.
947, what was it earlier?
Last advisory was 948, and the advisory before that, it was 950. So it's now 947.
Okay, I do have something interesting here. We have an extreme wind warning that is now in effect. This is for Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough counties in Florida, effective for 3 hours now, until 9:30 p.m. Extremely strong, damaging winds moving into this area. And an extreme wind warning is basically kind of like a wide-ranging tornado warning. They're expecting destructive winds over this entire area.
Oh my gosh. That's where the cameras are. Extreme wind warning has now been issued, as what Ethan is saying. Please take this seriously. Please take this seriously right now. Look at the water now. This water's really coming up.
Yeah, unfortunately, that water's really piling in now because we have that close proximity of the system to the shoreline.
So is it possible, Ethan, that when you get offshore flow, because of the close proximity to the storm, you could get that water sea level rise actually?
As it gets closer with the onshore flow, as the low
Well,
gets closer, you're going to see that storm surge increase.
well, no, what I'm saying is even immediately to the north of this. So, like, let's just say the eye makes landfall in Sarasota and you're still getting offshore flow in Tampa. The storm surge would still increase because all the air is converging into one area of the storm. So, actually, in the center of the storm is where you have the storm surge that is highest, correct?
I see what you're saying, and the highest storm surge is actually just to the south of the eye in this kind of situation because that's where the onshore flow is concentrated. Once you get
Okay.
to the north of there, the flow is kind of offshore, depending on the trajectory. It depends on the angle that it's coming in and everything. And in that case, you can actually have water being pulled out away from the shore.
All right, we are now getting water that is overflowing the lifeguard station on the Venice, Florida, camera 8 right now. And this is a look at Port Charlotte again. Oh my gosh. Oh, did we get another donation? Oh, I thought we got another donation. It seemed like earlier. Which, by the way, we are still about $219 away from our primary goal. And again, those donations do go to, not all of it, but parts of it will go to the Samaritan's Purse.
We got a question, what's happening in Ocala? Ocala, probably some strong winds, but mainly some heavy rain going on right now. A flash flood warning is in effect until about midnight tonight, and this is radar indicated based on a lot of rain that's coming in. You'll probably see the winds increase as you head into the evening as well.
All right, hurricane hunters find they're not in the center yet. Flying in from a different angle, though. So that northwestern side, not as strong, but still hurricane force winds are occurring in that area. We'll see what they find on the other side, because this right front quadrant is where the strongest winds are. I honestly don't like the Air Force mission at this time, because I just don't like them right now. That NOAA mission did a really good job at getting those maximum wins. Thank you for the $5 donation. And first super chat too, so thank you. Man, that surf, which by the way, Ethan, the surf at the Sunset Pier in Naples, Florida is so significant that waves, this is pretty far away from the system. Waves are going over the pier and have actually caused some damage with wood pieces being shredded off because of the power of the waves.
Oh yeah, water is a really powerful force. We talk about the destructive power of wind all the time in the context of tornadoes or hurricanes even. Water is the really powerful force. The momentum and the energy that it carries is capable of doing a lot of damage.
Oh yeah. But I love you guys being here. I'm glad you guys are here watching this. Not easy day. Watching this unfold. Oh, Ethan, I don't know if you saw that piece of palm frond just went flying towards the camera on the Inglewood camera. Wow.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, it is really, the wind is really ripping through there.
Here's, okay, storm surge coming in again. See if this really gets worse. Here we go. Another wave. Oh, barely there. Wow, that palm tree. I'm almost worried it's going to just get torn in pieces because it's just getting ripped. It's just like, it's just moving vigorously. Wow, that was a big pile of water coming in. Oh my. Wow. That storm surge really coming in. Oh, I know palm trees are quite resilient, but man, you have that look to the palm trees that's something's gonna snap.
Yeah, they are pretty tough, but in the winds that we're dealing with in the middle of this, you know, we're still going to be seeing a lot of damage, and they could still take quite a beating.
Wow, first tornado warning in a little while. Where's this at? Oh, extreme. It's about to move off the coast in like 5 or 10 minutes. Tornado warning issued really quickly. Dummett Grove, Wilson, Allenhurst under a tornado warning, but that's about to move offshore really soon, but there is some rotation on that. But man, look at all the spin ups off the coast of Florida now with that banding future. Man, countless. Just if there was land there would still be like 20 tornadoes probably going on. All right, Ethan, we are now getting hurricane force winds in Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is where things are really picking up now. That's where the extreme wind warning is in effect. And at this point, the wind is really going to start to pick up across the Tampa Bay or across the Tampa metro.
Okay, water's now slowly beginning to spill over in the Venice camera. And there is spray, big time spray right now on the water. Lots of spray going on. Ruben Torres, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate the donations. We're inching closer to our goal, so thank you very much for that. I did not realize how long a $200 donation, these donations are still showing up on the stream at the very top of the chat. They last a while. I guess the higher you donate, the longer they last. Venice. Okay, it's Venice. Look at those low-level clouds, Ethan. They are moving fast. Speeding on by.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the wind and the wind fields are insane. And we got some comments from Blue J Dreamscapes. Fort Myers is flooded big time. And another commenter, me, myself, and I, says, Bradenton is out of power. You're the only source, David.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, stay on the stream. If you're out of power, ask people to join this stream. We have the coverage. And the storm surge is just getting worse. I don't know how to describe how much worse this is getting, but it is escalating. I mean, here's another wave coming in. more frequent. And there is significant flooding now around that little awning over there. Water's really piling in. And again, watch as this progresses. We will be visiting this camera a lot. And I bet you in roughly an hour, this water, you're going to start seeing more water than sand. I mean, this is just piling, just repeated strikes of water. There's no sand here. It's like water now. It's a very wet sand, super wet sand. And here comes another surge of water, another overwash. You're very well. Yeah, Meritical. Yeah, I'm glad Ethan B is here for life. Not for life, but for the rest of the stream.
I'm definitely glad to be here.
But yeah, Ethan, the system has slightly intensified, and we're waiting for the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center if the pressure has dropped. Every time I think it's intensifying, then the NHC likes to flip sides and says, oh, it's weakening though, David.
Yeah, this system is contending with some factors that are not quite healthy for a hurricane. But the thing is, Hurricane Milton has been incredibly resilient along its life cycle and has gone through periods of strengthening and weakening. So it has kind of that unpredictability factor still going for it.
And the fact is, Ethan, I don't want to really begin to imagine this, but what if there was no shear on this system? What if this system was not dealing with any shear at all? I wonder how strong this would have made landfall in Florida.
Yeah, if this didn't have any dry air problems and didn't have any wind shear to deal with, it probably still would have been a Category 4 at least.
Wow. So here is the latest radar, and it looks like now it is aiming right for Sarasota, for Venice. For Venice, South Venice, Inglewood. Man, I cannot even imagine what that's going to look like in Inglewood once that southeastern side moves on through. Man. There's a lot of spray.
That truly is something to keep in mind. As this moves through, the wind is going to change directions. That's why we're going to see, as it moves inland, that wind, even in areas like Tampa, is going to switch from more southeasterly or easterly. It's going to switch out of the west, and we're going to have water piling in too. So we've still got storm surge problems as this passes over the area. And for areas south of there, like Bradenton, Sarasota, Venice, Punta Gorda maybe even, we're still going to be dealing with storm surge problems as this moves in and moves past the area.
Hey, Fire Ant, welcome back.
Hello, you all. I am actually off of work now.
Yeah, Fire Ant,
I am back as well.
This has strengthened some.
Hello, Ethan. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm all right.
Fire Ant.
Yeah.
This has strengthened some.
Okay.
Yep. And we are now getting serious storm surge inundation. And an extreme wind warning is now issued for the Tampa area.
So I have actually been in contact with my family and stuff down there.
Ooh.
They are now calling for 6 to 9 foot storm surge in the area.
Whoa, yeah.
With the worst of it coming in at about 2 to 3 a.m. in the Bay Area.
Jeez. And what's there? It's historic, right? What's a historic number for storm surge? Oh.
14.5 feet, if I recall correctly.
So it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Yes.
This water's really coming in, though. It is.
Actually
Dr.
gonna
Nurse, I'm sorry.
I'm actually going to post what he sent me from the local TV station down there. Well, you can share it, David, if you want.
All right.
That's what they're expecting now. That was about 40 minutes ago that he sent me that.
6 to 9 feet. That sounds about right. Because of our storm, where it's exactly moving, things have changed a little bit. I can see that.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I want to say we now have about a foot of storm surge at the Inglewood camera. We are now seeing consistent overwashing for enough of it to at least cause consistent amounts of flooding. So we are now seeing storm surge. I declare storm surge now in the Inglewood camera.
It probably is, David.
Wow, look at that wave. Oh my gosh. Holy moly.
Oh man, that's really driving in.
Did you see that? That was a huge wave.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry for my excitement there, but that just popped out of nowhere.
That's okay. That's okay, David.
That's
Does anybody?
That's kind of the, well, not exciting, but that's kind of the fun thing about tracking hurricanes is watching it from calm, very calm to very stormy. Just watching the transitions. How it progresses. And again, everything that you see here is history on my channel. So I can look back at this and be like, oh, I remember David tracking this 3 years ago, when 3 years down the road comes. Yeah, there is now flooding on that deck. Goodbye, deck. Goodbye, pier or boardwalk. Goodbye.
Yeah, we do have the latest 7 p.m. update from the NHC. I don't know if you saw that already, David.
120-mile-an-hour winds still. So this is probably going to be a Cat 3 at landfall, as a little weaker than what NHC originally predicted, but still a Cat 3. So impacts don't change very much.
All right, the thing to remember here at this point is this storm has built up a lot of momentum. Maybe it doesn't have quite as much wind energy as it would if it were, say, a Category 5, but it's built up a lot of momentum, a lot of water, and a lot of surge over its time in the ocean when it was stronger. So this is still going to be bringing significant and widespread impacts, and obviously we don't recommend you changing your sheltering strategy at all.
Yeah, this is just, it's repeated now. This water's just overwashing repeatedly. It's not really stopping. All right, Angela just said we are now getting sustained winds at the Venice at up to about 75 miles an hour. So we are now seeing hurricane force winds on this camera.
So, David, you cannot share this, unfortunately, but this is live in Fort Myers. We do have flooding in Fort Myers. Fort Myers.
Yeah, that's what Ethan was saying. That's what Easy was also saying, that there is flooding over there.
That's an actual live screenshot. So, do not share that.
Okay.
Naples
But you can
Pier is now basically flooded at the end.
Naples?
Yeah, Naples Pier. It's starting to get pretty bad down at the end of the dock.
Look at, now we're getting consistent overwash. Look at this. Look how quick this is changing.
Yeah, I was just noting that. You're seeing this live view in real time as the storm surge and the waves are piling in. And I believe, is this Venice, Florida?
Venice, Florida, yes. This is just south of Sarasota.
Okay, yeah, so we're seeing this live happening right here, and the water is rising pretty much before our very eyes.
And that wind is violent. That wind is so intense. Yeah, look at the pier at Naples, Florida right now. Just a quick check at that. There is water. Look at, there's a wave. A wave over. Oh. I don't know if you saw that, but there was water going over the pier. Like water, like a wave over the pier there. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad there in Naples, Florida. And now we're really watching the Venice one, where the storm surge is just coming in. And Brendan, how's it going?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Dude,
Brandon?
storm surge.
Welcome.
Storm surge is bad. Storm surge is getting really bad. And here comes another overwash. That came in quick, really quick. You guys will see that in just a second on the stream. Here it comes, here it comes. Boom. Oh, big time overwash. Here we go. Another big time overwash. Look at that.
Oh, man.
Oh gosh.
That's a lot of power there.
Starting to get bad.
Yeah, it's starting to get pretty bad out there. I just took a look at John's Pass, which is in St. Pete. It's not too bad. You can still see the docks and stuff. And the fishing dock. So it's not getting there yet.
Oh my goodness. That was probably the strongest water overwash that we've seen so far.
Sarasota's in complete whiteout conditions.
Whiteout?
Like just the amount of rain.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think I can even make out a building in the camera. It is literally like just a white camera. Tampa's not that bad.
Wow, there's a lot of spray. There's a lot of spray in that dock. Ooh, power flashes. Power flashes.
Somebody just lost power.
Yup, we got power flashes.
Somebody just lost power.
Oh my gosh, these waves are so tall out there in Venice. Oh my gosh. I hope people are okay. This is not good.
Here's something really interesting about Venice Beach. It is actually known as the shark tooth capital in Florida, where you could just dig in the sand to find shark's teeth. Fossilized, of course.
What do you know, Tony? You're not from Florida.
Oh no, no, of course not. You know.
By the way, here's another view of the storm surge. Sorry to cut you guys off here, but Port Charlotte, I mean, the waves are now getting over that stick. I mean, water is really high there.
Brendan, I'd like to know why this storm is struggling all of a sudden. You know, compared to like, say, 28 hours ago.
I think it had a lot to do with that secondary. Well, a couple of things. The first one is I think it had a lot to do with the secondary eyewall replacement cycle. Following that, it really did not get its act together following that second eyewall replacement cycle. And then at that point, you then had the shear on the northern edge of the storm, or also really downstream of it because of that decaying cold front in the Gulf, Couple that with dry air filling near the center, it just never got its eye structured again. I mean, if you notice throughout the day today, guys, we had a lot of convection near the center, some deep convection, which is healthy, but it could never formulate an eye. It just could not get its act together in terms of structure. So that really allowed for more of that dry air intrusion near the center. It also allowed for more shear to intrude into the storm and impinge on its development. And by that point, once you start to get on land, yeah, the frictional component maybe not be as strong as, say, some of those mountainous islands, but that just really added icing to the cake. So all that really came together and kind of helped to weaken the threshold of this storm. Now, granted, I say weaken. We still, for those of you that have been watching this live stream the last several hours, have seen probably one of the worst tornado outbreaks in Florida history.
Yeah.
We have
oh
seen
gosh. Yeah.
a tornado. This has been a prolific tornado producer. Ethan, I'm sure we could have seen this from 5 miles away. I mean, the environment is just incredibly conducive for significant tornadoes, and we've already seen that throughout this afternoon and the evening on the leading edge of that line of storms out ahead of this hurricane. So us forecasters, we saw it coming. So that wasn't really a surprise. I think a good surprise to come of this, though, is that it did weaken quite a bit. Now, does that mean that we're going to be totally scotch-free for Florida? No, because clearly we've already seen that with the tornadoes. We're already going to be seeing that here with storm surge in some parts of West Central Florida. And we'll also see some flooding from this as well. So when we say weaken, I want to be really careful about that, because I say that, but by definition, this still is going to have some profound impacts. The good news, though, is it hopefully should not be as widespread and catastrophic in terms of the damage footprint as what we were expecting 24 hours ago.
And I was even telling Ethan this, Brendan, what if it didn't go through that second eyewall replacement cycle? I imagine how bad that would have been, how strong. We got debris now floating in the ocean. Oh, but I just only but I only could imagine how bad this could have been if it weren't for that second eyewall replacement cycle.
And David, Ethan, let me know your thoughts on this afterwards, because I'm curious to hear your thoughts and whether or not you agree or disagree with what I'm about to say. I wasn't expecting a secondary eyewall replacement cycle, and I also wasn't expecting. Well, I was expecting an eyewall replacement. I wasn't expecting it to happen twice, and for it to re-strengthen the first time after the first initial eyewall replacement cycle. That to me was just astounding, right? I guess I'm more surprised by how it could not get its act together the second time around. It just could not form a well-structured eye. And because of that, that truly was the catalyst behind it, essentially just, for lack of a better term, bleeding. I mean, that's what it was. It just, it severely hindered the storm. I already talked about it. The shear played a huge role in that. Dry air intrusion near the center. We saw that on our reconnaissance missions and the dropsonde data. So, David, I would actually argue, I don't really think it has much to do with the second attempt at an eyewall replacement cycle as much as it just not wanting to form an eye. I have no idea why that was the case. I think a lot of it had to do with the behavior of the storm. But Ethan, not to put you on the spot, since you are other meteorologists here, but what say you to that? What's, I guess, the most surprising part of this situation the last 12 hours or so?
Yeah, and I think what you said, Brendan, was really well put and well spoken there. I think there was, going into this, the anticipation that it was going to eventually have some problems with the wind shear, the dry air, things like that. But some things that you couldn't foresee necessarily, and how they would affect the storm, would be those internal dynamic components, perhaps, changing the structure of the storm. And as it got closer to the shore, yeah, I was a bit surprised by how quickly it became, in a relative sense, less organized. I mean, it's still a very strong and organized system, of course, but I was a bit surprised by how quickly it did that.
Right. Yeah, and to that, Ethan, David, I don't really have a clear answer as to why. I mean, like Ethan was saying, we had the downstream inhibitors already in grasp as a forecast. We knew there was going to be shear. We knew that at some point this storm was going to weaken, especially as it took that northward track towards that shear component downstream. But the internal dynamics of the storm that Ethan and I had mentioned, I don't have a clear answer on that. That's what I'm sort of struggling to understand. But I'm struggling to understand something that happened, I think, for the better. I think I don't think any of us here would have wanted the other outcome, which is potentially a Category 4 making landfall near Sarasota, Tampa. This is still going to be a pretty sizable damage footprint once it's all said and done, and I'm interested in and holding my breath as to what comes of it in terms of that damage footprint. But if my assumption is correct, this could have been a hell of a lot worse. And and Ethan, as meteorologists, David, you can attest this too. We hate being wrong. All right, we really do. It bothers me at least when I'm wrong. But thank God I'm wrong, because this is one of the few times where I actually am glad that I was wrong, and I'll take that on the chin. Because at the end of the day,
what was your original prediction of at landfall then?
Original prediction 24 hours ago was I was expecting close to a Cat 4.
Wow.
I think it was going to make a run for it. Now, what I was right about, and I'm sure what all of us were right about, is the tornadic nature of this storm downstream. That was line of what was essentially supercells. That was to be expected, right? I don't think any of us are shocked by that. I think the surprise clearly comes from the internal dynamics and the behavior of this storm in the last 12 hours. I saw this, and by the way, David, I was at work today, and part of my job, we monitor the weather, right? That's all I'll say about that. But we were watching it, and I was floored.
Oh my gosh!
I saw the center, and I was like, "Wow."
Sorry to cut you off. That was a huge wave. Huge overwash.
No, that's all I got to say, David, on that. No, you're good. That's all I was going to say.
Ethan, look at this as this takes place. Oh my gosh.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing that increase in real time. The relentless influx of water coming in with Hurricane Milton now. And we can see just how much over the last 30 minutes it has changed drastically.
I'm going to see what we have over here now in Venice. Yeah, storm surge coming up here now. Water's really starting to pile in. These winds, oh my gosh, do you see those palm trees in the distance? They are really bending, and that spray, look at that spray. Oh my gosh.
So, let me check something here. So, David, it looks like the millibars right now on the storm is 954.
That's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Maybe a little lower than that.
Air Recon's back in there.
Okay.
Now, I want to touch on something, brother.
Brother.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's been a long. I'm texting my brother too because he refused to leave today. So, and he's down there in Venice. I want to say something. This storm has not behaved like anybody's ever imagined. And this thing has pulled a lot of punches out of its bag that I even think took the National Hurricane Center by surprise. I don't even think they were expecting it to get up, 180 miles an hour?
No, not me either. Okay, this is how it ran down. So it was Sunday night, or it was Sunday when I was at church. I was, after church, I was like, it's starting to get its act together a little bit, but didn't really intensify. And then the morning of Monday, I wake up early, like 7 in the morning. I notice this little eye starting to appear on the infrared satellite imagery. I'm like, oh, this is starting to have like a little eye-like future. And then that same day in the afternoon, there is this pinhole eye clear down to the surface, and I'm like, this has got to be a Category 5 hurricane. There's no doubt. And when the plane flew in there, they found almost 200-mile-an-hour winds, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're going to upgrade this big time. But I did not know how much they would have upgraded it to until the advisory came out. And when they put 180 and pressure of 897, when I was at work, 897, I was like, this could get lower. At that point, it was dropping so fast, and I thought, man, this could get down below Wilma's intensity. Get like with pressure-wise. But fortunately, it didn't because of that eyewall replacement cycle, that first one. Man, this water, look at the water coming in. Almost up to the railing. Wow, that storm surge. Look at the diamond head camera.
So I want to point something out. I don't know if you went over this. At 6:36 this evening, Eastern time, David, they put out an extreme wind warning for the whole Bay Area
Yup.
for the next 2
I'm
hours and
not at
11
all
minutes.
surprised by that.
Yeah, neither am I. You know, and it looks like the hurricane is just southwest of Sarasota, the
Yeah.
actual center.
Oh, we got debris. We got just some damage. Something just flew past the camera. We are getting damage at the Venice. Sorry for the interruption. Venice, we got some damage. I saw something fly past the camera. It just dragged up over here. I just saw it at the corner. Port Charlotte camera. Let's go over to the Port Charlotte camera. Oh my gosh, this storm surge. It's over the stick. It's getting over the stick now. The Port Charlotte camera.
Fancy, look in here. I think the eye is about to come on shore.
Yeah, it's going to come on shore in about a couple of hours.
Might be closer than that, David. Look in the group, in the live stream group.
Oh, I can see it on Radar Omega.
Yeah. What do you think, Fancy? A couple hours?
I would concur with David.
Yeah, I'd say in about a couple of hours.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd say around 2.5.
Somewhere around 2-ish. Couple hours.
Okay, we're now beginning to see storm surge on the Venice, Florida 8 camera. Lifeguard station getting inundated. Waves crashing onto that lifeguard station on the beach.
It looks like on radar, Fancy, on radar scope, it looks like it has taken a more eastern approach right now. It looks like landfall is going to be just south of Sarasota. And what I mean, just
I think it might wobble north a little bit.
I'm kind of expecting that once it gets closer, much closer to land.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw landfall around Bradenton Beach.
Yeah,
In any case, these areas, Bradenton, Longboat Key, Sarasota, and these areas are going to be seeing significant impacts in the next little bit. That eye is coming closer and closer to shore, and we're really not that far out from landfall.
And winds here on the southwestern side still near Category 4 intensity.
I'm noticing, and I'm noticing this in the air recon, They've already dropped 2 of the dropsondes in the center of the storm. It almost looks stationary. They've already done the second pass and dropped 2 of them.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I do see that.
Oh, power flashes in Sarasota.
Oh my gosh, big wave. Holy cow. Big wave. Wow. Oh my gosh. Sorry for my reaction there. That was a huge.
David, based on the flight recon right now, we're looking at anywhere between 100 knots to maybe the low end of 90.
You keep on cutting out.
We're looking at 100 knot winds to as low as 95 knots, and that was flagged. Those are flagged.
So I'm wondering if night vision just turned on this camera. So yep, you're gonna see rain or whatever hitting the camera. Might be a little distracting, but that's what night vision is. Thank you, Clouded, for the $10 donation. Less than $200 for our goal of 1,000. We could get there, folks. We can get there. Another big
Downtown Sarasota is, I think, has mostly lost power.
Yeah, it's ending really bad right now.
Florida Power Light is reporting that they are out of power down there. My heart sinks. My heart sinks, David.
Oh, I know. It's deteriorating. It's worst case possible onshore now system. Center is really close to Venice, though. This is where the strongest winds are now occurring. Near that center.
You know, I'm in contact with my brother right now, and he's like, I should have left. You think?
David, you should look at the Naples Pier sunset cam.
All right.
I'm sorry, you all, but I do want to talk about that. I talked to a lot of people who decided not to leave in the St. Petersburg area. Their feeling is we've been through so many of these. Why are we going to leave? There's no reason to. It's not that bad. And that comes from all these years, the past 100 years of crying wolf over a hurricane. So I want to ask our 2 meteorologists, Ethan and Brendan, what can be done about that with the mindset down there like that?
Well, I'll go first. I guess. Look, at the end of the
You're
day-
muffled. You're muffled.
Oh, sorry. Hello. How about now?
Better.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
So it ultimately comes down to communication. And if you ask that question to folks at the National Hurricane Center, the Weather Service, it's a question that they still are challenged with every day. And it's how do we effectively communicate to the public of these events? And there really is no simple answer. A lot of it is derived from psychology, right? Our
Right.
human behavior. And meteorologists, that's not something that we're trained in. We're trained in the hard science, and being able to communicate it is not part of the degree path, but it is a skill that is very much welcomed by society. So I don't know if Ethan's going to have a clear answer either. I doubt it. And it has nothing to do with his intellect. It's just a really difficult question to answer And it's one that we struggle with. One other thing I'll add with that, though, on my part, forecasting is moving away from deterministic to probabilistic. And what that means is, rather than saying that an event is going to happen or you're susceptible to a certain peril, forecasters are now saying, well, here's the probability of this happening, right? So that way people know the uncertainty, rather than just saying, oh gosh, you have the chance of getting hit by a hurricane. Instead of just saying that, saying, okay, it's about a 40% chance, right? So hurricanes is probably not a good example for that, but there is a shift towards probabilistic communication, and that's to try to fix the gaps that are there. But all in all, there really is no simple answer or solution.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. It does really come down to that psychological factor, people's familiarity with the area, and I don't think necessarily that it's a crying wolf situation. I think that it's just that each individual's experience might not match up with some of the things they expected, some of the things they built up in their mind. Maybe some places were spared more significant impacts, and so they think a storm of that magnitude might not quite be, a really devastating event. But there are differences between each storm, and I'd say that the shift toward a probabilistic forecasting perspective would be really good, because really that's what meteorology is based off of as a whole. It we really can't say that there's a specific event going to happen at this specific time at this specific place. It's really all about probability, because there are so many variables involved in meteorology. So that would be good, but communication is the key part of that. Context and how people perceive it, that is another part that really goes into the psychological aspect of it.
I'll also, to Ethan, I mean, beautifully said. I'll also add to that
Thank you.
Ethan brings up a really good point. I think it's not a good characterization to say it's a crying wolf in this case. I think a better way to phrase it is, well, it happened here. It can't happen to me. Right? Which, same thing is up here in Illinois. When I was growing up in the Chicago suburbs, 26 years, for a long time, people thought tornadoes can't happen in Chicago. No, they only happen in central Illinois, in the middle of nowhere in the cornfields. Well, last few years, with August 10th and the derechos, the other tornadoes, people have changed their mindset and said, oh crap, I'm under the gun. Now people are taking it more seriously. So I think it's more of a, real quick. I think to answer your question, it's more of a reactive part of human nature and not proactive.
This just came across my fire feed on Facebook. Pasco County has suspended all, and I repeat, all emergency services.
Shoot, dude.
So you all, if you live in Pasco County, you're going to kind of be on your own for a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they request residents in these areas to evacuate, is that conditions get so dangerous that emergency crews can't respond. So if you have an emergency, there's really nothing that anyone can do. The conditions are too dangerous for them to go out.
And you can see the surf really bad there, or the surge. Port Charlotte, it's hard to see the stick. You can see the stick, but the rain is blinding. Whatever rain or spray you're seeing there.
My brother is sustaining damage to his house. So far, he said he has lost some shingles.
Shoot.
Yeah, we're going to start to get some more wind damage. It's interesting that we're not seeing that concentric high wall of deep convection all around this system like we would with a more organized storm, but we're still seeing a really strong pressure gradient involved, and we're especially seeing that banding feature up toward Bradenton, St. Petersburg, Tampa area, especially where we've got that high wind or extreme wind warning in effect. So wind damage is going to become more probable there, places northward as well, and the wind is going to continue to amplify in the short term around Sarasota and Venice.
And that's only from a 954 millibar system, too. I mean, if this would have been 897 millibars at landfall, yeah, it'd be EF5 damage probably.
Yeah,
I
the
said this-
interesting thing about this. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Ethan.
The interesting thing that I saw with this when it did get to that incredibly low pressure was just how compact it was. And this is just comparing it to, hurricanes like Helene. Helene was huge. The wind field covered most of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina at one point, and then it expanded further, I believe, once it headed northward. But this one was so much smaller, and the fact that the pressure gradient acting in that short of an area, you think of how the pressure gradient force is calculated. Even if we're only considering it in a two-dimensional plane, over that distance, it is generating such an enormous pressure gradient that it really helped to explain why we were seeing winds that were so incredibly extreme, even from a relatively small, compact vortex.
That is correct. Yeah, storm surge is now coming in to this camera view now. And that's right here. So once that eye passes by, storm surge is really going to come in. It's going to get worse too. And it's already getting worse. I mean, inundation does not stop now. This is just continuous water going over. Just continuous.
I do want to say one thing. I was on earlier this afternoon, and I don't know if we still have the same people watching. I am from the Bay Area originally. If there's anybody on here watching from the Bay Area who has some questions,
Cut out.
Yeah, you keep cutting out.
Ow. If you have any questions about the Bay Area where I'm from, post them in the chat down there, and I'll be more than glad to answer them.
David, can you look at my screen share real quick?
Sure.
Might have a tad bit of issue. It's a traffic cam, so I can't tell you where to look. But if you look, like when the light flashes at the bottom of the road, look at the water.
Oh my gosh. There's water. There's storm surge there. And is this in Tampa?
That looks like it might be.
The question, Dominique, I believe, here in the chat, asking a question about the pressure. The minimum central pressure in this right now is 952 millibars. That's as of the 7 p.m. update.
Yeah. Wow, that was a big wave that just hit the boardwalk. Overwash is so bad right now. It's just constant. It's just not ending.
This is just south of Tampa, David.
Okay, let me view your stream.
Is that that looks like, because I'm trying to see where you're looking at, and I think that might be Ruskin.
Oh, this is, I don't know, Midnight Pass Road at Stickney. I don't even know.
Midnight Pass Road and what?
Stickney Road, I guess.
Hmm.
That's what it just says Stickney.
It almost sounds like that's Ruskin area.
Hold on, let me see. Midnight.
All right. The westbound camera on what?
Oh, this is at Siesta Key.
Okay.
So
All right.
Well, that's going to explain all that down there.
So this is in Lee County. The eastbound and westbound cameras have been ripped off their mounts. And there's no camera data.
Wow.
Dave, do you want a cam for Clearwater?
If you want, yeah.
It's the main Clearwater roundabout that connects to Tampa. That's right off the shore. You can monitor this. I'll just put it in the group chat for.
Wait, is that the a roundabout, or do you mean the bridge? Because
Yeah, I'll just here. I'll
Clearwater,
put it up on my screen share.
yeah, Clearwater is on the other side of the bay.
Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah.
Let me see what you're looking at.
This is
Here, it's on my screen
Clearwater.
share.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cannot-
that's
cannot
downtown
make
Clearwater.
Yeah.
Cannot make it bigger, I guess, but I'll make it bigger like this. So yeah, Clearwater is definitely getting some heavy rainfall and some very, very
Also wanted to
strong winds.
I wanted to briefly mention Blue Jay Dreamscapes in here says south of Sarasota, flying debris big time.
Sarasota. That could be possible given that eye wall right there. That is possible right there. That's wind max. That isn't surprising. All right, we just lost our camera in Siesta Key, Florida. There's no camera data out of that area.
Hey, that's where my camera is. Oh, yeah, my camera's
So
out.
according to Velocity, and I don't really like to do this with hurricanes, North Pole is actually reporting in Venice 106 according to Velocity on radar, 106 miles per hour.
Yup, that's what I'm seeing. 107, 110 mile an hour winds.
I just.
And boy, winds not far above the surface are already up to 80 to 90 miles an hour. So hurricane force winds are already over Sarasota. There is.
I want to ask our meteorologist about using velocity on a hurricane. Is that a good idea or a bad idea?
Ethan, you go first.
I don't have extensive use of it with hurricanes, but typically we are looking a little bit above the surface, so I wouldn't say it's completely accurate, but if you are seeing heightened values, that probably does translate to more potential momentum to be transferred to the surface. But as well as it approximates surface wind, I can't be sure.
Yeah, I would. Really, the only thing that I could think of. I mean, this is rather intuitive because I know Ethan was thinking the same thing. But tornadoes, that's really about it for hurricanes, especially as we're tracking some of these that are coming on shore. But otherwise, no, not as much.
Not as much. Okay.
No, a lot
Because
of which a lot of which we're going to rely more so on the observed in situ data from a reconnaissance, and then once it moves on shore, with any stations that we have, buoys that we have, velocity can only really do so much. So.
Okay, I want to report
Absolutely.
we are getting catastrophic storm surge on our Inglewood camera. Catastrophic storm surge.
Oh man.
Water is just nonstop. Just nonstop. You could barely see the bridge now. Water or whatever boardwalk that is. Just water is just pouring.
Yeah, and the viewers pointed out this earlier. An important thing to note is the water is coming in, and it just keeps coming in, but it's not pulling out yet. That's one of the big factors of storm surge. It comes in, but until that storm is, well past the area, it's not going to go out.
And look at this. Water is just continuously pulling in right now. Just continuously pulling in. And here's another wave. It just continues, just does not stop. Wow, this is just... It's really bad.
I'm going to let you know now. Weather data from the airports is going to be non-existent. So you will not be getting any surface observations from the airports, you all.
Makes sense.
But Fire Ant could be our observation. He can guess on what the winds are like there, huh?
I'm not down there. Don't
I
put me
know.
down. No, no. I'm good up here in New Jersey.
I thought those weather station observations at the airport use batteries. They could still transmit data, can they not?
Not if they're damaged.
Oh, they're actually damaged?
Sarasota Bradenton International is completely offline.
Oh my.
I can't even pull up ATIS.
Wow.
Our Sunset Naples Pier camera is down.
A lot of cameras are being lost right now. A lot of cameras going out. I'm just hoping these ones on Red or Omega don't. Because it's pretty bad.
I do have to laugh at this. This was their aviation forecast for today, David.
What?
Tonight, Trump.
You cut out.
It says tonight, tropical storm conditions with hurricane conditions possible. That's what the FAA released for Sarasota Bradenton Airport.
Hurricane conditions are likely.
Yeah, think. But yeah, they're shut down, David. You're not going to get any type of reports coming from. I'm wondering if we can get something out of McDill. David, let me check out something. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to stay in here, but just give me a few minutes to look at something.
Okay. By the way, if you guys have not subscribed yet, please do so. Also, getting closer and closer to our goal of donations. We only need about $130-ish left. And again, some of that money will go to the Samaritan's Purse in the wake of Hurricane Milton. So
Two things I wanted to address too.
Oh, go ahead, Ethan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Two things I wanted to quickly address here. When is the landfall? The landfall will be within the next hour, it seems. It is very close now, so we don't have too much longer to go in that regard. Secondly, we're not regarding the storm as being a weak system or a quote-unquote nothing burger. It is not. This is a strong storm. You're seeing the live surge coming in now, and we do have an extreme wind warning that remains in place.
yeah, an extreme wind warning, storm surge warning. You see it. You're seeing it on the camera. Thank you, Cloudy Berry, for the $20 donation. I do appreciate that.
The latest recon observation is 955 millibars moving northeast, due northeast. That is the latest recon observations.
Yup, it looks like it is. The center is moving northeast.
Quick little update on the Sarasota situation. The police department in Sarasota are now not responding to any calls, and they are going to wait out the storm.
Yeah, they have to. And that's going for Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, which would be Tampa Fire Department. They're just going to sit this out.
Okay, Zach is saying I'm 5 miles north of SRQ Airport. I have signal and power. I can FaceTime you. I'm right outside of the eye. If you want, just for this stream, you would have to friend me on Discord, and then I could add you to the call, and then you can share your camera.
Yeah,
I'm not
that would be
giving
great.
you my phone number. Sorry. So you will have to add me on Discord at David Schlotthauer. At David. That's my username. I need a link. Discord, well, the invite link. I'm not live in the Discord server. I am not live in the Discord server right now. We are in a call, in a separate whole call. But storm surge is absolutely terrible. But Zach, I sent you the link to the Discord server. But
So,
then
David, I am currently looking at a live image of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which connects St. Petersburg down to Sarasota, and it's pillars in front of the bridge itself to keep ships from hitting it,
yeah,
and those are underwater. I can't even see them.
that is
I can't even
crazy.
see them. Yeah. So the bay is starting to rise up. The bay is starting
Oh my gosh! That was a huge wave. Right in front of the camera, just crashed right in. Another one, look at this.
Man, that's powerful right there. Look at that water surging in.
All right, we are getting significant power outages and power flashes in Bradenton. Oh my gosh, it's like an apocalyptic fireworks show going on. There is going to be a lot of power.
Yeah, Bradenton is getting a lot of wind right now.
Yes, and guys, we need to stress something. We need to stress something really well. It's going to get calm. The storm's not over.
No.
If you're under that eye, if you're under the eye, it's going to be sunny. It's going to be clear, maybe with some clouds in it. It is not over. Do not think it's over. So many people make the mistake down there going out when the eye is over them, thinking it's over. Stay in your safe spot, please.
Yeah, that is definitely important. And another thing we want to remind folks of here too, a basic safety thing, which you're all probably aware of, but just to make sure everyone knows, if you're operating a generator, do not operate it inside or in any other enclosed area, because the fumes from that will result in death if they're in an enclosed area and you're in there as well. So please operate those safely.
Matter of fact, I want to go one further. There are people down there that use gas. Shut off your gas. Just shut it off right now. Do not take a chance. Shut off your gas to your stoves and whatever. Just shut it off.
Zach, join the group call. Join this right up here. Join this up here. I'm ringing you right now. Please answer it. That's the call that we're in.
Okay.
Okay, Zach, I'm gonna ring you again. Join. I'm ringing you right now. Answer it. Actually, I'll be right back. Okay, there he goes. There he goes. He left that call. Now he's gonna be here. Yeah, storm surge is getting really bad here right now.
I can see the Sunshine Skyway actually rippling in the wind.
All right, hold on, you guys. Hold on, FireNet. Just stay in the call. I'll be back. Okay, he did not answer, so I don't know if he's having connection problems or what, but I called him and he didn't answer.
Why is this not showing?
So, yeah, the storm surge really getting bad. Oh my gosh, I'll be back. Hey, Zach, join the group call. Join the group call.
Yeah, so David is dealing with some stuff here, trying to get some things worked out.
There he is. He's in here.
Hey.
Hey, Zach.
Okay.
Okay, you wanted a FaceTime.
Hi, Zach. Welcome.
Okay, are you gonna screen? Are you gonna show your camera to see the storm surge? You were saying something about it's getting bad here. This is getting really bad though on the camera though. Camera that I'm showing.
Yeah, that surge is really coming in, and it is picking up pretty quickly.
Okay, oh, there we go. He's got it. Okay, he's sharing. Oh, he's sharing. Okay, let's bring it up. Live coverage. Live coverage. It's dark though. It's dark. Can you
I don't know. Can you see video? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you see anything?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So this is out my front door. Like everything's fine. I still have power. We're going to come out here. The airport's about 5 minutes this way. And I mean, this isn't even as bad as it's been. Like you can see the debris over there flying around.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's...
Hang on.
You're probably in the eye right now or getting closer to the eye, so the winds may slowly... Oh, power flash! I saw that.
Flash, yeah.
There was a power flash.
Oh,
That fence right there is gone. Here we go. Here's the gust.
Live coverage, folks. Live coverage. Live coverage on the ground from Zach.
So, Zach,
Yeah.
how bad has it been? Is it getting worse, or is it seems to be about the same since an
So
hour
far,
ago?
Ian was worse, and it didn't come as close. So Ian hit about 80 miles south of us. We've been having power flashes all night. This side of the street lost power.
Oh,
Yeah, there's another one.
oh, another one.
Yeah, they've been coming and going like crazy.
Oh my gosh.
I've got power.
Oh.
If I go back to the east side of the house, hold on.
Oh, this
So that's
is...
the way the wind's coming from right there. You can see all the leaves and stuff on the boarded up window.
Oh, you could see the rain curtains. Oh, wow. I think
Yeah,
it's getting bad.
I can't even look straight. It's coming down hard. At least from the wind. There's another power flash.
I thought I
Looks
saw
like
something.
they lost power over here. Look,
Yep.
Power's out.
I have power though somehow. But
Oh, there's
Whoa.
another.
oh
Wow.
man.
Holy cow.
I just got an alert right before I did this call that they said that the eye's gonna hit us and that you shouldn't go out in it, etc. But emergency services are suspended. Another power flash. The power is gone over there now. Can you see okay? Is it blurry?
I can see perfect, as good as day. Just if you don't, if you cannot shake the camera as much, and slowly pan. I know it's hard with the wind, though. I understand.
Oh yeah, the wind's proving me, man.
Oh, is there debris? Was that debris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get down to this.
Sorry, guys. We're relocating. We're relocating.
Try not to shake it.
Yeah, I know it's hard. I've done a live stream before in a hurricane, and it's hard.
Here's the main road. I really can't see over this fence, and I can't see what I'm looking at, but
we see the road.
We see the road.
And a tree.
And a tree. We're good.
Yeah, go left a little.
The left?
Yeah, there, perfect. Wow.
Oh.
Look at that palm tree.
This is about to like come over on me, so I'm gonna move away from it.
Oh, power flash. There's more power flashes.
Just be careful, Zach. We don't want you to get injured or hit by anything.
Oh, big wind gust. Big wind gust there.
A lot of debris.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Something big that was lit up just went through the sky over there in that neighborhood. You see the debris?
Oh, I see it. I see the debris. Did you guys see that?
Yes, I did.
I saw that.
Oh man.
Ethan, can you check radar and see if that might be a tornado there?
No, that's not. Oh,
yeah.
There's more debris.
Yeah.
There's debris in the sky there.
See if he's getting a tornado through there. I don't want him out in that.
This
is near Sarasota, correct?
Yeah, there's no rotation or anything.
It's part of the hurricane. It's those intense winds, those big wind gusts that come through.
Well, I understand that, but David, that was a lot of debris.
A lot of insulation coming out through that alleyway over there.
Yeah.
I have radar pulled up on my monitor, so I'm watching.
I'm glad you're doing the best job at providing the live coverage. This is what it really looks like out there in the
Bayshore Gardens.
Bayshore's Garden?
Bayshore Gardens.
Oh, he's in Bayshore Gardens. I know where that's at. Yeah, I know where you're at.
Yep, off US 41 and 70.
Yep. Yeah.
About 5 minutes north of the airport.
Yep.
It's calming down a bit. I really want to know what flew over there because it was all lit up in the sky. I was like, that's not an aircraft, and it just like came piling down, and there's a big boom afterwards, but I don't know what it was. It was a good 200 feet over there.
It could have been a transformer.
I don't know. It had a lot of lights on it though.
Holy cow, this is bad.
Power over here. There's an apartment complex back there.
That direction where we saw the debris, is that where the airport is in relation to you, or is that
the way we're looking right now?
That might have been a plane. A Cessna.
I mean, can't rule it out. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think anyone's stupid enough to fly through this.
No, it would have been tied down, but it could have been a small little Cessna or something.
So look at all this debris coming through here. I don't know where it's coming from.
Who knows? It's a hurricane. I mean, that could be.
I mean, we had no major debris tonight, and now this is what I'm seeing. Hang tight. Let's see. Looks like a bunch of insulation or styrofoam.
Yeah, just watch out for those power lines above you.
Oh, yeah, please.
There's none near me.
Okay, good.
Sky's awful green, though. And I mean, I grew up. I grew up south of Oklahoma City near the. I went through the May 3rd, 1999 tornado, and I mean, I don't know. It doesn't feel very tornadic so far, and there's always a feel in the air for that. But who knows during a hurricane? I've never really experienced a tornado during a hurricane.
Okay, we're now looking at the storm surge camera, but keep the live going because if the power flashes go up,
Oh, they're going.
I'm watching the camera there
We
too.
have one.
Storm
They're mostly
surge
happening
is-
to the north of me. Oh, that was a one. Holy shit.
Yeah, watch the language on the stream. I know you're just. Oh, okay.
No, I said holy.
Wow, power flash.
A lot of
I
power
don't want to
flashes.
get
A lot of power
demonetized.
flashes. Let's see.
Yeah, so I'm only mainly seeing the power flashes looking due northwest. The trees are still blowing the same direction, so I know I'm not on the other side yet, but when it changes direction, it's gonna come back towards me here.
This is not good at all. Not good. Not good at all.
It's nowhere near as intense as it was probably 30 minutes ago, I'd say. Like when I was trying to get a hold of you, it was starting to really ramp up.
I wanted to let you know too, Ethan. My mom is in Ocala, Florida, so where the rain has been nonstop there. So
Here, let me know. Hey, actually, I think I have my light on me. I want to show you something over here. This is down the road here. Hold on. Let's get over here. Maybe I don't have.
While he's repositioning, we will switch over to live radar. So the eye is getting ready to move onshore really soon. It is not far away at all from moving onshore in Sarasota. It looks like it's going to be in the Sarasota area where this eye makes landfall. And I think we just lost radar. We do not have any radar data. Ethan.
All right. You there?
Ethan.
Yeah. He's having. Hey, David. I think the eye may be coming on shore.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking right now.
I haven't pulled up
Yeah.
here. I do have radar scope working, so I'll post it in here. There you go. That's a current view.
Yep, I see it. I see it on my stream. Yeah.
I believe it may be coming on shore.
I want to announce that we have now almost 600,000 people without power.
Do you see this flooding here?
The flooding. Let me go over to the camera. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Wow, let's zoom in on that. There is
I put
flooding.
a snake in the over here to let me know how deep it is. It's looking about knee deep right now down in the middle of it.
You need to be careful if it's knee deep.
Yeah, please. I mean,
Oh no, I'm not in the water. I'm on the concrete over here, trying to stay out of it. But this road typically floods during like torrential downpours and things like that. So
Typical Florida.
I was prepared for it. Yeah, exactly.
Typical Florida.
but yeah,
I mean-
also I wanted to report briefly, we are getting gusts near 100 miles an hour in Sarasota right now out of the easterly direction. So we are getting significant extreme winds right now. And sustained winds there are near hurricane force.
Okay. To get it off for you.
Ethan will be back something the internet or
Yeah, he's having problems like I did earlier.
Hang on here. To get it off for you.
Hey, David, while you said the winds are out of the east?
yeah, on the northern side near, let's see where that's at. Yeah, out of the east in Bradenton, out of the easterly direction.
Okay, so the eye's not there yet then.
You're in Bradenton. Oh wait, I forgot. Okay, he said something with shores, but exact location. So because he's going to get the eye. I'm sure.
Yeah.
So he's very close He's very close. And this storm surge is
I'm gonna
incredible.
help these people get their camera back. Fell off the tree, okay?
All right.
I'm back on shortly.
All right. Thank you for
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, wave just hit the camera. Wave just hit the camera. So that was some real-time footage. Okay, Ethan B will be back. His computer probably did some computer stuff and froze. But Fire Ant, you there?
David, I'm seeing a big, heavy rain band right over Albert Wooded Airport in St. Pete.
Yeah, that's
in downtown St. Pete.
That's the northern eye wall.
Yeah, they're getting pelted over there.
Hey Tom, how are you doing? What's up, Tom Byrne? Welcome to the stream. It's been a long time since you've been here. I hope you're doing great. Wow, this storm surge. This is absolutely tremendous. You're seeing it. This is what storm surge looks like on camera. You're seeing it in real time.
David, I'm going to try to get you a camera that you can use from St. Petersburg.
All right. By the way, I just realized we are close to $900, so thank you guys for donating. I do appreciate it. We are less than 140, less than about $132 away from our goal. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. I know it's hard. I understand your finances, but just remember you're helping people, because I will be sending some of this to Samaritan's Purse. Some of it. Okay, Kyle is having a panic attack. Or someone's having a panic attack. Please relax. The stick status. You guys really like the stick. Let's see what the stick status looks like. Oh, yeah. Water is up to the stick and even over it. You can see the stick right here. You can see the stick right in there.
The webcam is down that I wanted to use. Let me try another one, David.
I'm 28. I'm 28 years old. Yeah, water is over the stick, right? Or coming up to the stick and even over the stick at times. Thank you, Caroline Duncan, for the $2 donation. But thank you for sending that. Thank you. Look at the light pollution. Yeah, that's all rain and spray. That's why. But yeah, the stick is pretty much almost gone. So it's really deteriorating there. Eagle Beach is just getting the worst storm surge. It's just nonstop. Just nonstop there.
This is what would happen. This is the worst case scenario for the Tampa St. Petersburg area if it were to hit Indian Rocks Beach at noon as a Category 5. It would just be nonstop like that on them, where you would actually get about 40 feet of water over the St. Pete Tampa Bay area if this was a Category 5.
Oh, no joke. Oh, yeah, it'd be very bad. All right, someone Someone was asking, David, what program are you using to observe the hurricane? I know I asked you this in 2021. I am using Radar Omega. If you guys want to get Radar Omega, it is not free. There are different tiers. So if you go to subscription and subscription, no. If you go to manage subscription, here are the different tiers. I have the alpha version, which is about $15 a month when you add on the sweep, the radar sweep feature. Rapid sweep is the add-on to that level. And then there's the gamma, the beta, the different levels, and you get different features. I have the best one to get the most frames on radar, and you get up to 250 frames on Radar Omega. You get access to live cameras. Now, I cannot view the Storm Chasers live cameras because those could be copyrighted. But you, on your own time, you can view those streams in real time, which is really, really cool. So that's the thing. Really cool program. Really cool. Thank you, Kristen, for the $5 donation. We are $105 away from the goal. But let's see if we can get over that goal. Oh my gosh, that wave. Did you guys see that? That was a huge wave of water going over the boardwalk. This water is just not stopping. Just not stopping at all.
David, it appears that all of the webcams in St. Petersburg are down.
Yeah.
Even the news. Even the news.
Yeah. At this point, because the power's out. I mean, you got to see how bad it's. Expect power outages. Expect everything to get destroyed with this.
I'm going to see how my brother. I'm going to see how my brother is doing and my friends and whatnot in St. Pete. Give me 1 second. I'll talk to somebody.
This is storm surge in the making. Clearwater is starting to see reports of flooding, but not from the Gulf. So freshwater flooding, more than likely. Boy, you could see the palm tree right here, though. Winds are shifting direction, and that storm surge is really coming in. Really starting to come in. And here's one look at the Port Charlotte camera. These waves are big.
So, David, I talked to my friend down in Tarpon Springs just now. I texted him, and he said he does have power still. So, Tarpon Springs has power.
Thank you, Christy, for the $120 donation. You are awesome, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, a portion of this income will go to Samaritan's Purse for the disaster relief of Milton. I did it with Helene. You guys could even see that post on the YouTube channel. So thank you so much. We are only $7 shy of $1,000. So thank you, thank you. Again, not forcing you guys. It's out of your generosity. But it does help. It does help. And Fire Ant, you could even watch me donate it to Samaritan's Purse if you would like. Actually, Angela could. Angela could watch me. Because I don't want to sound like I'm just, you know. But yeah, here's the storm surge footage. Pretty
Brandon,
crazy.
This is getting... I'm speechless at what I'm looking at on all these cams that I can find. No. There we go. We can hear you there.
Out, Ethan.
Can you hear me?
Oh, that's better. Yep.
Ethan B, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I could.
Yes,
I could
much
hear
better.
you. I'm letting you know right now, and I'm not joking when I say this, Inglewood Beach is seeing catastrophic, unsurvivable storm surge. I mean, water is now pouring over the boardwalk. The railing of the boardwalk disappears at times.
Gosh.
Yeah, this is that serious storm surge that we were talking about, one of the biggest hazards of this system all along. And it seems to be verifying in areas where we're seeing this right now.
Thank you, Moon Riz for the $10 donation. Thank you, Cloudy Berry, for the $10 donation. Tiebreaker, by the way. Thank you guys. And this is about ready to make landfall at any time. We are waiting for confirmation from the National Hurricane Center like we did with Helene. It should be making landfall momentarily. Actually, 8 p.m. Winds have not dropped. Ethan, this is a Category 3 hurricane, 120-mile-an-hour winds. Still being observed.
Really?
Yes. And
Wow.
So this isn't a Cat 2, this is a Cat 3 still.
Yes, this is still a Category 3.
Oh boy. Okay.
So this will be a major out landfall.
Oh.
And there are a lot of power flashes from earlier. And look at the storm surge on this camera. Look at the storm surge on this camera, far from the beach. You can see the storm surge on this other camera. This is Venice, Florida, camera 8. Storm surge, well pouring in onto the beach.
Hey, Tony, can you give us an idea about Port Charlotte? What's this area like?
I've only been down there a couple of times in my life living down there. I'm not too familiar with Port Charlotte.
Okay.
From what I recall, it's very, very low, like maybe 10 feet above sea level. We went to the beach there. As I recall, you cross a bridge to get to the beach. And I think there was only 2 bridges that connected at the time. Now, they could have put in more since I've lived down there. Port Charlotte is kind of a picturesque place, if you would say. It's nice. It's a small community, or it used to be small. But other than that, that's all I can really tell you about that area.
All right, we are now starting to see significant storm surge on the Anna Maria camera. There are large waves crashing on. You can barely tell, but there are large waves crashing onto the camera and spray.
All right, I have a few storm surge updates. There are reports coming out of Punta Gorda, Florida. Storm surge has hit the city in Punta Gorda. And on this traffic cam that I have on Siesta Key, looks like around 2 feet of storm surge is in the street right now. And Punta Gorda probably has a foot, if not more, in the main city.
I can tell you right now, the camera that I'm looking at, storm surge is at least, at times, 3 feet. So it's coming in. It's coming in. Thank you for the $5 donation, SK5 for the 5. How long do you think it will be till they let us back on barrier islands of St. Pete? That's a fire ant question. So actually, Tony H question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting a bunch of texts here from all my friends and stuff. They're starting to panic. What was the question?
So this is from SKJ for the $5 donation, asks, how long do you think it will be till they let us back on barrier islands of St. Pete?
Oh God.
Yeah. Are you talking like Indian Rocks Beach, Huntington Beach, Reddington Shores, Clearwater Beach, Tarpon Springs Beach? You got to be a little bit more specific, but I will tell you it's going to be a while. It's probably going to be at least at least a minimum of 4 to 5 days after the storm passes. It's just going to be pretty much underwater. And then you got to get the sand up out of the beach itself up out of there. From what I understand, they were still digging out from Helene before this one hit. So, and that's a long Paso Girl. Don't expect to go to the barrier islands anytime soon.
Yeah, I would. I'm not even from there, and I would concur with Tony.
It's going to
We
be
have
a
a unique
mess.
We have a unique situation in this, in that just recently we had Hurricane Helene move through some of these areas, especially north of there. There's a lot of damage. Tampa sustained a lot of damage from the surge and the wind. And now we're seeing another hurricane moving through, so that's really compounding what damage has already been done.
And you know what, Ethan brings up a good point about the Bay Area. I do know for a fact there are debris piles everywhere, which now we got another hurricane coming through. It's going to disrupt the debris pile and scatter it even more. So don't look to be on those barrier islands or even try to get to the beach after the storm passes. Now, I'm not saying all the beaches are going to be impassable, but I just would not do it. Let the crews get out there, do what they got to do, then go on out there and see the damage.
I want to say this is not far above the ground, but there are wind gusts up to 120 plus miles an hour over Bradenton Beach and to the north in that northern Iowa where the heaviest rain is falling.
You know, David, that's probably accurate because we know for a fact this storm was very, very powerful.
Uh-huh.
And it probably want to shock me to see maybe 140 mile an hour wind gust.
Oh,
Yeah.
easily. That'll do a lot of damage. So the eye is very close of making landfall, probably within the next 15 minutes. This thing is going to be making landfall, but we will be live here for at least another couple of hours to cover this, even when it gets on land for a while. Yeah.
Well, certainly, because the impacts do not stop once it makes landfall. The impacts are going to continue along into the central and northern parts of the Florida Peninsula. They're going to continue along the East Coast and probably ramp up a little bit as well, as we see storm surge concerns over there. And as this moves inland, very heavy rain concerns north of and around the Orlando area particularly. Also, the high winds are going to be moving inland further as well.
Mm-hmm. The storm surge is just not going away. This is just not ending anytime soon. As what Ethan was saying, storm surges, the water's still coming in and it's not receding.
I did find one webcam for the working. It's on the northbound side of the Sunshine Skyway, and that bridge is a cable suspension bridge, if you're not familiar with it. Beautiful bridge, David, and it's rocking.
Rocking?
Yeah, it's actually rocking.
Jeez.
I am just like stunned. And I've been over that bridge numerous of times. There's a fishing pier right next to it. You used to fish right off of that, off of the Skyway pier, and it's a steel bridge, basically suspended by cables, and it's actually rocking.
All right, my average storm surge says that the storm surge is so high that it is at least 5 feet in Port Charlotte right now, over the stick. It is right now on average over the stick when you average it out with the waves and stuff. It is completely over the stick. So we are, and it's still going up. It's still going to come in as long as that onshore flow comes in. This is the Port Charlotte one with that wooden post. And like, look how high it is. Look how high the water is. Yep, you can't see the stick anymore. It's gone. The stick is gone. Yup. Stick is gone.
Yeah, and you can just see the immense power with which that water has, the force with which it's moving inland.
This is showing you all. This is, and it's still coming in. And
So, David, I'm gonna post something for you. Just keep talking.
Yeah. So remember when the waves were crashing in, they're crashing right when they hit the camera, which tells you that the water is deep enough. It's probably about 10 feet deep here, actually. Not 10 feet, probably about 6 or 7 feet right here. Man. These waves, I'm telling you, are... There's a stick again. Stick is back, but not for long. Not for long.
The waves on top of the surge really amplify the damage potential.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Yeah, stick is back again. So maybe it was a little bit of a minute max kind of thing. Thank you, Glasscock. Thank you, Cloudy Berry, for the $5 and $2 donations. Thank you, Kelsey Griffin, for the $20 donation. I do, again, appreciate this. It's amazing that we are probably going to go over our goal. Well, we are going over our goal, so thank you guys. The more we donate, the more you donate, actually, the higher, the more I donate to Samaritan's Purse. Because when you think about it, I have a calculator here. So if I get, say, $1,200, and I donate 50%, 40%, I would say, just calculating this roughly, I would donate $500 or about $500 to Samaritan's Purse. So that is quite a bit. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot. So thank you guys. We are going to get an update here from the NHC very soon. This is probably going to make landfall. Is already making landfall quite soon, actually. Quite soon.
Center of the circulation
Yeah, and I'm
looks to
gonna
be right now. Like it looks to be over land right now.
So, David, what I just sent you is look in the group talk are two separate images, and that's the bridge that is swaying.
Let me see.
Those pillars that you see down there, and this is on Google Map. This is on Google, so you could probably share it.
Yep, there's a pillar. Yep, there's a suspension bridge. Yep.
So
Wow.
those pillars, they're underwater right now.
That's how high the water is?
Those small little round pillars
Yes.
that you see, they're underwater.
Oh my gosh.
Now what you're looking at is I can't really tell which way that picture is facing. So that's connecting the Gulf in Tampa Bay right there where that bridge is.
Jeez.
That's what connects it. And to give you another idea how big that bridge is, I sent you one with the cruise ship going up underneath it.
Yep, I showed them that too. Okay.
Breaking news.
Yep.
Hurricane Milton has officially made landfall.
Yep, it has now made landfall as of 5:30, so 1 minute ago. Hurricane Milton, and I want to show you all this right now. So this is the update from the National Hurricane Center. Extremely dangerous Category 3 Hurricane Milton makes landfall near Siesta Key, Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding occurring over the central Florida peninsula. National Weather Service Doppler radar data indicate that the eye of Hurricane Milton has made landfall near Siesta Key. Siesta Key, that is. Siesta Key in Sarasota County along the west coast of Florida. A sustained wind of 78 miles an hour and a gust up to almost 100 miles an hour was recently reported at a NOAA Seaman station in Venice. A sustained wind of 77 miles per hour and a gust up to 100 miles an hour was recently reported at a weather flow station at Egmont Channel. A sustained wind of 67 miles an hour and a gust up to 83 was recently reported at a weather flow station at Skyway Fishing Pier. A sustained wind of 40 miles an hour and a gust up to 73 miles an hour was recently reported at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Okay, the next update will be at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So we will get a new update here in 30 minutes. And the pressure has not fallen to 954 is still at 954. So the system has not weakened at all, and is very intense. So that's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And again, we will be live. Do not go anywhere. We will be live here until at least 7 o'clock tonight, Pacific Daylight Time. I don't want to make sure it's Wednesday because, okay, it is. I should know that by now, but I don't want to miss church, and church is tomorrow. So this is the landfalling Hurricane Milton, bringing catastrophic extreme impacts, extreme winds, extreme flooding, storm surge, and actually power outages. So we will be live. We're not ending this just because it makes landfall. Since the timing of this was perfect, we might even be live even a little longer, probably until I think we could end it.
If you are watching this from the Sarasota County area, please do not go outside.
Yeah,
Please.
do not. Do not
Please.
go outside. In fact, there is a flood emergency, I think, in progress in the Tampa Bay area. Look at the storm surge. It just does not stop. This water is just sitting around. It's just sitting around.
David, let me find out. I've got a lot of people there texting me and stuff. Let me find out for you for sure.
I don't see a flash flood emergency in Tampa, but I do see a considerable flash flood warning in place.
That's what it is.
And there are estimates that between 6 and 12 inches of rain have fallen according to this warning. So this is Tampa, this is Central Hillsborough, Northern Manatee, Southeastern Pinellas counties, running until 11:30 p.m. at least, perhaps even longer. Some very, very heavy rainfall already occurring, and more is coming down. So double-digit rainfall is quite possibly taking place here around Tampa now.
And some areas like near Fort DeSoto, Ethan, have gotten almost 3 inches of rain in the last hour.
So let me tell you about Fort DeSoto. I have actually been there. I have fished. Can't say anything else on that. But yeah, you can actually go swimming there. It is very low lying, like it is only 5 feet. That is probably underwater. There's a North Beach and a South Beach.
Oh man.
And that is probably all underwater. They do have fishing piers, concrete fishing piers, and I'm kind of curious to see if they're holding up.
Also, not only that, estimated rainfall totals just southwest of St. Petersburg, we're already up to 13 inches in some areas, 14 inches. And it's still going to rain there for a while. So they could get 16 inches of rain out of this. 16 inches.
And David, let's not forget something. It's been raining there all week.
Oh, I know. So
let's not forget about that. They're already saturated.
If you add the total, possibly 24 inches in a week of rainfall.
And there's something else we ain't really talking about is the retention ponds in Florida that are probably slap full from the last hurricane, which is probably overflowing again. which is adding to the flooding as well. They're not lakes, they're more like retention ponds because they're man-made.
And this is still producing very deep convection, even on shore with cloud tops -90 Fahrenheit or Celsius. So this is a very strong hurricane still. Very strong. Man, doesn't even look like a hurricane from a visible satellite perspective, but it really is. It really is a Cat 3 at landfall from a blob of convection. All right, someone said power's out for now, good for now, and we're now up to almost 700,000 people without power. So the power outages are really going to go up.
Hey, David, I'm kind of curious. We've been
Holy cow. You there?
I'm curious.
Look at you need to look at this. Look at the Siesta Key camera. Look at the flooding. Look at how high the water is already. Look at how high this water is.
Let me pull it open. Yep. That's about right, David.
Look at this is a reflection off this rubble, and you can see the storm surge.
All right. So David, I just reached out to a couple of friends. There is a flash flood emergency going on in Tampa, St. Petersburg right now. There is one going on. That's coming from family members, and that's coming from a friend that's in Tarpon Springs. So there is one going on.
Oh, man. Hold on a second. I want to give a huge shout out to I believe, for making these logos. I'm going to I don't know if I could add animated version to the YouTube profile picture, but I could probably add this one. This is stationary. Actually, I don't know if that's for YouTube. Oh, Samaritan's Purse. Oh. I want to say thank you for the time you put into your live streams and supporting Samaritan's Purse. I made some fun logo graphics you could use if you want. No hurt feelings either way. God bless. All right, so I don't think this is for the YouTube channel maybe. I could see. Actually, I could probably use that one on the top. Actually, you know what? To give it a big memory, I'm going to change my profile picture right now on YouTube. How about that? I'm going to change it. By the way, we're about 50 subscribers away from 33,000, so please subscribe if you haven't already. It really means a lot. We are close to 33,000. Yeah, goodbye, old profile picture, and welcome the new one. So I'm going to save that image, and I'm going to add it over I hope it fits. So perfect, it does.
We had a question. We had a question here from Mark asking, there was a radar picture with purple and green, and he asks what the significance of that was. I'm not sure which map that was that you were using, David.
Was that the velocity?
That was probably velocity. All right, yes. Let me go back to that. I don't know. Oh, yeah. So, actually, Ethan, you could probably do a little bit better at explaining this. Explain the velocity here.
Yeah, if it's the velocity map that we were referring to here, that is just the motion of the raindrops and motion of the reflectors coming back to the radar, because that's the Doppler portion of it, named off of the Doppler effect. So where you've got these green colors, and eventually they get higher, they get toward, blue and even purple sometimes. That is a wind that is going toward the radar, and then on the other end of things, you've got the red colors, pink colors, even kind of almost orange tan. Those are winds that are going uh, away from the radar. So what happens with that is that the higher the value, the stronger the wind velocity is. And we can use these in various different ways. Base velocity is one of the components that we use that just shows the general velocity of the image. Then we got storm relative velocity, which takes the storm motion into account, and that is a very useful tool for assessing tornado potential or even mesocyclone presence, so those smaller scale vortices. But the significance of this is that as the higher you get with these values, the stronger the wind is.
And you can see the wind coming around here. Pretty strong wind. Yeah. So now the backside of the storm is coming in. And it will be interesting what the storm surge looks like once the backside swings on through. But storm surge is really bad right now. Absolutely terrifying.
Okay, Cat G120 just got in, just tuning in. Welcome to the stream.
What's
Brief
up?
summary of what has happened. Yes, Hurricane Milton has officially made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. As you're seeing right now, significant winds and significant storm surge coming inland. This landfall took place around the Siesta Keys area, just to the south of Sarasota, it looks like. And we're having significant flooding concerns in Tampa northward, and now we're dealing with a lot of wind and storm surge taking place on the south side of that.
Also, oh man, I need to show you guys this. This is, I guess, from IM. If I recall, if this is correct, this is from IM. I'm gonna make sure it has to be from IM. So, this is what it sounds like. Can't see it very well. But let's do this. Let's do this one. Look at the wind out there. You could hear it.
Absolutely.
He's out there in the rain. Can't believe it. And then here's another one.
Can't see anything, man. But the water is coming up. It's coming up quick.
See, let's replay that water coming up. Oh, you could barely see water there, yep.
Can't see anything, man. But the water is coming up. It's coming up quick.
Yeah, it's starting to come in. So if that was you, M, your name is different there in the call. Oh, that's you, M. Okay. Yeah, good footage, actually. You were trying to hold the door, I can see. That's the best part of Discord. You could actually send stuff in there, and I could show it to the stream, and we could interact in there. Discord is not going away. Ethan, you could even... Oh, well, you're not in this server, actually, so I don't think you would be able to know. But yeah, oh my gosh, that was a big wave. So you could interact in there with me. I will try to be a lot more active. We have almost 200 members in the server right now. So I'm really going to have to get more active in there. I'm going to have to get more active.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do want to extend deep appreciation for those who have submitted footage, provided some of the live stream coverage as well. You guys are what makes this experience really special and gives us that ground level view. But we do want to have this very important thing to add on to that, is that if you get something cool on video or pictures, certainly let David know. But do not, under any circumstances, put yourself in harm's way, in danger. Do not do that if you can avoid it.
Yeah, so looks like our wind is turning direction a little bit now. It's kind of moving away from the camera. And it's weird, Ethan, that the wind was going toward the camera earlier. Now it's going kind of away from the camera.
This is what we were talking about just a little bit ago. As this makes landfall and moves further inland, those locations along the western coast are really going to see the wind direction change. The wind speed could change as well, but that directional difference is going to have a big impact on where the water's going.
Mm-hmm. So when looking at this from a Doppler radar perspective, the backside now is moving in. Areas downstream, hurricane conditions will continue. You can see northeasterly flow in St. Petersburg right now. Coming out of the direction, we don't have a new weather station update from KSRQ in that area. But what we do have is some serious winds going on that camera. And yeah, the storm surge is really piling in now. This water's really coming up now. It really is coming up. So we are now seeing flooding. And Siskiyou now not seeing much in the way of wind. The pressure's going up, but it did bottom out at about 960-ish millibars on that. By the way, Ethan, between Inglewood and that weather station where the pressure, where it kind of got the center, pressure difference there is 20 millibars. 20 millibars between those two locations. So if we actually look at Inglewood to that area, that's 23 miles. So 1 millibar every mile. You there? Hello? What's up, Owens River House? How are you doing? I do appreciate, I'm glad you're here. Almost 800,000 people without power right now, someone said. Yes, we're up to almost 800,000 people without power, and we will probably get up to 1 million, more than likely. We will get up to 1 million, because the backside yet has to roll through. So, hey, Ethan.
Yeah.
All right, water really coming up on some of the cameras. And our power outages are almost up to 800,000.
That is incredible. 800,000, and we're still not into the Central Peninsula yet. Once we do that, we get toward Orlando, areas like that, we're going to see a lot more outages. You can tell that this was going to be a big outage situation because you would see on the live stream earlier from Zach, near Bradenton, Florida, that we were just seeing power flashes all over the place.
Exactly. And these waves are just not stopping. This water is just pouring in. Golly word. Man, I'll tell you, if I could experience one hurricane in my life, this would be the hurricane to experience. Not because I want to experience it, but I like storms. I like big, powerful storms. I'm obsessed with that kind of stuff, and I would just love it. Maybe next year's hurricane season, if I get big enough here on YouTube, since I will, if I can get enough money, I could fly myself down to Florida for one of these storms and actually be out in it. Experience it.
It would be pretty wild.
But I would probably be a little freaked out because of the winds. Check the Discord, please. All right, got more footage. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that wind. Again, if you want to share your footage, be part of the Discord server. Not just join the Discord server to share your footage, but actually that's a server where we talk about weather, where we hang out. We do host some fun live streams. And let's see where this is at. I think he put a location. No, he did not. So, you would have to tell me, Shock 1R. Let me see. This is from Twitter. Actually, let me... Ooh, I don't think I could... Maybe I can. I don't want to get in trouble. That might be someone else's footage. I don't know. But there is a lot of power outages. Let me put that on Google Chrome because that way I can actually repost it. I don't know if there is a lot of power outages. I will give it a like and I will repost it for generosity. But yeah, look at the power flashes. Just insane. Just insane. Wow. Sometimes I do got to be careful what I use on Twitter because people like to be that way. But yeah, for those people that have joined the server, thank you. I did not expect a lot of you to join tonight. So I appreciate it. I really do.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't leave the server after the hurricane. Please stay in there because we're in there to hang out. We're there to have fun. And there's even a voice call, Lobby 1 voice chats and stuff where you can actually interact with me at any time, anywhere. During severe weather, during winter storms. It's a good server. It really is. But yeah, I want to thank you all for the donations too for the live stream. Throughout the live stream tonight.
Yeah, that is incredible. Your support helps the channel so much, and as David has mentioned before, it's going to help a lot of other people as well. David donated a big sum of money that, a lot of it came from you guys. And your donations to the stream went directly to help the people impacted by Hurricane Helene. And so what we're hoping to do is something similar with the aftermath of this one.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to say Fire Ant, I think, had to leave. Cousin is calling not good. So there's a lot of damage being done right now in the Tampa Bay area. You're very welcome, Moonriz. I do appreciate it. An 8-hour stream, a full day at work, pretty much made my day a full day, full time. That includes my lunch, which I never took. So
So what we're seeing right now is the most significant convection, what's left of the northern eye. That's currently over the Tampa to Lakeland area, and eventually this is going to progress into Kissimmee and Orlando as well. So I know there's a lot of people that are seeking shelter in Orlando and surrounding areas that probably evacuated from the coastal locations. If you're in those areas, you know, you're going to have some rough winds tonight. You're going to have some strong winds, probably into the hurricane range. Some gusts could be above 80 to maybe 100 miles per hour in instances, but this has lost some of its organization, thankfully, so we don't expect it to be an extreme wind event as it moves through that area. But still, certainly some damaging winds, and a lot more power outages are probably coming. We did have a report here in the chat just a little bit ago saying that their power was already flickering in Daytona Beach area, Florida.
wow, Daytona Beach. That's pretty far from the center, and they're getting sustained winds of almost tropical storm force and gusts there that are quite strong. So this is still a pretty strong system. This is still, it's weakening slowly, but and now we reached 805,000 people without power, Ethan. We just eclipsed the 8,000 mark.
Yeah, it's a big outage event in Florida, unfortunately, and we will probably exceed 1 million pretty easily tonight.
I want to let you know we got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Winds are down to 115 miles an hour, and pressure has gone up only 2 millibars. 2 millibars, an increase in pressure. And it is moving at 15 miles an hour, and the backside is already moving in. Boy, look at the rain coming down in Tampa. It's not ending anytime soon. And some areas here have seen up to a foot of rain just with this storm. And
yes, absolutely.
Geez.
I don't know exactly what Fire Ant was talking, or Tony was talking about earlier with the flood emergency. We don't have one at this time, but that's not to say we won't get one, because we do have a considerable flash flood warning that is in place over Tampa. And as David just said, 6 to 12 inches of rain have fallen in this area, so major flash flooding concerns are arising. And it would not be surprising to see at some point a flash flood emergency need to be issued in some of these areas.
All right, St. Petersburg is getting gusts well over 100 miles an hour right now. Sustained winds near hurricane force, but we are getting gusts over 100 there. Over Tampa Bay, probably even stronger than that. Certainly over 80 miles an hour, with gusts probably up to about 130 miles an hour. So Category 4 force winds. This is a serious situation unfolding as this is moving onshore right now.
Yes, absolutely. And it is important to note, too, we still have that extreme wind warning in effect. And this includes Clearwater Beach, Tampa, down to the Bradenton area. So that extreme wind warning is still in effect, it looks like, until 9:30 p.m., so at least another 30 minutes on that. So we're still dealing with some extreme winds in this area, very strong, enough to cause widespread outages and dangerous conditions with regards to flying debris, falling trees, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And this is a live look at the Tampa Bay. Yeah, this is a look at the Tampa Bay radar right now. Center is now located. Okay, we just got a new weather station update. The eye is just south of that weather station and has reported an air pressure of 2840. So that makes sense. So the center is probably about in here right now. And actually, let's see if we can get weather station data over that center. So the eye is probably right now over North Sarasota, directly north, maybe even in the North Meadows area. It is so weird, Ethan, that the winds are light inside the lowest pressure. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, that is the calm that is the eye of the hurricane. But we, again, Virant said this a little bit ago. If you do get into that portion of the storm, don't leave your shelter just yet because you can still get some really bad conditions on the backside as well. And it can come in a really short amount of time. Like in the span of just moments, you can go from pretty calm conditions to hurricane conditions once again. So if you enter that period of calm weather in the eye, that does not mean danger has passed.
No, and I'm trying to locate where the exact center is. Yeah, so right in here is where the center is. And let's see. That's somewhere over here now. I think the center is... There is wind out of the north here, but somewhere in here is where we have the center. Yeah, but this is a very dangerous hurricane. By all means, it is weakening only gradually. And it's weird, Ethan. It's a storm with temperatures in the 80s there. It's incredible. In the 80s.
Yeah, it's interesting. These conditions in the hurricane, typically they aren't extremely hot like you would expect in the tropics, but they are still pretty warm. You do often see it into the 80s. An interesting thing I did last night was one of my friends sent me a sounding from some dropsonde data, and this was back when it was down to 908 millibars in the center. And I did some calculations and found that the density of the air at the surface was 10% lower in the eye than it was outside of the storm, almost solely because of how low the pressure was.
10% lower in the eye.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible. So Ethan, then, here's the funny thing about a hurricane then. If the pressure is so low, like remember that 897 millibar system that happened for Monday evening or Monday afternoon, evening, why would the air be sinking in the eye? That's high pressure, right? The air is compressing and it's warming and it's drying, so there should be a little mini area of high pressure.
Well, the hurricane dynamics are a little bit different than what we see on like the synoptic scale. These are usually happening over a smaller spatial scale than what we see with like the synoptic high pressure we see in the deep south during the summertime. That's where you do have that sinking air on a large scale, and you do have higher pressure associated with that. But in the case of hurricanes, things are a little bit different. This is just redistributing the mass, and because it is encircled by all that deep convection, that's where the lowest pressure has to be. And once it gets really well formed, that circulation develops kind of a stable vortex structure, and that's the eye. We can actually see these on tornado scale too if we can resolve it on a fine enough spatial grid. There has been some radar images of that in the past from like Dow units doing tornado research. But with hurricanes, you get that little bit of sinking air in the eye, and that clears it out so that you have a clearer view when these more organized hurricanes develop. So you can kind of look at it in the sense of being vortex dynamics and not in the sense of like a synoptic scale system. Like a synoptic scale high or low pressure system, I should say.
That's well said. Yeah, when that hurricane was so compact, I don't know if you saw Twitter, but some people were saying that it's like an EF5 tornado, but on a little larger scale. The Milton was so compact, I was just mind boggled just how tiny that was.
Yes, it truly was. And again, one of the fascinating things that I saw with that was because it was so compact, we didn't have a giant area of really strong winds, but because that pressure gradient was so strong over such a small area, we really, really ramped up the wind speeds. That's how we ended up with the sustained winds estimated at 180 miles per hour, gusts in excess of 200.
Dang. And here, let me show you guys a little movie. Let me show you guys a movie on the hurricane. You guys will like this. Are you guys ready for a little bit of a short film of the hurricane as it developed and it moved across the southern Gulf? From one bit of blip convection to something of a ginormica of a storm. What's up, Virgo? How are you doing? Welcome back. PM is saying 70-mile-an-hour winds were on that. Oh, gosh. All right. Let's watch the movie. This is how it all started. Oop, slow it down. When you play it through quickly, you can see how erratic it was moving. Ethan, see that?
Yes, indeed. That's really amazing to see the life cycle of this incredible storm. Also,
Jeez.
PM, it is not a post-tropical cyclone yet. It is still a Category 3 hurricane at this time, so we are still seeing those significant impacts and widespread areas of um, damage probably taking place now.
Here's a more high definition of it. Actually, let's go down a little bit more. You can see what it looked like last night. It's so weird, Ethan, how the eye just suddenly disappears like that. The eye was so clear, and then all of a sudden it just, boop, it's gone.
Yeah, it intensified really quickly and organized quickly, but at the same time, it weakened pretty quickly as well at a certain point.
I gotta say, on a satellite perspective, not in a weird way, you guys. Not in a weird way, but like looking at this from satellite, while it did not impact any land, the thing was so small. It was like little cute. It's cute. It's a little tiny little vortex.
Yeah, it was really fascinating and incredible to see from a meteorological perspective just to get that organization. And, another thing about the eye is you can think of the wind as converging around it, but not actually, lifting in the middle of the eye because it's not all flowing in a straight line and then going up. It's spiraling inward and then rising up around that eye where all the deep convection is.
You can think of it, this is like a tornado, Ethan, on a larger scale then, right?
Yeah, in ways it does resemble those. And again, I mean, anyone here, when the stream is over, you can look up some images from the Dow Doppler on wheels tornado research from radar images. There's some really incredible images in there of these little eye-like features inside tornadoes being observed by the radar. Because you think of it, tornado is a vortex. It's surrounded by rain. That's the condensation funnel. And you got the rising air in the middle where there's nothing taking place. So some interesting similarities there visually.
Maybe Ethan could be the eye of a hurricane. No, I'm just kidding.
That would be pretty interesting.
Since it's like a tornado but on a larger scale. Except we could predict where these systems could go. Unlike tornadoes, short notice. You get short notice.
Well, we saw with the tornadoes from this today was really incredible. And there
Oh
were
yeah.
storm chasers yesterday who were talking about how we could end up with a tornado outbreak from this. And when you looked at some of the forecast models coming out last night, like I said, one of my friends and I, we were going over this, and it was just insane to see that combination of the instability and the low-level wind shear. So that was apparent that something was going to happen with that.
Mm-hmm.
But on the scale that it did, it still was surprising because at one point when we were on here, there were almost 20 tornado warnings at one time.
Wow. Man, this storm surge is much higher on this camera. This is the siesta key camera. Storm surge is really high. What's up, Freckles? Sorry if I missed you there. Oh gosh, Ethan, we breached a million. We already have 1,115,813 people without power in Florida.
Wow, I'm not surprised, but that is unfortunate. There's a lot of impact happening to a lot of people tonight, and unfortunately, this is going to move inland too, especially as we head up towards, say, the Orlando area. I'm concerned about those cities because there's going to be power outages there as well, even if the winds start to slow down a little bit. Because again, remember, this is still a Category 3 hurricane as of the latest update.
It is still a major hurricane. Don't think that, oh, it's weakening. Yeah, well, it's a major hurricane. That's all that matters. Cloudy Berry said, with the $5 donation, said, radar combined with the border of Florida looks like a snake. Does it? Does it actually look like a snake? I don't know where you see that it looks like a snake. It looks like a nor'easter. It has that nor'easter look to it. And I want to remind people, it is still raining pretty good in Ocala, Florida, the Villages, Newberry. Wow, winds are pretty strong in where Juggernaut lives. Winds out of the northeast, gusting up to 35 to 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that is a threat that we really have to remind people of. We really have to drive home to you the serious flooding threat that's occurring even well inland. Because we've got flash flood warnings right now, all the way from Bradenton, Florida, northward toward the Ocala area, and then across toward Palm Bay, north toward even, let's see, almost St. Augustine. All the area in between that is under a flash flood warning. Huge portion of the Florida Peninsula.
And now this backside is rolling into Sarasota right now. So now the winds are going to start picking up like crazy as the backside rolls through. And there are some wind gusts, Ethan and Vince, getting up to about, let's see, Let's see here. Estimated wind gusts already up to 50 to 70 miles an hour in south winds. So the backside really swinging through.
Yeah, and as it does so, it's still going to be driving water in, maybe at a slightly different angle though. So some of the water that's already come in is not going to immediately drain back out. We're still going to have problems with that through at least the morning hours, and then maybe once the system moves further away, things will start to calm down. But certainly in the short term, we've still got that flash flood and storm surge problem.
Oh, yeah. And water is still coming up in Port Charlotte. That stick is slowly disappearing. Look how high that is. That's just remarkable. Ooh, water hit the camera there.
Oh, yeah.
Water's now at the very top of the stick now, pretty much. Yep.
So that just goes to show that water has not receded.
Nope. Water's still coming in. And you can see how high it is. Hey, David, how many people are people gonna... I don't know what you mean by that, Virgo. 6 p.m.? Well, that's 9:18 p.m. back east. It's 9 p.m. I'm in Pacific time, you guys. I am in Pacific time. Actually,
Yeah.
I should put this up, actually. So you guys can't... I didn't even realize my taskbar was actually showing. There we go. But yeah, it's really bad. Definitely not a beach anymore. That water's just coming all the way in.
Eric Chambers asking, what time will the East Coast receive the most wind? If I were to estimate that, I would probably say they're going to be picking up tonight and persist through tomorrow morning. And depending on how fast this thing moves out of the way, it's going to persist into at least part of tomorrow.
I also want to make it clear there is still 100 to 115 mile an hour winds on the eastern side of the system. So we are still getting near major hurricane force winds. And on the backside, we are still getting winds up to about 90 miles an hour. So this is still near major hurricane intensity. Thank you, Lisa, for the $5 donation. Now we're up to 1.6 million people without power. What? Oh no, 1,160,000. What is going on? Easy? Ethan, you there? All right, there's some damage that... Okay, everyone left the call. Can you please check Discord? Yes, I will check Discord. How bad could it get for the northwestern Bahamas? For the northwestern Bahamas, probably not much. Well, it's going to turn. You're going to get some tropical storm force winds perhaps, but that's about it. I don't think it's going to be, actually probably not even tropical storm force winds, because this is going to weaken over Florida. You're going to get some wind, maybe some rain bands. Actually, yeah, some rain bands moving through, but nothing too substantial. Sorry, Lisa. Let me read your question. Can you give me fire as for Parish, Florida for the next hour so I can update my daughter? Yeah. For Parish, Florida. Parish, Florida. Hello? So Parish, Florida.
Test. Hello?
Hello?
I'm back.
So yeah, downstream for Parish, Florida. Impacts look not going to get any better yet. It's going to be a while. Sorry if I missed your question, Lisa. Sorry.
Yeah, as Angela was saying, the backside of the storm is officially coming into Venice, Florida, so already hit pretty hard, and it is still going to be rough as we head into the early part of tonight.
Look at the wind. Wow. Got some wind.
Absolutely. That's menacing.
That is.
Especially to consider all this is happening at night now.
Yep, the backside of the hurricane is now coming through. Oh my gosh, look at how strong the wind is in Venice, Florida, where that storm surge is. I mean, it is raining so hard and the spray is just immense.
Yes, it is. I mean, look at how low the visibility has gotten. That's an indication that we're still seeing a lot of wind. We're still seeing a lot of rain, some blowing spray, as David just said, from that surge that has come into the area.
Holy cow! Look at that wave. Get ready for it on your end, Ethan. Look at that wave.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was powerful.
Another wave. Man, look at this. This is, wow, that water does not stop coming in.
Absolutely, and that's the most powerful thing. The power of water is the biggest hazard that we face in these hurricanes.
That was some big time inundation right there. Here, yep, there's
We got
more
a
one.
question from Lori. I'm in Palm Bay. Is it over for us?
Palm. Not really. Not really. Well, the rain is not coming down, but the wind will be picking up a little bit as that hurricane, as that system moves to the northeast and you get the backside, you could get some intense winds. Winds will be shifting direction. Wow, still getting gusts
Yeah,
near
and I would
100
say-
miles an hour on that backside.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say too, to Lori here, you're going to be seeing, as David said, the wind. Not as much of a rain concern, but probably getting some rain later tonight. The tornado threat, though, has shifted offshore. We don't really have that concern at this point.
All right, we're getting power interruptions with one of our Radar Omega cameras, but look at the debris floating in the water. Beds, couches, trash cans floating in the water. Look at that. And
Yeah, that is unfortunate to see.
we lost that camera. So that camera is out. We do not have anything left on that camera. Oh, golly word. Look at the storm surge on this one. Holy cow.
It's still showing all these impacts.
Water is now above the post, Ethan. Water is now above the post in Port Charlotte. Wow, that was a big wave. Oh, wow, that hit the camera pretty violently. Goodbye, post. See what we're...
and it's still showing the power of the water, even after this has made landfall.
Also, I wanted to let you know our camera is dangling on our Radar Omega camera. It's just dangling there, which means it got ripped off its mount. It literally got ripped off its mount.
Yeah, that view certainly isn't very steady anymore.
There's also some minor flying... Oh, there's flying debris on the camera in Siesta Key now.
Yeah, you can just see that going by, and that's showing the power of the wind, but also showing that it has done damage and or is picking up debris left over by Hurricane Helene. And if that's the case, then you're still dealing with problems involving flying debris out where the wind is strong.
Geez, Ethan, we went from 1,160,000 to now almost 1,220,000.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate to see. We knew this was coming, but it is unfortunate all the people who have been impacted by it like that. And some of these outages, sadly, are going to last for many days. We saw that with some areas after Helene. You had locations that, 10 days after it passed, I believe, they were still without power. So some of these locations are going to be out for quite a while and should take that into consideration.
Come on, folks. We're 50 subs away from 33,000. Let's go. We are close. If you guys are new to the channel, it's hilarious. For me, it's a struggle, but for other YouTubers, it's not. It's hilarious.
That was the wrong button.
Yeah, subscribe for latest updates. I don't do the tropics only. I also do the winter weather, and I do severe weather. And yeah, for the people that did subscribe, thank you very much. Sorry, I sound like I'm begging, but we gotta get to our next mini milestone. Why not tell you all if we're like 50 subs away? So thank you guys for that. All right, Titan just said there's now a flash flood emergency for Tampa Bay, for the Tampa area.
Yep, we have upgraded to a flash flood emergency.
Yep, flash flood emergency, catastrophic. So, flash flooding emergency for St. Petersburg, Tampa, Riverview, and Palmetto. Right now, central Hillsborough County in the west central Florida, northern Manatee County in the west central Florida, south eastern Pinellas County in west central Florida. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 10 and 14 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is already occurring. 14 inches of rain, Ethan, has already fallen.
Yeah, that is insane, but this has been persisting for many hours here in this area. That dense convection moving over.
And it looks like it's going to last for a little while longer, as there is still a lot of heavy rain that still is offshore. You're not even done with this. That northern side is getting destroyed with rain and wind. But I want to thank for the people that have joined the server. We're almost up to 200 members, so thank you guys. Okay, we got a new one coming in. Oh, same person coming in. Here it is. There's flooding. Oh, there's flooding. He's getting straight flooding. Oh, it's bad. Wow. So there is officially street flooding in his area where Im lives right now in the chat. There is street flooding where he is at. Yeah, I appreciate all the support. Thank you. We gotta get there. We gotta get there. Come on. 40 subs away. 40. We're close. We're close. We're close. I looked at the Discord. Yes. I looked at yeah, there's water. Yeah, I got this one. There's water. This is it. There's water. Look at, see? Right here's where there's flooding. See this? There's flooding right there. Oh, and another one. It's so dark, I can't even see anything.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably a lot of areas in Florida like that right now.
There's nothing to see. I looked at it. I looked at all the footage. What is there more to look at, Im? I looked at the footage that you sent. And sounds like you're crying, it looks like. You're sobbing. So... All right, Ethan, we have an estimate. This is my rough estimate. We have 1,300,015 people without power.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. We knew it was probably going to exceed 1 million pretty easily, but with all these big population areas that this is impacting and the broadening aspect of the wind field, we could very well see it, probably we'll see it go over 1.5 million and perhaps even exceed 2 million by the time things are said and done. Which is unfortunate because a lot of people are going to be impacted by that, even up toward maybe even coastal or southern Georgia. We could have some gusty winds up there, might have some power outages, but most of it is going to be in this Florida area where we have the strongest winds, the residual hurricane force wind field from Milton, I should say.
So Apoc is saying, if you want more, I follow a lot of streamers, and you need to get more things on your channel to get more followers to retain and to watch longer. I mean, what am I doing that is not... I mean, what am I doing? Like, what more do you want me to add to the stream? And let me ask you guys that question. What should I add more to the stream? I think I'm doing a pretty good job, but evidently... Oh, that fell.
Oops.
I mean, I'm doing a good job. I don't know what more I need to do.
Oh man, you're doing fine. There were suggestions and different ideas about how things.
Well, that's what I want. I
might...
want. If you want me to improve, maybe give me some help. Maybe because I do want to get these streams better and more detailed. That's constructive criticism. Actually, I don't mind that. If you feel like you want me to add more stuff to the stream against other YouTubers, I need feedback. I do. I am getting a new computer in November. I'm hoping to get one. I'm not sure if that will work out, but I'm hoping there was just orange and blue in the sky. No, Apoc is fine. He's helping. He is. Sometimes you have to get constructive criticism, because I do want these streams to end up being better, like Max Velocity, like Ryan Hall, y'all. I know I don't, I'm sure their streams are a lot better than mine, and I'll be honest with myself. I'm not the best out there in the weather community. There are people better than me, and Apoc,
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay. No, yeah, I think they're doing fine. I think we've provided some extensive coverage, and a lot of people have enjoyed it. And we're still providing that coverage here as we're seeing the remaining portion of Hurricane Milton.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, with Hurricane Milton. Sorry to cut you off there. No, he's not a troll, Lisa. He is saying, this is what he was saying to me, and we'll talk about this tonight with me and him. I encourage you to watch other weather YouTube streamers like Ryan Hollyoll, Max Velocity, and Evan Freiberger. They are big time YouTubers. I'm adding some words to this, so I'm adding words to this epoch. They have multiple cameras showing weather from multiple cities at the same time. I understand that, but you got to understand, I have only 3 computer monitors. What I might end up doing is once I get my new computer, if I do, I might use this as my older computer and see if I'm able to stream off of it in the back. I don't know how this is going to work. See, that's why I'm going to need help, you guys, on how we can make this work. Because honestly, I only have I have 3 monitors. One is for chat, one is for radar, and one is to make sure my stream is running smoothly. I mean, let me show you guys. Let me actually show you my background really quick. Let me make this camera a little bit bigger. Let's have radar right here. This is what you're seeing behind one monitor there. One monitor there. That's the monitor that you're looking at right now. And then the chat right there. And the status of the stream to make sure it's running really well. So I only have 3 computer monitors that are doing all of this. All right. These streamers have like 6 or 7 monitors, and I don't know how you can get 6 or 7 monitors or 8 monitors hooked up to a single computer. If I have to purchase 3 graphics cards, that's not going to be cheap. So, what camera is this? This is what is the name of it? Let's see. Oh, it's Elgato Facecam Pro. That's what that is. It's from Elgato. I understand. I'll be honest, my streams are not the best out there. People want to say that you're the best on YouTube because people don't want to hurt my feelings, but I'll be honest, they are not the best. They are not the best out there, and I need to know the feedback from people. What can I do to improve this? What can I do to improve that? What can I do to do this, to do that? As I get bigger, I'm going to have to improve my setup. I will have to. A POC, okay.
Okay, so we do have people in chat here, and they are reporting a lot of power flashes taking place. So we're still seeing damaging winds sweeping across parts of Florida.
Shoot.
Although I should say, the extreme wind warning has been allowed to expire. We don't have that anymore. We've got this area of really strong winds that's persisting from around Tampa and headed eastward now, eventually, and we actually just got a wind gust of 71 miles per hour about at Silver Lake in Lake County, Florida. So that is from the northeast. Winds over 70 miles an hour there, and further to the south toward Lakeland, Tampa, Clearwater, the wind is probably at its strongest about in these areas, and we're probably going to be seeing some wind gusts over 100 miles per hour continuing as we head east, maybe even into the Kissimmee and Orlando area toward the overnight hours.
All right. Let's see. Interesting. Dobrick estimates show that the hurricane still has 115 knot winds, though, which clearly is not 115 knots. So let me see the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Where are we at here? Update. Oh, so we don't have a new update out. Oh, it's because it's only 6:47. We'll get a new update here soon. I understand, Otis. Yeah, I do. Okay, let me stop and talk really quickly. I want to understand that you guys are saying that I'm very detailed. I love it. I am very detailed, but only to a certain extent. All right. There are things that I will need to do to improve my streams. Okay. It's a long step process. And if the hard part of this is people don't want to come forward and really help me with this stuff. People don't want to step up. People don't want to really step up and help out. So I'm kind of in this lost void. Oh my gosh. Stop for a second. Okay, I'm going to just move on here really quickly. Longboat Key just had a sustained wind of near 75 miles an hour and a wind gust up to 115 miles an hour. That is near Sarasota. Extreme wind moving over the area. Extreme wind moving into the area.
TC Dan says, is it normal to have lots of lightning during a hurricane after it made landfall? Lightning is not a common factor in hurricanes in general, unless they are really strong. We do see this more often in major hurricanes where they've got those deeper convective towers, because that's extending into a mixed phase region of the upper atmosphere. You're getting those ice crystals involved, and it has to extend really deep into the atmosphere because tropical air mass, it typically is very moist and very warm, and we don't have as much of that charge separation except with the very tallest of the thunderstorms, especially with the tropical systems, because they've got a warm air mass all the way up pretty much. So we really have to get those strong systems. Now, individual convective elements, they can have more lightning with them. As a matter of the hurricane itself, it tends to be something that's pretty unusual and is more common in the higher end hurricanes.
Okay, I've got some really good news that might help my stream out here. Actually, I'll just save this for later. But Apoc, I do want to talk to you after the stream, though. I do. In VC, I don't know if you're watching the stream, because I would really like to improve. I really would like to, because I want this to be my full-time job. I actually want to quit my other job, folks. I don't want to be working there. And there have been a couple of times, I don't want to say it on stream, but there have been a couple of times where I don't want to say it.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's fine.
I know Apoc. I think you're... Oh my gosh, Greg. Greg, I love you so much. Thank you for the $100 donation. Thank you, Logos and Lifestyle. And wow, not just a $5 donation, but also 125 tornado warnings have already been issued with this hurricane so far. 125 tornado warnings, Ethan.
Yeah, what we witnessed earlier today was a tropical cyclone tornado event unlike any I've seen in a long time. It was just insanity for such a long span of time there. I mean, the whole time that I was on the stream for the first segment of it, we were tracking tornado after tornado, and it continued even after I left to go do some things for a while. So that whole afternoon, just so many, and again, at one point, there were about 20 tornado warnings at the same time.
Okay, I want to see what Greg Glasscock said. I'll set up. Disable Discord notifications. Create a dashboard that you are streaming that includes more data, a webcams approach your stream. People want me to have, you know what? Just Weather, by the way, which only had 33,000 subs at the beginning, had 100,000 people watching him with a dashboard of cameras and radar. He would switch between that. But see, the problem with that is I need to get more computer monitors. And I'm telling you right now, computer monitors are not cheap. They are not cheap. And I'll tell you, I'm not going to get 15 or 20 computer monitors within the next year. There's just no way. So if you... Yeah, it's because if this is what my screen would look like, let me just show you guys really quickly. I know I'm going in a rant, but this is what my screen would look like with all the cameras. Each one of these windows, imagining it being a webcam. This is what my screen will look like. Just all junk all over the place. Because I'm using one computer monitor to display everything. This is what it would look like. Everything just scattered about. You know what? I feel like I'm Ethan B. And people are like David Schlotthauer that have advanced setups. My setup is advanced, but I guess people have even... But that's what it would look like. All those windows, each one of those are webcams. And for some freaking odd reason, every time I have any windows overlaying one another, everything goes black. So all right, Apoc will help me. Apoc is willing to step up to the plate. Since you're watching this, Apoc, I do appreciate that, partner. I really do. Because I'm going to need some help. And I will literally pay you $50+ if I have to for this. Maybe that's where some of the donations will go to. Some of that will go to him, maybe, but most of it will go to the Samaritan's Purse, of course. But yeah, I gotta pay people that help me. I've gotta help, because they are taking their time out of their day to help me. But everything that he has said does make sense. He is being honest and real with me about that. I do need, like, webcams, add more of that, add more, like, you know. That's probably what's made me fall back each time with my streams, even on severe weather. So, I'm going to be honest, I do need to improve. People say I'm good enough, but maybe until you see the new setup, you guys will think, oh yeah, this is way better now. This is so much better. Because, you know, better is going to get better until it gets better. There's nothing better than better.
Yeah. Caleb Collins, storm surge through Thursday evening. I would say that storm surge is probably going to start to wind down tomorrow as you head through the day. Overnight, it's still going to be a problem with that onshore flow, but as the hurricane starts to leave, we're getting less of that onshore flow, and so it should start to wane as you head through tomorrow afternoon and evening, but that could be delayed by the amount of rainfall that we've got that is going to be pouring into these areas already filled with water.
Okay,
How is the Tampa?
So M is saying we are underwater. Let me go and look at the general chat. Sorry if I... Ooh! Ethan, look how many power flashes are here on the from Shark 1R on the hurricane. Look at this. Watch this. Look at all the power flashes. Look at this.
Load in. Oh yeah, that is that is the mark of a really strong windstorm there.
That is bad. That's all I'm going to say. It's bad. But yeah, not to miss to Greg Glasscock's chat. I almost felt like I did. So webcams, approach your stream from a more hostelic perspective as opposed to switch to and from Windows. You know what to do, David. Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. I just need to find the equipment. I mean, I'll be honest. You know how many monitors my graphics card could actually handle, folks? Guess. Take a wild guess. Guess how many? Advisory is out and it's weaker. Okay. It is weaker by a little bit. And it is weaker by a little bit. At 110 miles an hour, this is no longer a major hurricane. So
this is incredible. The flash flood emergency is still in effect, and it's noted here that Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg has received 16.61 inches of rain so far today.
Oh my gosh.
That is enormous. 16 inches of rain in one day.
Nope. You're way off, DJ the Broke. You're way off, brother. You're way off. My computer could only handle 3 monitors. Actually, no, wait. 3 monitors on my graphics card. Luckily, when I get my new graphics card put in, that will handle 1 extra monitor. But again, monitors are not $5, and they are very expensive. So, yeah. I tell you, I wish I was as big as these other YouTubers, but I'll tell you, it will take time, as what Apoc is saying. It will take time, and that's fine. Keep reporting on the channel when you do it because you love it and not because you want attention. You'll stand out. Oh, I understand the aesthetic energy. It's not just for attention, I'm telling you right now, you know. I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it for views. I'm not doing it for like that. But you know, when you look at all these other weather YouTubers out there that report on the same thing, you know, and we did look at the latest advisories at 110, by the way. When you see these streamers, especially Just Weather, you know, he has almost 60,000 subs already. He really blew up today. I do follow him, by the way. I follow like over 200 weather channels out there on YouTube. And so a lot of them were getting quite a bit of people watching. And here I stand at struggling, you know, because I want to get the word out. We need to keep an eye on this. I mean, this was historic and everything. Because, you know, when you look at it from a different perspective, it feels like I'm not doing my job properly. That's why people join and tune out. That's why you see the concurrent viewers drop, because people tune in and then they tune out. In fact, my average view duration is barely 5 minutes long. Barely 5 minutes, which means people are tuning out within like 2 to 5 minutes. I mean, no one's watching very long.
Yeah, Daniel Barker, I believe that what a lot of people are reporting as lightning flashes are probably the transformers. And what we mean by power flashes, that's kind of a slang term that storm chasers and some meteorologists use. It's just the arcing of the transformers when power lines get damaged. So that's a visual indicator that we're having damage to power lines and power outages taking place.
But yeah, a lot of power outages. This is just terrible. All right, Ethan, I want to unfortunately present you all. We went up another 100,000 people without power. We are now up to 1.4 million people without power.
Oh yeah, that is a big number. And we did get a report from one of the people in the chat here that they lost power too. So we're still getting people losing power at a pretty high rate as this moves inland.
1.4 people without power. Oh, and a pop, thank you. I'm as a streamer, you have to evolve. Yeah, I noticed that a lot. Like Max Velocity, Ryan Hall, y'all stream a lot, but I want to keep my content mixed up. I want to do videos, I want to do shorts, I want to live stream as well. Congrats on 32,000. Yeah, well, that will soon be 33,000 in 25 more subscribers. 25 more, then you can say congratulations on 33,000. But I don't want to sound like I'm complaining at all. I don't want to sound that way at all. But yeah. It's just... Okay, here's some live... You know, the best storm surge camera that we have right now is in Port Charlotte. Oh, power is out there. Power is out. It is just darker than dark. There's no lights around.
Am I coming through now?
Yes, you're coming through. You're fine.
Okay, good. Thank you.
The system made landfall just... So the system made landfall near the Bradenton area near Sarasota. Actually, let's see on radar. So yeah, it made landfall just to the north of Sarasota. Like a couple of miles north of Sarasota. Northwest of Sarasota, I should say. Man, pretty much the entire state of Florida, or not the entire state, but the central portion is under a flood warning. They should just draw one big old fat polygon of flooding. I am pretty shocked and surprised Pat's Path Predictor is not on streaming. Yeah, he did not stream yesterday either. I don't know what has happened. I really don't. I hope he's doing fine. Oh, power flash. Did you guys see that on the camera? Did you guys see that on the camera? Power flash. Wow. There's still people going without power now. But yeah, I wanted to finish with what I was saying though, with the with the power outages, they're quite crazy. But I also wanted to say I'm not here, you don't need monitors. Well, a POC, if you're still here watching, which you are, I do need I need at least more than 2 or I mean, when I show a panel, well, see, this is why I need your help, because every time I do add windows.
Agreed.
What is it?
Oh, no, I was agreeing with you.
Oh, it's you, Britt. Yeah. A lot of power outages happening. By the way, Britt.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say about the monitor thing. I mean, the problem here is, and this was what I'm going to need help with, why do the cameras go blank and black when there's a window that, see, that's the thing. When I have one window up, one of these cameras goes out. And I need to figure out how I can set up that panel properly. See, I just don't, I should know this by now, but I'm not streamer savvy, hyper technician over here, I mean, I'm not an IT specialist, so it is tough. But yeah, we are seeing some serious flooding. Brendan, at the moment, up to 16 inches of rain has already fallen in Tampa. More power flashes. What's up, DJ the Broke? How are you doing?
It is pretty incredible to see those power flashes still taking place there on the horizon.
DisplayPort is your friend. Well, a POC, which is a member here. Hopefully he's still here. Thank you, Sam Ways. I'm glad you like my reactions. All right, what does he, Ethan, what does he mean? Michelle Coat is saying it's probably harder for you to keep people's attention because you aren't irresponsibly
Sensationalizing
natural disasters. So
that's a troll
yeah.
comment.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, it's meaning here that people are used to the kind of clickbaity, hyper, this is going to be the most extreme thing ever kind of thing. But they appreciate your honesty and integrity because you're not being irresponsible with this
My bad.
information.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Got it.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're good.
All right, Angela is saying we are seeing extreme wind damage taking place in Tampa with street signs coming down. A lot of street signs coming down right now. And utility poles coming down.
The wind on the backside still quite strong, and we are still concerned about that, especially as you head up into the Tampa area, but also down toward Sarasota too. Still some very strong winds going on. We don't have that extreme wind warning anymore, but that does not mean that severe winds have stopped. We are certainly seeing some strong winds going on and spreading eastward with time tonight.
Oh, Kyle is now reporting flooding is coming up to his apartment right now. Apartment is leaking right now. From Kyle S.
That is not a good sign, and unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of wind-driven rain. So anything that leaks, the rain is just going to be driving in.
This is kind of going into a technology kind of thing with the stream now since Apoc is here. We have 24 subscribers to get to 33,000. Probably won't get there tonight, but thank you guys anyways for your diligent support anyways with the stream, because wow, this is unfolding quite enormously. with the flooding, with the damaged wind reports, the live footage that we have collected tonight. Pretty significant.
Yes, absolutely. You all have helped us so much as part of this process. It really is kind of a group process. David, is bringing in all this information and doing all this work to get it together, but with all of you joining in, helping us to get the stream out and providing your own information, it really provides a more complete experience and helps to tell the story more fully as this is happening. Also want to say to Kyle S. here, it sounds like you're experiencing some pretty big wind damage going on, so we do
Oh my
continue to
gosh.
advise you to seek shelter in the lowest floor of your building that is away from the windows. As long as there's no flooding taking place, you want to seek shelter as you would for a tornado just to make sure that you're putting the most distance between you and any potential debris that ends up flying around.
My gosh, Ethan, we are getting winds up to 100. We're getting wind gusts over 110 miles an hour, even at the surface. Outbound winds even near 100. Extreme wind rolling through. Extreme wind rolling through right now. I would not be surprised if the radar goes out, if the Doppler radar loses power, and we don't get any more radar data. We have lost power on a couple of our cameras along the Venice beach already, so we are getting It's not good. It is not good.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen these videos from Zach, but he posted some more videos and he says the wind is bad now in the chat.
Oh, in our chat. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is probably within the eye from earlier. Wow. Is that in his house? Jeez. That's in his house.
Oh man.
Wow.
Oh no.
That is damn. That's inside his house. That's in his mobile home. You can see the floor. And if you turn...
We are definitely sorry to hear about that damage.
Yeah, you can tell right here. Looks like a porch at the same time. It's hard to tell. It's a porch or something? But there's whatever's here. You know what? It might be a porch. Never mind. Whatever it is, it's part of the house, and there is damage.
Power lines on fire.
Power lines on fire. Wow. Strobe warning, by the way.
Part of my screen. That fire is blowing this way.
That is a power line on fire. Holy moly. Thank you.
Yeah, that is being hit.
Thank you so much, Walmart store demo, for that. I'm going to see if we can get
Also
power
wanna pass-
flashes on here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to pass along some information first shared here by Titan. A flash flood emergency has now been issued for Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Wesley Chapel in Florida. So this is portions of Polk, Sumter, Hernando, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. This is in effect until 4 a.m. And we are seeing particularly dangerous situation with the flash flooding here. Seek shelter to higher ground immediately. If flooding becomes more threatening than the wind, unfortunately, you're going to have to choose the lesser problem, and you're going to have to get away from that water, because in these areas, with this flash flood emergency, it could come in very quickly.
Yeah, and just to expand on that, and so that warning, that is from observed rainfall amounts between 10 to 14 inches that have already fallen. and that is source of radar indicated as well as observed. So,
Wow, that is incredible. Man.
We're really starting to get a lot of damage reports in the chat. The water is getting higher, by the way, David, and I'm not going back out there. So we are getting storm surge flooding or freshwater flooding where M is. The water in the bay will get forced back I to the bay. Extreme flooding is imminent. Oh yeah, water will come back in because because where the eye is, yeah. I'll tell you one only good, I don't want to say good because I don't want to get called out for this, is if this eye would have passed just to the north of Tampa, imagining how much storm surge there would have been in this bay. This is all offshore flow right now, still kind of offshore. Because boy, if that wind would have came right in like this, that would have been, storm surge would have been the projections of 15 plus feet.
Yeah, and in reference, Kyle here, yeah, it is unfortunately probably going to be a few more hours that you've got these really strong winds. During the night, the winds are going to start to settle down some more as that center of circulation moves off to the northeast, but you're still going to be dealing with this for the short term for sure, at least a few more hours, and then after that we'll see how the pressure gradient is. But again, we recommend that you continue to seek shelter as you have been. You said you're in a hallway with some things covering your head. That's a very good thing to do. Just hang tight and stay with the stream. We'll keep you updated as things go along.
Yeah. Also, Ethan, we are almost up to 1.7 million people without power now. 1.7 million people without power.
Wow. Yeah, it is really spreading out, and that wind field has gotten so much larger over the last day even. It has just gotten to encompassing such a big area that it's going to start to cause some power outages in northern Florida even.
Bradenton now is seeing catastrophic wind damage from the backside of this. Man, I can believe it. Look at these velocities right here coming in out of the north. Coming out of the north right now, north-northwest, you are seeing wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. I mean, this is really, really strong. Definitely a hurricane by all means. Definitely a hurricane. You know what this is, I think? A steam jet. That's why the winds are so bad. The steam jet is so strong.
I would not be sure. I would have to check that out.
Could be steam jet influences, but the winds on these cameras, it's hard to tell. They are just terrible right now.
Hello, testing.
Hello, I could hear you.
Yep.
Okay, I thought I had a problem there again.
All right, we are now losing. We have lost now the majority of our cameras down to the south. So we are only able to bring up a couple of cameras. But I'll tell you, the Port Charlotte camera, the stick is gone. I don't see where the stick is anymore. The storm surge is so high now. Storm surge is just...
Yes, it is. Hog Hunter, if you're referring to the flash flooding, if you live in a flash flood prone area, something that has flooded in the past badly, then you might consider seeking shelter to a safer place now. But if you're referring to the wind impacts or the storm surge impacts, it's already far too late. You should have been evacuated already.
This is really bad. But yeah, I want to thank you earlier, Glasscock, for the $100 donation. I really want to thank you for that.
Absolutely.
But anyways, I'm going to probably head out here at 8 o'clock, though, because I have not ate at all today. I literally did not take a break, so... Actually, you know what? I could still stream, but I will need to go for dinner. Who is here with us? Only you, Ethan? Yep.
At the moment, yes.
I am ready to kind of get emotional because Apoc is really stepping up to the plate and helping me. I just want to be thankful for that.
Oh, yeah. Again, for those who have not heard, we do have a flash flood emergency that has been extended.
Oh.
This is eastward going into...
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Extension, unbelievable. An extension.
Well, yeah, no, this was the latest one that was issued. This is for portions of Polk, Sumter, Hernando, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. Portions of these counties under a flash flood emergency, specifically for Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Wesley Chapel. These locations, Brendan just said when he was in here, double-digit rainfall totals up to 12, maybe 14 inches have taken place. We had a rainfall total from Tampa today that was over 16.5 inches in a single day. So we do have a flash flood emergency that continues there as well. St. Petersburg, Tampa, Riverview, and Palmetto, I should say. Serious rainfall totals. Flash flooding is already occurring, and this is a life-threatening situation for these areas. Again, Clearwater to Pinellas, Tampa, all the way to Lakeland. You really need to be taking this into consideration. If you are in a flood-prone area, this flooding can come in really quickly, and at this level, it's going to be pretty significant. Places that don't normally flood, they are also going to flood given the magnitude of rain that we've had. And some of these areas, they've already seen over a foot of rain. They're going to be seeing several more inches as we head through the night.
Thank you for that, Ethan. All right, I don't know how true this is, but we are still getting 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts over Bradenton right now, so catastrophic winds are still rolling over the area at the moment. We got some very intense winds going on, though, through Lakeland right now, where we are getting gusts between... We have in Bartow, we have a wind gust up to 100-plus miles an hour there. We have a few other areas where we are getting wind gusts as high as 80 to 110 miles an hour, even on land. Man, these winds are insane right now. Insane coming through here through Lakeland. Absolutely insane winds right now. So, yeah, we are seeing a lot of... Based on a latest air pressure... Or based on latest air pressure, Ethan, system has not weakened very much. 28.40 inches in mercury is the estimated pressure right now.
Yeah, it seems to have gotten pretty steady as it's moving into the peninsula. The Florida Peninsula really isn't that big of an area to contaminate it with, dry air, continental air, and a lot of friction. It's got friction, but not as much as, toward the East Coast, for example. As you head further inland, you would get a storm start to get into the mountains and really get torn up. So these can retain some of their intensity as they move across the Florida Peninsula, even after making landfall. Got me?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, good. No, I just wanted to make sure. We'd had a question that was about Bel Air, Florida, from the Dark Horse, I believe that is. Bel Air Beach, I'm seeing here. You're still seeing some really strong winds out of the north. It's gusting probably over 60 miles an hour to this point. But you're definitely not out of the zone of impact yet. That is just right on the coast if you're about that beach area. So you're going to be seeing some strong winds and some rain continuing. Although the rain should start to diminish as we head through the next few hours, and the wind should start to let up overnight. So in the short term, you're still seeing a lot of impact, but in the next several hours, we're going to start to see those wane, hopefully, as it moves off to the east.
Also, I wanted to get a wind report. North of Winter Haven just had a wind gust up to almost 100 miles an hour. So we are seeing wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour onshore. Thank you, Christy, for the $100 donation. All the prayers I can give to those that are scared, overwhelmed, and feeling like this will never end. Prayers and the numbers work, and honestly, please stay safe. Thank you, Christy, for the $100 donation. I do appreciate that. Most donations on stream, and also will not be a forgettable hurricane at all. Will not. Helene and Milton will not be forgotten. Absolutely not. So, power outage update.
This has been a really...
Power outage update. Yeah. We are around 1.7 million without power now.
That is still going up. It's not as quickly as it was going up at points, but it is still going up pretty steadily. Fortunately, that's probably going to continue here for the next several hours.
All right, all cameras are now down along the coast. I cannot access any more cameras, so we are on our own without cameras in this stream. Pretty unfortunate, but that's what happens when you lose power. Power's gone.
Yeah, pretty much what we were expecting at some point here with all the outages.
We got a live weather station that we will show you in this stream now that has really seen these winds pick up. And this is, what station is this based off of? Okay, I don't know what station that really is. It's not a Davis. But pressure really dropping quickly on this. Really dropping. See what the Manatee station is getting. Wow. That station is quite the intense one. Davis Vantage Pro had a peak gust up to 85 miles an hour and is now getting the eye with the lowest estimated pressure around 28.40. So we are getting really low pressure, of course.
In relation to Kyle, again, he's dealing with some really rough conditions, it seems, and advice that we would give to him. It's pretty much here what Kristen is saying, to seek shelter in the lowest floor of the building, obviously, like in a closet if possible, something like that. I don't know if he's anywhere near the coast. We're still going to have storm surge concerns there, but if the wind is going to be the main problem, the main source of danger, then it's probably at this point best to wait it out, because we are going to see those diminish as we head into the next few hours, because we are on the receding end of this hurricane.
All right, the good news I could have from him is the power flashes have stopped, but the winds are still extremely strong. And I just watched a gaming chair fly through the sky about 20 minutes ago. So, yeah, the just because the power outages have stopped an hour ago, you got to realize that the power is probably out in your area and it's hard to see power flashes in the distance. I'm sure the power outages have not stopped. It's just that you're probably well into the dark now. You're well into the dark. And we are getting observations still with gusts. Wow. In Bradenton, really extreme winds right now. And actually, that took the eye pretty much. Pressure down at 2843 on that. Well, I keep on saying this, Ethan, boy. I'm telling you. It is a good thing that this was not a Category 5 at landfall like it was Monday night. Whew.
Oh my, absolutely, yeah. What this storm did...
Imagining 200 mile an hour sustained winds almost. 200 mile an hour sustained winds. That would just be, yeah.
Yeah, what this did in the Gulf of Mexico when it reached its peak intensity, that was our worst case scenario. The thing that we've talked about and that we've feared heading into this hurricane season all this time, the potential for a rapidly intensifying major Category 5 hurricane to just spin up in the Gulf of Mexico. But thankfully, very much thankfully, it did not make landfall at that intensity. It would have been a completely devastating catastrophe if it had, and we are very thankful that it did not, but we are still dealing with a lot of significant and widespread impacts.
Yeah, because this could have been a lot worse. All right, I got another weather station, a unofficial weather station, but this is in the University of Tampa. Picked up a 120 mile an hour wind gust earlier. And right now, they are still getting gusts in the near 100 mile an hour range out of the north. So, getting gusts between 80 to 100 mile an hour wind gusts still ongoing in University of Tampa, which I'm still surprised they have not lost their power yet. I am really surprised.
Yeah, really.
St. Petersburg also coming in with 70 mile an hour wind gusts still coming in on the backside. Peak gusts there, 78 on the Davis weather station.
Yeah. It is still really rough out there, and as we head through Tampa, I mean, you're still dealing with these incredibly heavy rainfall rates and severe flooding that is imminent, if not already occurring.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of, I'm just checking all the weather station reports right now. Oh, and that station is offline. So no data coming off that station. Holy macaroni, Ethan. Baycourt.
What did you find?
Baycourt just reported a 109 mile an hour wind gust. 109 in Bel Air, Florida. Out of the west-northwest.
Yeah, we had someone asking about that location in here earlier, and as we were saying, still some very damaging conditions going on there. Just for reference, that's the same wind speed that was measured in around my town actually at the time. 2013 when 2 EF2 tornadoes were coming through. very strong winds there and producing a lot of damage we've already seen.
You know what? The backside is a lot more intense than the front side, which I don't even understand because I thought the southeastern side would be a lot more intense. It was actually not as intense as I thought it would be. It seems like this northwestern side and western side is a lot more intense. Why could that be, Ethan?
Oh, we really got the convection being lopsided on the system. That dry air came in on the south side, really kind of diminished the intensity of the convection, so that might have kind of shifted a little bit of that momentum transfer toward the northern end of it. And that comes around to the northern part of it into the northwest quadrant. And so the wraparound part of that hurricane just becomes so much more intense because it has more of the thunderstorm activity. It has more of the rain.
Yeah. Man, look, the winds aloft though, Ethan. Still getting 110 plus mile an hour winds, even at the surface, not far above the ground. We are getting some pixels with gusts up to 110 plus miles an hour. Even the outbound velocities not far above the surface, 115 to 120 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, that goes to show we're still dealing with these severe winds, in spite of, again, the fact that we don't have that extreme wind warning anymore. This is still a Category 2 hurricane, a high-end Category 2 even, as it moves into the central Florida peninsula.
Which makes sense because that's the station observations getting gusts all the way up to 70 at the surface. Yeah, we're almost up to 1.7 already. But yeah, serious wind right now going on. Serious wind. But I want to thank you, Chrissy, for the donation, for the $220 donation. Donation, I should say. One of 120 and the other of 100. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And actually, since we're at almost $1.3 thousand, let's see what 40% would lead to. That would lead to 520, so it's, yeah, about $520. That's incredible. So, thank you. Oh, you're a licensed adjuster? Nice, M. That's awesome. So, what do you do as an adjuster? That's congratulations, M. That's cool. Probably a hard job. Too much money to be made. Yeah. Ethan, the water still continues to go up in the Port Charlotte area. Incredible. Hello? Hello? By the way, this camera is positioned here. This is where that camera was that we were watching. This was looking at the flow coming out of the south. Now it's coming out of the west, which still means there is still storm surge coming in, that flow, still throwing all that water in. So that's why the water is still going up.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm back.
What is going on with your computer or something?
Microphone issues, Discord connection problems.
Oh, okay. We just got another one from Angela. We are getting gusts up to 101 miles an hour in St. Petersburg. So we are still getting triple-digit wind gusts. Power outage, okay, new power outage update. We are close to 1.7, but not officially there. 1,682,457 people without power.
Yes, it is a major power outage event, and we have questions about what's going on in Tampa. Tampa is still seeing some very strong wind and some very heavy rain with the system. A flash flood emergency is still in effect for Tampa and some of the surrounding cities, including St. Petersburg, Riverview, and Palmetto. So serious flooding, heavy rain, strong winds, they are continuing. And to your point earlier, David, something that I was trying to say when my mic stopped working, we were talking about it earlier this evening. Unfortunately, even as this makes landfall, we're still getting that onshore flow on the backside that is continuing that storm surge concern, especially once you head into areas south of, say, Tampa. That's where we've really got the onshore flow focused.
Oh, someone's calling me. Hold on. Who called?
Okay.
Who tried to call me? I keep on getting added to this Discord group, and they are there to troll me and make fun of me, and I keep on leaving it, and they keep adding me back into that group.
They have no regard for what we're trying to do in keeping people safe.
Yup, there is an official wind gust. Sustained wind of 50-ish miles an hour and a wind gust up to 101. So we are getting gusts that are quite intense.
Yeah, we're still going to be dealing with this for at least a couple more hours in some of these areas, but once we head through the night, we will see things start to improve probably in the western part of the Florida Peninsula, the western coast especially. We're still going to be seeing the onshore flow for the short term, and so that's going to cause wind concerns as well as the storm surge. But hopefully, as we head through the night, that system starts to move away and things will start to gradually improve.
Oh, I could put it on Do Not Disturb, yeah. There it is, it's on Do Not Disturb. By the way, Apoc, I don't know if you're still watching, but please accept my friend request on Discord.
Also, I should say the wind field, we mentioned earlier how it's expanded. It is getting far-reaching now. It's actually hitting East Coast pretty hard. We had a report of a 69-mile-per-hour measured wind gust at Daytona Beach International Airport. And that was at, let's see, about half an hour ago. Then just to the south of there, near Midway in Seminole County, Florida, a station measured a wind gust of 60 miles per hour. And this was out of the northeast. So these areas are already seeing, number one, some storm surge problems coming in, but number two, this is expanding the power outage problems, and this is going to cause concerns for that and wind damage, even as we head up toward the Orlando, Titusville, and Daytona Beach areas.
Well, actually, Ethan, it's a little higher. Wind gusts there reported up to 70 miles per hour.
Oh, okay. That would make sense. I'd believe it.
Man, tropical storm force winds getting close to Cape Canaveral already.
Yeah, it is expansive, and that's part of why we're seeing the outages still go up. Because even though most of this convection is in the western part of the peninsula, the wind field is still affecting the eastern part.
And this is the weird system. There's no rain whatsoever in Sabine, but yet Sabine is reporting gusts almost up to 75 miles an hour.
It really comes down to that pressure gradient.
Yup. Oh, now it's up to 65 there. 65 mile an hour wind gusts in Sabine. Man, I wish.
We get a
I wish
report here. I'm sorry?
I wish I was in this storm to experience it for once. Oh, I would have a lot of fun. Especially on the southern side. I would not want to be on the northern side, but the southern side would be exciting. Sebring. Sebring, I said that. I said Sebring. Apoc, yeah, please accept my friend request. And you did. Sweet.
Technically, I was in a hurricane when I was a baby, but I don't remember anything about it.
You were?
Yeah. Really random. I guess that was my first big storm intercept.
Jeez,
we did have a question about
sorry to
weather
interrupt.
from Ocala International.
Go ahead. Just
Yeah.
go ahead. Just go ahead.
We had a question from Melanie here about the weather in Ocala International.
So Ocala International getting quite a bit of rain. Moderate rain there. Steady as always. And you have seen so far you have seen rainfall totals there. Let's see. You have had an estimation of rainfall totals in Ocala, Florida at around 5 inches so far. 5 inches. Also, just wanted to iterate here. We are 10 subs away from 33,000 subscribers. And we have 500 people watching. I think we can do it. Don't just subscribe to get me up that high. Subscribe if you want to get more updates on the tropics, the winter weather, and also severe weather and hurricanes. Because next year, I'm hoping every year gets better, and I'm hoping next year I will have the equipment to function and to do this. Because I do want to make my streams actually better.
Yeah, same here. I hope I have some better equipment by then too. But yeah, for those who are interested, David has covered a lot of events in the past. Historic events as well. The Mayfield tornado of 2021, the Greenfield, Iowa tornado from earlier this year, various different hurricanes, nor'easter events as well. And, there have even been some other events covered, like celestial events, lunar eclipse, solar eclipse, things like that. So, a wide range of natural things covered in here with some very extensive live streaming, as you have seen, and some detailed forecast videos. So I would highly recommend that you check that out. Subscribe to the channel, and stick around to see what's next.
Okay, we are getting more additional power outage reports in the chat. It's me, Fishy Fish, just that I just lost power. Fun. I'm in Haines City. Let's see where Haines City is. Yep, that's where you're getting the strongest wind right now. Wow, Ethan, a 90 mile an hour wind gust near that area. Hello? Man, this band right here, that is producing some pretty strong winds. That rain band right in here. We've got winds peaking at 110, 115 miles an hour. And these are coming down in some serious wind gusts, possibly up to 115 miles an hour. So this is pretty significant wind right now that we're dealing with. And this is going to continue to get worse for people downstream. Should get better for people behind the center. Yeah, right here, the velocity shows us where the wind is coming from. So this is coming in out of the north, coming out of this direction. So you can kind of get an idea which way the wind is blowing based on our velocities. And they are pretty strong even at the surface here, where we're getting between 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. Thank you, Ricky. Yeah. I actually have 6 more. 6 more. Okay, we have more power flashes. Someone is saying that is not a surprise. Ethan. Hello. Hey, Ethan.
Hey, I am back again.
I always keep on thinking that, oh, he left for the night, but then you come back.
Oh no, I would let you know if I was leaving for the night.
All right, I want to say,
unless there was something catastrophic happen.
Hey, yeah. I just want to say too, only 100 feet above the ground of an estimation, we are getting gusts up to 125 miles an hour right near the radar site.
Yeah, still some very strong winds, it seems, through the western of Florida. We've seen reports of that. We've still got reports of that. I saw some power flashes being reported here in the chat a little bit ago, a lot of them. So areas that have power might not have power for much longer still.
Now, this is bad. This is really bad. Wow, do you see what Angela said in the chat, Ethan? The flood emergency includes for 2 million people.
Yeah, it really is covering a lot of population area, and if you extend it out to the other flash flood emergency as well, over toward Lakeland, we've got some very big population areas, numerous cities that are affected. Also, we had a wind gust of 75 miles per hour that is in Lake County, near the Silver Lake area. This was at the Leesburg International Airport, so we've got 75-mile-an-hour winds out of the northeast, even still up there.
Jeez, let me see. Yup, Lakeland, yup. And here's the funny thing, Ethan. The sustained winds are only at 38, but how could you be getting 76? But like, you go over here near Eagle Lake, 48 gusting to 59. So the average wind is higher, but the gusts are not as high. But you go to Lakeland, average wind is lower, but gusts are higher.
Yeah, well, there's a very turbulent nature to the wind field in these systems, and in any instantaneous moment, the wind is going to be different at different locations. In some cases going to vary drastically.
Okay, makes sense. We're getting a pretty big swath now with gusts over 80 miles an hour approaching Tampa Bay. So this backside is really knocking hard. This backside is quite strong.
Yeah, and we did get a question about how fast it's moving. This is currently moving at 16 miles per hour based on the 11 p.m. advisory from the NHC. And they do note it's at 105 miles per hour, so still a Category 2, and it is bringing devastating rain and damaging winds inland over central Florida. Devastating rain is what they're saying.
Dang. Still a Category 2 hurricane. Still a Category 2 hurricane.
Yeah, absolutely. Even inland.
In fact, if we do take a look here at the latest advisory, and here's the discussion actually, and I want to read this all to you. So Hurricane Milton discussion number 20. Earlier, Hurricane Hunter aircraft observations, WSR 88D radar imagery, and velocities and surface and optic data indicate that Milton made landfall along the Florida Gulf Coast just south of Tampa at around 8:30 p.m. UTC. The center is now moving over central Florida, while aircraft and Doppler velocity data indicated a landfall intensity of a near 105 knots. Assuming some inland decrease in intensity, the maximum winds are now estimated to be around 90 knots. That was 110 from earlier. There have been a number of surface reports of inland winds at damaging velocities. There has also been several reports of extreme rainfall rates, including one measurement of 5 inches of rain in 1 hour, or 5 inches of rain an hour at St. Petersburg, Ethan. A rainfall rate of 5 inches an hour is incredible.
Wow, that really is.
Center fixes indicate that the motion is east-northeastward or 60 degrees at 14 knots. Milton is now embedded within a belt of subtropical mid-tropospheric westerlies, and it should move across the Florida Peninsula tonight. Afterward, the cyclone is likely to turn generally eastward during the ensuing few days, while moving over the southwestern Atlantic waters and losing tropical characteristics. The official track forecast is similar to the dynamical model consensus early in the period and follows a blend of the GFS and ECMWF solutions in 2 to 4 days. The intensity guidance and the relatively fast forward speed of Milton indicate that the system will maintain hurricane intensity while crossing Florida. Milton is already interacting with a frontal zone, and the global models show that the system becoming embedded within the front in 24 to 36 hours. This guidance also suggests that Milton will not have sufficient baroclinic forcing to maintain its strength and will gradually spin down over the Atlantic, dissipating after 96 hours. So the good thing is this is not strengthening over land, and it will continue to spin down. And it's down to 105 miles an hour. And air pressure has continued to climb up to 960 millibars. So it is weakening, but just too slowly.
Yeah.
But we will be live
These
here.
situations.
We're going to be live here for another 30 or so minutes, because I do need to eat. But yeah, if you guys are new and you do enjoy these live streams and you find these live streams really helpful and detailed, please don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. I do appreciate all the support, all the donations tonight. It means a lot because some of this money is going to Samaritan's Purse for the recovery efforts of Hurricane Milton. Hurricanes don't usually strengthen over land. I know, but the brown ocean effect combined with baroclinic dynamics, sometimes things can get a little interesting. But no, this one is not going to do that. So it's weakening over land and will remain to do so. But it will remain a hurricane
absolutely.
all the way across Florida. So
Yeah, and that's why we've got these hurricane warnings all the way across the Florida Peninsula. You can take into account that effect that it is going to stay a hurricane. It's still a Category 2 at this point, as it is well inland.
you guys let me know in chat when I have reached 33,000 subs. Because I feel like I'm too excited.
It's not a live view of that from me, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
I know, but for other people in there, in the chat. Because they can refresh my channel millions of times a second. But yeah, we do have gusts up to 91 miles an hour in Tampa still. So we are getting some intense wind gusts.
Yes, absolutely. The backside of the system, as we've noted, very intense, and that's why we're saying for the next few hours, we're still unfortunately going to be dealing with that wind problem in the Tampa area. Bradenton could still see that as well. We had a viewer here who was on a little bit ago, Kyle. We haven't heard from him recently, but his phone was getting low, so we did recommend that he conserve the energy on that, and hopefully he did that. But the best we could advise for these people is in the area is to seek shelter, to not get out of your shelter until things are safe or it's being threatened by floodwaters.
Thank you, GJ the Broke. Now, but Port Charlotte storm surge is just as bad as it gets. Anna Maria Island still hanging onto the camera there, though.
Yeah, and that's something we've lost a lot of the cameras this evening, as you might imagine.
Surprisingly, though, this Mitchell Beach one did not lose anything. What's up, David Potter? How are you doing? What's up, David Lee YouTube? How are you doing? Welcome. Boy, you guys are late to the chat. Late to the channel.
Easy, welcome back.
What's up? What's up?
So we are getting gusts over 100 miles an hour in Tampa Bay easy, and there are almost 2 million people without power.
Yeah, I've seen that. I did join back to let you guys know in chat. We do have our first few official deaths from the storm. There is not an exact number. It just mentions multiple.
Oh no.
Was that associated with the tornadoes?
Let me see where this is. So it might be both. There is confirmed deaths in the Spanish Lake Golf Club, which is on the east side of Florida. That it was the Fort Pierce storm. So there's confirmed deaths with that storm, but there is also confirmed deaths in the Tampa area.
And that's the part that we always dread hearing, and we certainly hope that the death toll remains as low as possible on this. But with the tornadoes that we had earlier and the extreme rainfall, hydrologic impacts on the west side of Florida, unfortunately, we knew that this was probably going to happen.
Apoc, please look at your Discord, please. Apoc, thank you. Yeah, we are seeing deaths, and these are going to climb. This is just the start.
So this is released from local authorities. A tornado struck Fort Pierce, Florida today this afternoon, causing multiple deaths at a retirement community. Local officials reported that many people lost their lives when the storm tore through the Spanish Lakes Country Club village. Sheriff's office stated that the search for survivors was still ongoing even after dark. The exact number of casualties is still unknown.
That is terrible. And it's unfortunate. It's a really compounded situation here because some of these areas get hit by tornadoes after already being impacted by Hurricane Helene, and now they're being impacted by the hurricane portion of Milton. So it's really compounded and very unfortunate. And certainly the victims impacted by this are in our thoughts and prayers. They will be for the next several days. Yes, at least the tornadoes have stopped. That's a good thing. The tornadoes, they really shut off once things moved offshore, and we were done with that. So, thankful for that at least. At least that's a silver lining at this point.
But this
Yeah,
hurricane
for
is
sure.
not
That
done.
tornado potential should be basically out the window from this point on. We're just dealing with the flooding and the winds right now.
We are seeing still lightning, some couple of lightning strikes, so on the northern side of that. Really interesting though, in Bradenton, it's barely raining over there now. Like the rain has really lightened up once that storm is moving further away. But the winds are really strong still. So even so there's not much rain, there's a lot of wind. And right now in Sebring, there's a gust up to 72 miles an hour. So we are getting tropical storm force winds there right now at the moment. All right.
When you look at the maps. Yes.
So I guess M lost his roof. M just lost his roof.
Wow.
Sounds like it.
Man, we're sorry to hear about the damage that you have experienced there, M, and we hope that your recovery is as good as it can be. Unfortunately, there's a lot of damage taking place tonight, and a lot of recovery that's going to be needed.
I also wanted to mention that Daytona Beach has now a gust up to 76 miles an hour, so near 80 there.
Okay, hurricane force wind gusts already in Daytona Beach.
Okay, I just saw in chat that the Tropicana field, the roof was torn off of it, and I can confirm that that is true. So if you're not familiar with Tropicana Field, is it's I'm pretty sure that is Tampa Bay Rays, the Major Baseball League team, and it was indeed being used as a shelter, and the roof has been torn off.
Wow.
Yeah, we understand. Stands with Pillar says that Kyle Guy hasn't chatted in a while, so I'm hoping he is fine.
Yeah, we certainly do. We did ask that he conserve the energy on his phone in case he needed an emergency call, so might be it. And also connection problems probably taking place in Florida right now with all the damage and the outages occurring.
How much storm surge can be expected in Tampa Bay? There's not an exact measurement, but in a rough range up to 9 feet in some areas. Now that offshore, well, kind of on and offshore flow, but it's starting to come onshore slowly. So yeah, your storm surge could be coming up quite a bit since the center is now over here. Actually, it's hard to even find out where the center is because it's really losing definition.
Yes, it really is. It's looking a lot less like a tropical cyclone.
All right.
I sent a link in
Here.
the group chat, David, if you want to take a look at the video of the field getting absolutely demolished.
Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Look at that.
Wow.
A lot of power flashes.
Man, this is incredible to see what the wind has done here in Florida.
And unfortunately, I am starting to get a little bit of a headache. Oh man, I have not left this chair once today. Tough, long day. Long day. 11 hours of streaming. 11 hours of streaming.
Man, that is a long haul right there.
But the good news is we're going to go to 12 hours. We are going to make it to 12 hours. But that means I get to hand it off over to Ethan while I have radar in the background while I get some food. And I will be right back. So, Ethan, take it away, my guy. Do all the talking. Keep people entertained. Keep people watching because I will be right back. Going to have a little bit of dinner because I have not ate at all. I will be back.
Yes, okay. Thank you everyone for being here this evening, and thank you for staying with us as we track Hurricane Milton moving through Florida. It made landfall this evening as a powerful Category 3 storm, and we've seen a lot of impacts from storm surge, from high wind, from heavy rain. And we've seen some wind gusts even on the back side of this that have been measured over 100 miles per hour, and that's packing a punch into the Tampa metro area down toward Bradenton, maybe even Sarasota as well. And we're seeing the hydrologic concern with this now. Flooding is taking center stage as a really big problem. A flash flood emergency is still in effect for St. Petersburg, Tampa, Riverview, and Palmetto. This is in effect until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, but could get extended if flooding becomes a more pronounced risk there. To the east, portions of Polk, Sumter, Hernando, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. Big area and a flash flood warning. Specifically, a flash flood emergency is in effect here as well for the Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Wesley Chapel areas. To the east of there, flash flood warning still being issued. Another flash flood warning for portions of Lake, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Volusia counties. That's extending into, looks like, Seminole, Florida, and also covers the Orlando area as well. So flash flooding becoming an increasing concern as this heads off to the east. We've had numerous reports of significant wind as well. Wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour, even as we head over toward the eastern coast of Florida. Numerous power outages, over 1.7 million without power tonight in Florida. Yeah, 1.7 million customers without power. I am not sure of the latest updates on that, but we've seen a lot of videos, including some live stream footage we've had here, of power flashes, power lines being damaged, and severe winds ripping through the state. Unfortunately, we're still seeing some very strong winds coming through Florida. This does maintain Category 2 intensity as of the 11 p.m. advisory. That was released about 20 minutes ago, and again, keeps it at sustained winds up to 105 miles per hour. So still a really strong system moving through central parts of the Florida Peninsula tonight. A lot of impacts still going on. On the backside of it as well, we're still seeing impacts in Tampa, and storm surge problems do persist. Okay, has the storm surge subsided is a question here. I'm not sure about specific observations, but we're still seeing a storm surge concern, at least for the next several hours. The next couple hours anyway, because we do have this onshore flow that persists into the Bradenton area and Sarasota as well. So I would say storm surge threat is not over yet, but it will probably start to diminish as we head through the night. And yeah, tidal concerns, that would be something to take into effect as well. Also the wave action, because the winds are still really strong in this area. So whatever surge is in place, you're going to add the waves on top of that. So it is still going to be causing damage, especially as you head toward the coastal communities, unfortunately, where we've seen a lot of impacts already.
I think
And
surge
we've
is
had
going
a
to
lot
be a
of people.
huge problem here going forward, especially anything south of Tampa, even Tampa itself. It's going to start experiencing these storm surge conditions. It's going to be pretty significant, but the most impacted places I think are going to be Siesta Key, anything Sarasota, Venice, even down to Cape Coral. I wouldn't put anything in a specific tight cone, but I'm watching all along south of St. Petersburg all the way down to Cape Coral.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Also, if anyone here is not familiar with that, is EZ, that is EZE. He has been with us intermittently through the day. He is joining us here on the stream as well, and provided that important insight there. This is a widespread threat with the storm surge still a problem, and even Tampa, some areas that haven't had storm surge as much this evening. As this moves off to the east, that wind is going to switch around and bring some water more toward the coast. So we are still going to have that concern for storm surge even as this starts to pass. What's going on in Orlando? Good question here. We've got some flash flood warnings that are extending into the area, several inches of rain. We've also had some serious wind gusts measured in excess of 60 and in some cases 70 miles per hour. So the winds are going to be picking up. We do have a hurricane warning in the area, so we're going to have hurricane conditions being possible through the night as this moves through the central parts of Florida. So heavy rain and high winds are going to be concerns in Orlando as you head through the night. Did all the people get off the interstate yet? I have no way of knowing that. Unfortunately, someone had mentioned the possibility that some of the people evacuating today were impacted by tornadoes. So we certainly hope that everyone is in a safe place right now because this thing is hitting. Rockaway Beats. Hi, Ethan. What is the latest track on this? Yeah, this is going to continue to move through the central part of the Florida Peninsula tonight, exiting offshore as we head early into the morning, the early afternoon tomorrow. And once that happens, it's going to be interacting with a baroclinic wave, like David was just mentioning earlier, cold front trying to come through. And at that point, it is going to move more easterly and going to be out of our hair. We are going to be done with this. It's going to move out to the ocean. And with that, we're going to be seeing less of a rainfall impact. Really good thing that I'm really thankful for out of all this. In spite of the terrible impacts in Florida, we don't have a big rainfall concern up into the Appalachians like we did with Helene. So that is at least a good thing in that region. Florida has unfortunately taken a pretty big hit tonight from this as well. Griffin, the answer to that would be no. It was very different early on, but fit into a more natural sense in recent, later on. Heavy wind gusts in Kissimmee. Yes, I would imagine. Kissimmee is going to be impacted by this precipitation core. That's really the remnants of the northern part of the eye that came through earlier. The storm has lost a lot of its definition. We'll probably see it get downgraded further as it moves eastward, but certainly Kissimmee and Orlando, you're going to be seeing some strong winds, and they're probably going to get stronger over the next few hours as it moves through, and they will only start to diminish once this starts to weaken and move past, probably during the morning hours. So still a rough ride going through there. Recently, we had a measured 60-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Orlando Executive Airport, and this was measured about half an hour ago. So still some really strong winds coming in. See some in excess of miles per hour.
You know what?
It's a concern in that area.
I'm back really quick. I'm still eating. I gotta digest I gotta eat and digest my meatloaf. I was watching radar and I just find it really interesting how as a parcel of air moves north, all of a sudden there's just like this line of rain that forms. And then as the air moves around it and comes out of the north and heads south, it loses, the rain evaporates. I don't know if you know what I mean by that, Ethan.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, and the system really did become lopsided from a precipitation standpoint once it started to get to the effects of the dry air. Dry air entrainment, obviously not a good thing for hurricanes, not a good thing for any storm if it wants to retain its health. But in this case, it started to really lose that eye wall definition once it had problems with that wind shear and the dry air. And that really took away a lot of the convection on the south side. And that's possibly why we saw some of the more significant impacts with that remnant precipitation core over the Tampa area. Also want to say, Justin G, hello and welcome to the chat. It is good to see you.
What's up, Justin G?
Yes.
How are you?
Thank you for filling in. Yes, obviously, yeah, I've been with David for a long time and very glad to have this opportunity, very glad to help provide information to all of you and to keep up with what's happening. So, yeah, dry air. That's probably the big factor that was really limiting the precipitation on the southern side of the storm.
That's what it is.
People at the Gulf Club. Yeah. Were people at the golf club? I can't say for sure if there were people there or not.
You were talking about the golf club that got hit by the tornado on the east side of Florida. There is confirmed deaths within that club, yes.
No, it's not the meatloaf from Safeway. No. I think it's from Costco. Oh, okay, Justin. I'm gonna add you to the call then. Justin, actually, you're in the call already. Well, you're in the group. I just need to ring you. Hey, Justin. It's been a little while.
It has indeed.
Dude, I'm telling you, this system. What did you think of the 897?
The 897 as in its
Pressure.
peak?
Yeah, in its peak.
In all honesty, if I'm gonna keep it real, I think it was lower than that. I think that Recon missed its peak twice. The first peak for sure. We saw that the presentation on infrared was degrading for 45 minutes to an hour before Recon arrived. And the eye cooled pretty significantly before Recon got there. There was also just like a general loss in symmetry. So if it were up to me, I would say, the peak was probably in the low to mid 890s, not the high 890s. So definitely a historic storm.
So if you would say it was probably about more like 880 millibars.
No, I think it was probably like 890, 895.
Oh, okay.
Not 897. But, there's no proof to that. It's just me kind of thinking like rapid intensification, Recon missed the peak, probably was stronger than Recon found it.
That's what I'm thinking, because since that first pass that Recon went through there, it just kept on going. Hold on.
Yeah, can you hear me, Justin?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Welcome to the chat. It's been a while and glad to have you here.
It has.
Yeah, I wanted you on last night, Justin, because the process was so complicated if there was an ERC or not. Which, by the way, Justin, can you go through the radar present? No, we can't rewind that far back, but I'm surprised the system did not really intensify over that Gulf Stream. So I want to know why that could have been.
Yeah, so I think actually I DM'd you last night. I think it actually did intensify slightly when it hit the loop current. Really what happened is we saw while you were streaming that eyewall replacement cycle starting to take place. Then it hit the loop current and the inner eyewall strengthened significantly when that happened, which likely meant that there was a failed eyewall replacement cycle. And we saw a rapid warming and drying of the eye, along with a really, really big time increase, not only in the depth of the clouds, but also the symmetry of them, and also just the entire structure of the storm, outflow channels, everything got much more defined for an hour and a half to 2 hours when it hit the loop current. And I did DM you that last night. After that, it obviously, started to fall apart because 50 knots of shear will do that to a tropical cyclone, no matter how warm your water temperatures are. So yeah.
You think there was 50 knots of shear that got into this then?
Yeah.
Wow.
40 to 50 knots is pretty widely accepted as what happened.
Dang, I thought it was a little lesser than that.
Yeah, it was definitely strong shear.
Shoot. So now I want to ask you this question too. What if the shear, the negative environment was not there for this system? I mean, me and Ethan was talking about what would have been the worst case scenario for the system if the shear and any of the negative factors were there.
Sorry, I just got a text. If obviously that's a hypothetical that didn't happen, as we can see. I think that it's hard to say what would have happened. It looks like we also had an eyewall replacement cycle earlier this morning when that shear started to increase. So internal stuff would have probably kept it kind of capped, especially like when you have these pinhole type storms, these really strong small cores, which is what we had for several days. Eyewall replacement cycles are something that happen really often. With Helene, we only had one eyewall replacement cycle, and that was really because Helene from the jump was giant. This thing was tiny, And when you have those pinhole cores, it's really easy to get eyewall replacement cycles. It's really easy for outer banding to wrap around that inner core and intensify, and that's what we got over and over again with this thing. And that happened again this morning. So internal things would have probably kept a cap on it. Hard to say. Obviously, that didn't end up like the negative environmental factors were there. So, it's a pure hypothetical as to like what could have happened.
Okay. Sorry, I'm eating. I should not be eating on screen, but I am because you're here. But wow, what a storm. And I'm still a little surprised that it weakened this much since this morning. I mean, this morning we were dealing with the Cat 5 hurricane. Actually, I think when I woke up, it was still a Cat 5 or it was just a Cat 4 and it made landfall yet at barely a Cat 3. I mean, 120 mile an hour winds. I'm a little shocked. Just how much it kind of weakened. Fortunately, this system did not put on its shield and avoided the shear.
Yeah, indeed. I think another good thing is it made landfall slightly south of Tampa, so the storm surge was confined to areas, not being Tampa, which while still bad, at least it wasn't in the most heavily populated place it could have been.
Yeah, but that rainfall, did you see the rainfall totals estimated by radar? Almost 16 inches. Actually, 16 inches has already fallen in St. Pete Beach.
Yeah, that's really quite crazy. So either way, not a good situation.
You know what this storm kind of reminded me of? When was it? It was like, December 31st. When we had that system in California, it was not this last December, but it was a December before that. When we had the system that I don't know what caused it to bomb out or what caused it to deepen kind of rapidly, but it kind of rapidly deepened.
Yeah.
And we had this northerly wind that came around it, and wow, it was not this strong, of course, but winds were gusting up to like 50 to 60 miles an hour from the north.
Absolutely. I don't know if you guys are aware, by the way, I'm sure Ethan is, but there was also a pretty significant tornado outbreak today.
Yeah, we know about that. 125 tornado warnings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. And I did an analysis of the environment around that to see, and it really did present kind of anomalously with regards to the distribution of thermodynamic factors. The instability in the low levels was really quite strong, and the wind shear environment was extremely impressive. We knew that going into the day. I was, again, talking with one of my friends last night, looking at the photograph, and it was just insane. And perhaps part of that was there was some enhanced vorticity, especially as you were headed toward the east coast of Florida. So where some of those large tornadoes occurred, enhanced low-level vorticity, enhanced low-level cape, and a more favorable storm motion to get that streamwise vorticity ingestion. So maybe all of that came in as a factor, especially we were getting toward the East Coast storms. But just in general, a really impressive environment, even by standard measures for supercells, with this tropical cyclone.
Yeah, absolutely. I also saw that, and I didn't really track the whole thing because school, but my friend did post on Twitter, Andrew, he talked about how the angle of the storm actually allowed a slot of dry air to get in, which obviously is going to steepen lapse rates quite a bit. That could have probably played a factor. Love to hear your thoughts on that, Ethan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was one of the big factors this week.
Your mic has died.
Hello?
Ethan's mic died.
Oh. Yeah, but this system is definitely strong. And I'll tell you, and I explained this in yesterday's live stream, that we did not get 31 named storms this hurricane season, and we likely won't. But that does not mean we did not get lesser impacts.
For sure, yeah. This season was a good example of quality over quantity. And the quality of these storms was historic, to say the least.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've been following the GFS. By the way, we're almost up to 2 million people without power. Is that if we look at the GFS model, there might be something that may want to brew down there in the deep tropics again. I don't know if you've seen that, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, sorry if I missed your super chat. A lot of talking was going on. So Wrigley Rob, why do you prefer Costco meatloaf over Safeway? Because it tastes better. Because it tastes better. So I don't think we are done just yet in the tropics. Things seem to be delayed this year, I feel like. So I think we're going to see a lot more delayed activity. So we still have to keep an eye on the deep tropics. This up here, while broad, has been moving around in recent model runs. And that could be our next area to focus on. May not be done yet.
Yeah. That's been there for a while on the GFS.
Mm-hmm. So by the way, if you all like the content, you all think this is very helpful and detailed, please do not forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are literally 3 away from hitting 33,000. It's been a struggle. I think people are like, no, David, don't get 33,000. But
You hear me?
please. Yes, I could hear you.
Okay, I don't know why. This thing's just trying to make me mad. It always cuts off when I'm trying to say something.
All right, we got some really terrifying news from Raven Knight. A plane is down on Central Avenue. A plane is down.
We'll try to confirm that.
And yes, a plane has fallen and crashed, apparently.
I'll try to confirm that.
Holy moly. Don't you dare tell me.
I think he means a plane, not a crane.
Oh, a crane.
Sorry, I think he means a crane, not a plane. Because a crane is indeed down on Central Avenue.
Okay.
But not a plane.
All right, crane. All right.
Yeah, a crane, folks.
No, yeah, you said... Oh, no, he said both plane and crane. Look, what he said in chat. Both plane and crane.
Yeah, I am not able to confirm the plane thing. If you, Raven Knight, want to send one of us that, so we can try to confirm that, we can do that. But I don't see anything.
Wonder how that damage would have occurred. Certainly the crane, I mean, we've seen that in the past. Hurricane Sandy, all those years ago, damaged crane in New York City.
All right, Tornado Alley Cat even confirms. There was a plane somewhere that did crash in Florida. Thankfully, everyone and the dog were okay. Local Ken says, great question, laughing out loud. All right, Daniel B confirms that a crane collapsed into a building. Wow.
Yeah, a crane did collapse. Again, I've not been able to confirm the plane, but the crane I can confirm.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to be seeing a lot of damage from a lot of different areas once the sun rises, but I would not be surprised to be seeing things like that crane falling into a building. We hope that no one was injured in that, but gee whiz, the damage from this is going to be pretty significant.
All right, it was not flying. I think winds moved it. You know what? That matches up very much. When we talked to that guy earlier, Ethan, with the mobile home with the wind damage, he saw something flying over there, like towards the airport.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at the debris. I was of the impression that it was maybe like roofing debris at the time, but
Oh, yeah.
I can't be sure.
Yeah, the Tropicana field did get its roof ripped off. Yeah. Tornado-like damage. Incredible. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's specifically when they issue these extreme wind warnings. That's what they want to advise people. It's going to cause tornado-like damage with tornado-like wind speeds. So it's like a really big tornado warning.
But yeah, we're keeping an eye on this for another 25 minutes. I don't think
Make sure
we're going to go into overtime tonight. I think we'll cut it at 11 hours and 55 minutes.
I was going to say, make sure it doesn't get to the 12 mark if it's going
Yeah.
to cut it off.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do an extension. If this thing would have made landfall at a Cat 4, like 145 mile an hour wind, or even a Cat 5 intensity, I would have done overtime, but I don't think that's needed.
Yeah, we are going to see this continue to weaken as it moves eastward slowly, but still, it's going to gradually start to diminish in the intensity. We get the next update on that here almost midnight, and that's probably going to go down a little bit more from what it was in the previous update.
Are they even doing hourly updates anymore?
Yeah, they should be.
Okay. So we should get a new update here really soon. Hopefully it happens before I head off. Oh, actually it will, because 12-hour mark is 9:15. So that will just go inside the next update from the National Hurricane Center. Where's the eye right now? Let's see. The center is near Bartow right now. Bartow is near the center. Actually, it is over Bartow right about now.
Yeah, it's really hard to say at this point even because there is no well-defined eye left on it. It has lost a lot of its structural identity.
Structural identity. But yeah, it is over here. Yeah, it's near. Actually, Wind is still out of the southeast. We'll see if Bartow gets the exact center. We are starting to see a wind decrease there, so we are going to see if that gets the center. That's a Davis vantage view, by the way, so we'll be able to tell if the exact center moves over that area.
We got a question about how long it will take to go across the state.
Oh my.
Probably not that long. Probably a couple hours.
Well, it's halfway across right now. Yeah, it's halfway across right now. So yeah, within the next 2 or 3 hours, we'll be back over the water. But it's not
How
going to...
fast are we moving?
It's moving at about 16 to 17 miles an hour.
Yeah, we have like 88 miles to go. 16 miles per hour. Probably another 4 to 5 hours, I'd say.
Okay. We're going to wait for that station to see what it finds, because it's going to get really close to that eye. Really close. And pressure's down to 2866. By the way, the wind in that area was up to 94 miles an hour earlier. Also very interesting.
Now that is some damage wind.
Yeah, also interesting, Ethan, when the maximum winds came through, winds were about, or temperature was about 88 degrees. 88 degrees. Now the temperature has dropped to 73 degrees.
You know what's interesting? Zach.
Yeah? What
There
is
goes
it?
his mic.
Oh my gosh, his mic keeps on going out.
What does?
Oh!
Hello?
Hello?
I could hear
Oh,
you.
we hear you.
Yeah, you said something keeps going out.
Your mic, you just cut out there. I was asking you a question. What?
Oh, yeah, this thing. What I was saying was that Zach, the guy who was live streaming us some footage earlier this evening, he said he noted a decrease in temperature on the backside of the hurricane as well. So I wonder if some of that has to do with the dry air entrainment into the system, creating some evaporation and cooling through those downdrafts.
I'm wondering that too. I guess the station may not get the center, unfortunately. Winds are shifting out of the easterly direction. They should be turning. They should be decreasing significantly.
Yeah, Logos and Lifestyle says 98% of Hardy County is without power now.
My gosh. And we have cracked 2
That's
million. We have cracked 2 million people without power.
Man, that's insane. And like in a way what we saw with Helene, just going through these counties and them being 80, 90, even near 100% without power, it's bad to see, but it is pretty much what we were expecting with this really strong wind field.
Maybe this system will get the center because of the southerly wind. Maybe it will. We'll have to wait and see if that wind comes down. Maybe it will. Yeah, it's still decreasing at 11 miles an hour. What? Did I hit 33,000? I need the officials in the chat. What? Did I really hit that number? That's because of his meatloaf reviews. No, that's not because of it. If it is, then that's kind of crazy, but okay. That is incredible, folks. I cannot believe we are there. I want to say thank you for subscribing. It really means a lot. It's been a long 11.5-hour day streaming this live, getting you guys the important data. And it looks like our pressure might have bottomed out at 2866 on the station in Bartow in the eye. So the pressure has come up even further. In fact, we're at 28.66. That's 970 millibars. So this system really is weakening. And we will see in the next advisory if that is accurate or not. But there it is. We should see another decrease in our wind. Yep, 8 miles an hour. It's so weird, Ethan. You only have an 8-mile-an-hour wind there in Bartow, where earlier it was 94 to 96 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, the eye might not be very well formed, but we do still see that minimum in the wind moving in.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Diana.
It has been a long stream.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see if this wind does decrease. Yep, there it goes. It's shifting out of the southwest, I think. So the center is very close. Probably north of Barstow, or Bartow, Florida. That's crazy, though. That's quite incredible to see. Getting the center. Everything around you, Ethan, has intense winds except that center point.
Yeah, it's like being in the eye of the hurricane, even though the eye is not particularly well formed anymore.
Mm-hmm. Wow, this station has
And it's really wild to go through that.
This station has some solar radiation problems. It's reading 32,767 watts.
Yeah, there's a problem in there somewhere.
Shelly, thank you for the $50 donation. Wow, we just cracked $1,300 in this live stream. Thank you, Shelly. Awesome stream. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Wow, I am impressed. We went beyond our goal, so I do appreciate the goal we made and going beyond it. Yeah, winds are shifting out of the west, So we have a westerly wind right now. Westerly wind sustained at about 4 to 5 miles an hour. So they officially got almost the eye. The eye was probably just to the north of where they were. Probably went right over the Walmart Supercenter. Probably went right over the Walmart Supercenter. Which, by the way, Ethan, just to the north near Winter Haven, winds are gusting up to 60 to 80 miles an hour.
Still dealing with really strong and damaging. We had a question here too. I'm from Southwest Florida. Thank you for the information. Could you look up the wind/gust for the LaBelle/Alva area? They've really picked up within the last couple hours. Wondering when it might die down some.
Lavelle. So the winds will, that's probably on the western side, right? So the winds will gradually subside as the storm moves away, but will still technically be breezy for the next 6 to 12 hours as that backside rolls through. But it is still windy in Tampa Bay, still getting gusts up to 82 to 88 miles an hour. Still getting hurricane force wind gusts on the backside.
Absolutely.
So it is still... Man, this temperature really dropped, Ethan. It's about 70 degrees on this station now.
That's pretty impressive. You don't normally see that with hurricanes.
No. Okay, we just got a wind gust on a station with a gust up to 75 to 100 miles an hour near Bradenton.
Oh man, still.
Yeah, it is. Wow. More Haven getting gusts up to 70 now. So this is still a very strong hurricane. Definitely a category 1. Which, by the way, Ethan, you want to know how deep that convection is over the system right now?
Yes.
Cloud tops are still as cold as negative 90 degrees Celsius.
Yes, I do.
Very cold cloud tops, negative 90.
Wow, it is very cold.
Hello? Hello? Man, he is really having internet problems. Okay, we're getting near hurricane force winds still over Riverview. So yes, you're in the center of the hurricane right now. Get ready. Get ready. If you're in Bartow, Florida, it's about to get pretty strong there on the backside. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you, Todd. Thank you so much. All right. Another 10 minutes left of this stream. And then I'll have to end it because we're at the 12-hour mark. So I have another 9 minutes. Do you guys have any questions for me about the stream, about any questions at all? I just want to thank you all for your donations today. Hey, we could still get a few more. Who knows, right? But thank you guys. I'm still here for a little bit longer, though. I'm not going anywhere. And we got the new update from the National Hurricane Center. Winds are still 100 miles an hour and pressure 966 millibars. And people are having issues tonight with Discord. So we're at 100 mile an hour winds, minimum central pressure 966 millibars. So we are definitely in a category 2 hurricane still. Still a category 2 hurricane. So we are still getting winds that are that strong. Man, really strong. See the National Weather Service. Which, by the way, Leslie's at 105 miles an hour and is going to become a major hurricane. Literally a major hurricane. Unbelievable. We may have another major hurricane out there. Believe it or not, Leslie, a major hurricane. That would make this season, let's see, 2024 Atlantic hurricane season. Thank you for the $20 donation, California Human. I do appreciate it very much. So we are up there with the number of major hurricanes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That would be 5 major hurricanes this hurricane season. I think the second most number of major hurricanes. You there, Justin? Hey, Justin. Leslie could become a major hurricane and could be the 6th major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season.
Yeah, I saw that.
What is going on with this, Justin? We're seeing surprises out there. Leslie doing a surprise. What is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, Leslie about to become a major hurricane. Wow, our ACE score is really going to jump. It's really going to jump up. As this only updates once a day. We could get into 12th place. Thank you, Straight Logic. This was super overplayed, literally a nothing. Well, maybe for your area, this was not as significant of a hurricane, but you got to understand it's a forecast. But please understand that this is still a dangerous situation. Hey, Ethan, welcome back for the 30th time. Hey, Ethan. Hello. Thank you, C Human, for the $50 donation. Unbelievable. Wow, thank you so much. Request, what is the strength of these bands in Jupiter Farms right now? So Jupiter Farms. So Jupiter Farms, which is in Jupiter Island here. Right now, let's go over to the radar southern side. Actually, you know what? Actually, Jupiter Farms, you said. Jupiter Farms. Oh, that's actually a little further west, but still in the same area.
Alrighty, I'm gonna be heading off for the evening.
Thank you for tuning in, buddy.
Of course.
All right. So, Jupiter Island, seeing winds now gusting up to 37. Your winds are probably going to come up a little bit. Probably may gust maybe up to 40 to 50 miles an hour. It just depends on how our system goes through, but more likely near tropical storm force. See humans. Actually, that's a request, so that's for someone. But yeah, thank you for the $50 donation. That's $1.4 thousand we have made in this live stream. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And this hurricane definitely might have been a slight amount of overhypation, but that's always going to be the thing when you're dealing with something. Remember, a forecast is a forecast. Okay? Now we could say that maybe it was overplayed a little bit, but we did not know that 24 hours ago. Imagining 24 hours ago, this thing was a Category 5 hurricane, right? You have to understand that systems like this intensity is more of the tricky spot of forecasting than an actual track. You know, the track is more straightforward. Intensity is not so much. All right, I think we have like a minute and a half. But before I do exit the stream, I do want to say thank you guys. I appreciate all of the donations. I am really speechless. I do want to thank you guys. Was not an easy day streaming this for nearly 12 hours. So nearly a full half a day. So thank you, or yeah, half of the day. And I wanted to just thank you for subscribing if you haven't already. This was worth the time, and I cannot wait to stream the next hurricane, whenever that is. We might see one by the end of the month. Who knows? Another favorable environment rotating around the area maybe by late October, early November. Some people are saying that, so we might need to keep an eye on that down the road. But otherwise, I do appreciate all your guys' time and effort into this. Yes, Ethan, we're not done talking. We can talk after the stream. But as always, thank you guys for tuning in.